Welcome to the Alpha 101 Introduction to Web Development with Alpha Anywhere course. I'm going to go over first the course objective. The course objective is this. By the end of this course, you're going to have the ability to build a database-driven web application using a number of different components, specifically the grid, UX, quick report, and tabbed UI components. You'll be able to deploy that application to your local machine and run it right inside that browser. The key is, by the end of this course, you're going to have the basic skill sets to be able to build database-driven applications with Alpha Anywhere. Some of the key modules we'll be going through the course. First is how to set up an Alpha Anywhere workspace to do your work. Then we're going to build a basic familiarity with the different components of the Alpha Anywhere development environment. After that, we're going to teach you how to connect to database sources using what are called connection strings within Alpha Anywhere. Then we're going to start creating components, but first with the grid component, which will allow you to quickly edit, update, and delete information within your database. You'll also add some searching to that grid, specifically some simple searching and complex searching capabilities to that grid so your users can search for their data. Then we're going to move on to the UX component and build a UX, which is a form in Alpha to be able to view data and edit data within your database and look at how all those pieces are put together. We're also going to build a quick report to demonstrate the key reporting functionality built into Alpha Anywhere. Then we're going to tie all of these different pieces together using a component called the tabbed UI, which allows you to build a dashboard of your application. And finally, we're going to publish your application to your local system and run it right within your web browser to kind of tie all the pieces together and show you how you can deploy your solution. Meanwhile, during the lesson, we're going to have some other miniature lessons with there. We're going to look at the Database Explorer utility. We're also going to show you how you can restore modules during training when you get out of sync with what I'm doing in my class. We'll also show you how you can preview your content in the browser at any time. Also, a really neat feature that allows you to restore automatic backups within the system. Also, how to zip your workspace to be able to archive it or send it to other people. Go through the help system. There's an extensive help system within Alpha that you'll be able to tap into. And then also show you kind of where all the little pieces are on your system within the Alpha development environment and also on your hard drive. And last but not least, we're going to go through a detailed explanation of a pre-rendering capability within Alpha that will help you improve the speed and performance of your applications. The first step in our training is to set up our environment. Follow along with me as we do that. First, launch your File Explorer and then navigate to the Documents directory. When Alpha Anywhere installed on your machine, Alpha automatically created a Alpha Anywhere v12 folder in your documents. This is a location we can use to store our information. Go ahead and navigate into that folder. You'll notice that there's also a system menus. This is used by Alpha Anywhere to store some system information. But what I would like you to do is create a new folder in this. So either using the folder commands up top here, new folder, or right-click in the white space and say new folder. Type the word web1 and hit enter. Web1 is a folder we can use to store all of the assets we're going to use for our training. And in fact, we have one key piece of asset we're going to add to that right now. So follow along with me. Go ahead and go to the C drive and locate in the C drive a folder called Program Files x87. Go ahead and open that up. And you'll notice this is where a lot of your program files. In fact, there's one on here, A5v12. This is where Alpha Anywhere was installed when it was installed on your machine. Go ahead and double click on that folder to enter that folder. You'll notice there's a lot of assets. We'll be covering some of these in the near future. But what I'd like you to do is go ahead and scroll down until you find a folder, MDB files, and go ahead and navigate into that folder. You'll notice that there are some sample databases that are available here. In fact, one called Alpha Sports will be used for our training. So what I'd like you to do is right-click on Alpha Sports and copy that database. Alternatively, you can use Control-C. Once you've copied that database, go ahead and return back to your documents, enter into the Alpha Anywhere v12 folder, and navigate into the Web1 folder. At this point, you can either do a Control-V or right-click and paste this file here. So we pasted this database here, so if we modify it, change it, use it, etc., we still have our original available for any purposes and other training that may happen down the road. So we've initially set up our folder that we're going to hold all of our assets and information, and we're done with this phase of the training. Next step will be to actually set up our initial Alpha Anywhere workspace and start adding content into that. Our first step in the training will be to launch the Alpha Anywhere development environment and set up our first workspace, which will hold our training documentation. So either click on the shortcut that was placed on your desktop when you installed Alpha Anywhere, or I also pin it to my Start menu so it's available. This will launch the Alpha Anywhere program, and you'll be presented with the select workspace. In the future, you're going to start seeing the workspaces you create showing here. So the first thing I'd like you to do is click Web and Mobile, since we'll be focusing on web and mobile applications. Once you've done that, you'll notice the screen will change. Here you have some sample and tutorial workspaces, which you're welcome to look at. You can also click Open an existing workspace, restore a backup workspace, or the one we want today is create a new empty workspace. Click on that. Then click OK. This will open up our Create New Workspace page. Let's go ahead and click on Workspace Name and type Web1. Then what I'd like you to do is click the Browse button next to the workspace location. Go ahead and navigate to the Documents folder, to Alpha Anywhere, and to the Web1 directory that we created earlier when we set up our file structure. Click OK. Now, very important, you'll notice below there's Create Workspace Directory. We already created a directory, but if you wanted, you could go ahead and click here, leaving this off here, and it would create a Web1 directory for you. But since we already have a directory set up with our database in it, we're going to leave that as, and we're going to disable Create Workspace Directory and click OK. Once you do that, you'll be presented with a question, which is Startup Control Panel. And this is very important, is click the Open the Web Control Panel when this workspace is opened. As you'll see later on, there's actually two different control panels available in Alpha. And the one we're going to be using for our training is the Web Control Panel. So we want that one to always be opened up when we launch our project or our workspace. Once you've selected Open the Web Control Panel when this workspace is open, click OK. And you'll now see that we have landed on the Web Projects Control Panel and our initial workspace has been set up. Now we can immediately start working on adding content to our project and also doing some setup so we can connect to our database. Now that we have our project set up and ready to go and our workspace ready to be filled with our content, we need to tell the system where the data is we're going to be getting for our application. So the first thing I'd like you to do is let's go ahead and expand the workspace. Let's go ahead and expand Alpha Anywhere to take the whole space up. Then once we do that, let's go ahead and expand the Web Projects Control Panel so it takes up the whole screen here. It just makes it a little easier to see and view and use. We will walk through this environment in a few minutes to show you the different elements that are involved with the interactive. We will walk through the different parts of the Alpha Anywhere IDE to show you what the different menus and tab bars, etc. do. But let's go ahead and dive right in and get our first connection string, which will tell the system where to get the data. So what I'd like you to do is click on the Tools menu, select Alpha DAO connection strings. This is how we access the connection strings to databases. So we click there. You'll notice it opens up the Alpha DAO connection string editor, you'll notice at this time we don't have any connection strings. So let's go ahead and click New down here at the bottom. And this will open up where we can create a new connection string. I'd like you to type CONN. That is going to be the name of our connection string. And again, you can call it anything you want, but for the practices of our training and for most of the demonstrations, you'll see the first connection string is named CONN. Next, I'm going to click Build. This will allow me to build my connection string. So this opens up our Create SQL Connection String dialog box. You'll notice that the first thing it's asking me is the connection type. We are going to use Access for this, but I'd like you to go ahead and click the 3 ellipses button and open up the select the different connection type. And you can see there's a wide range of types that are available. MySQL, Oracle, Postgres, Salesforce, OData. I mean, it's incredible the number of different connection types we can have, and they're growing all the time. And there's some really neat things in terms of being able for you to create your own. So click Cancel because we're going to go ahead and keep using the Access connection type. So the first thing you'll do is you'll notice that for an Access one, it's asking me where my file name is. So go ahead and click the little folder icon. This will open up a browser. We want to go to our Documents, Alpha Anywhere V12, and into our Web 1 folder we created earlier, and to point to our Alpha Sports database that we copied in at the very beginning of our training process. So basically we're putting into the connection string a pointer to where this database is at, and click OK. So you'll notice that now this connection string says, hey, I'm going to connect to Access, and this is where that Access database is located at. You'll see later on, connection strings are very powerful because you can switch this information on the fly for the different environments you're going to run your Alpha solution in. We'll get into more details on that when we cover publishing in the future training. You'll notice also real quick, we're going to leave this alone, but you can set up a user and a password. So if your database is password protected or uses any kind of workgroup file information, you're able to do from there. Now, most important thing you want to do when you create a new SQL connection string is click Test Connection. So after you've set this up, click Test Connection. This will make an attempt call to that database, and it will check all your settings, and in this case, succeeded. Fairly simple with Access, but if you were using, say, for instance, SQL Server or MySQL, you may have put in there a server address, a username and password, and basically you're just validating that everything works. And you want to do that here so later on when you start actually developing, you don't get into seeing weird errors or you're not able to connect. So very important is always click the test connection after you set up a connection string just to make sure everything's ready to go. So click OK. Click OK once again, and you'll notice that it has created a connection string. And you'll see a connection string is just sort of a string of letters that tell it the type of database, the location, and any other data that's associated with it, say login, password, etc. It doesn't show it here, but just very important for you to know that Alpha is smart enough to encrypt passwords. So you can actually enter passwords for databases and it'll encrypt it in this connection string. So if anybody ever got this, they wouldn't be able to see that database password and you'd be protected. So go ahead and click OK, and you'll now notice we have our first connection string. Also note that we could have multiple connection strings. So if we're combining databases from different systems into a single application, you're not limited to a single database or a connection string. You can have multiple of them in your application there. So now that we've set up our connection string, and most importantly, we've tested that, we can go ahead and close our connection string. And now we'll do a quick walkthrough of the IDE and start building our first component based on that database. In this section, I'm going to take a few minutes to go through the different parts of the integrated development environment for Alpha Anywhere. First, up top, this is the main menu. And this has a whole series of tools that will be persistent, specifically saving and closing and opening workspaces, also tools in regards to publishing project, also things like Alpha DAO connection strings, which we've shown already, but a whole bunch of other sort of system or workspace level items that are accessed from this area here. This menu will change depending on the situation and what you're doing within the project, but to a large degree it stays the same. This area is called the tab menu. This will also change depending on the environment you're at. And this is allow you to get to different key areas of the system quickly. So that's why they're present within them. And we'll go through some of these in more detail as we move through our training. This area is your main workspace. On the left, you're going to first notice we have the Workspace Navigator. Basically, this shows the different types of items that are going to be in your workspace. Some that are alpha specific, things like A5W pages and web components, but also you're going to have non-alpha specific things such as JavaScript files, images, HTML pages that you can bring into your project to enhance and improve your project from there. Basically, depending on what you select here, this middle area, which is called the Workspace Files, will display the files that match the criteria on the left. So think of this as sort of a fancy file browser. If I would click on Web Components, the different Alpha Web Components will show here, A5W Pages, A5W Pages. And we'll go into a little bit more detail in terms of once you have a bunch of content, you can also use this filter item up here to then filter the items in your list to try and identify and close on the items as quickly as possible. The last area here is called the Control Panel tab bar. And that area is up here, which has things such as creating new elements. And you'll notice that when you click new, it's going to be understanding what section you're in. So for instance, I'm in Workspaces, or I'm sorry, Web Components. Click new and it'll do Web Components. Reports, it'll create a new report. And so it's sort of context sensitive in terms of this area here. We will use this a fair amount, specifically the publish area, and also when we get into web security, the web security aspects which are selected from here. One last item I'd like to point to is down below you're going to notice there is a set of tabs. Currently we're on the Web Projects Control Panel, and that's where you're going to spend most of your time. But we also have, and I'm going to go ahead and click here, the Control Panel, which is the traditional control panel. This is from the days when Alpha was a desktop standalone product. A lot of that capability is still available here. And we'll be using little bits and pieces of this, but most of your work is going to be done in the Web Projects Control Panel here. As we start editing items, you're going to notice that new tabs show up here because we can be editing multiple things at the same time. And as you open them up, a quick way to go back to items is going to be using this tab area down below. So that's a quick walkthrough. We're now ready to actually start building our first component for our overall Alpha Sports solution. The first step in our Alpha Sports migration will be creating a way for the Alpha Sports individuals to be able to manage customer data through a web browser. So we're taking our desktop application and migrating that functionality to a web browser. And we're going to use a great component to accelerate and make this a fairly straightforward process, and it's called the grid component. So follow along with me. From the Workspace Navigator, make sure Web Components is selected. Then on the Control Panel tab menu, or tab bar, click New. This will open up a new file dialog, and you'll see there's a large number of different types of files that we can create. Some that are like our web components and others from different areas. In our case, we want to select Web Component, click Next. In this situation, we have the different type of web components that are available. The one we are going to be using is called the grid component, so go ahead and click that or make sure it's selected and click Next. Now, what's really cool is that we have a bunch of pre-made grid templates, and templates are already pre-formatted, ready to go grids. In our case, we're going to start from scratch. But one thing that's really powerful is that you can create your own templates. So as you start developing solutions, you may find that you want all your grids to kind of have the same look and feel and behavior. And in that case, you can use the Create Your Own Grid Component template. In our case, again, we're going to start from scratch just so we can show all the basic capabilities. So what I'd like you to do is make sure that Start with a Blank Grid Component is selected and click OK. This will now start creating our new grid. And you'll see right here, that we have our grid set up. First, it's telling us our component type. So notice a couple things real quick. First is that it's put a tab down here at the bottom. So as we create new items and save them, those are going to show up as tabs. So you can be working on multiple things at one time. We're going to go ahead and create a very standard straight-only, read-only one to start out with, but we will come back to this component type and make some changes very quickly to enhance the capabilities of our grid. So we're going to start small and build on top of that from there. So first thing I want you to do is click on Data Source. And you'll notice that there are two data sources available, DBF tables and SQL database accessed via Alpha101, which could be Microsoft Access, SQL Server, Oracle, etc. Almost always you're going to use this. You can access DBF files just in case you have a legacy system, but most of your work will be SQL database access through Alpha101. So next step is click on Query Alpha101. The first thing it's asking is, well, we're going to build this grid, but where do I get my information from? What is the source of my data? And the way we determine that is through giving the grid a connection string. So click Select. This will open up a selector, and you'll notice in here is our connection string that we built earlier, and that's pointed to, in this case, our local access file for Alpha Sports. So go ahead and click CONN, click OK. So now we've told the grid that, hey, this is where you go to get your data. Next, click the Connect button. That will then connect to the database and open up our selector here. This is where we're actually going to say, okay, once I've told you where to go get the data, what specific information in that database would you like me to use for this particular grid? As you can see, we have three options: table or view, SQL statement, or stored procedure. And this is very powerful, especially for folks who have existing solutions. You can reuse existing views. You could create your own SQL queries. And more importantly, you could actually access and use stored procedures. And that provides a very powerful way to populate your grid. We're going to keep it simple because we have a very simple data structure. So making sure that table or view is selected, go to the table or view name and click the select button. This will actually call the database and pull out a list of items in the database. In this case, a set of tables. And you'll see up top, you can pull out different things. If I click here, views, it's going to show me not only the tables that are in my database, but also the views that are in my database. I'm going to go ahead and disable that for now. As we mentioned, we're going to be providing the users an ability to work with customer data. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Customer, and that is the selected data table for this solution. So we've told the system we want to go to this database environment, we want to use these tables, or use this table here. And you have other options. We'll come back and talk about this in a little bit, but you can set filters, you can set order bys, you can also set primary keys and sequences. So the system is very flexible. If you have a complex data environment, we're going to be able to connect to it very simply from there. But we're going to keep it simple. So I've selected my customer table. Now I can actually tell what I want to display in my grid. So we go to Fields on the left, now that we've set up our query. And when we're on the Fields tab, you'll notice something. We have three areas: available fields, selected fields, and field properties. So right now, these are all the fields that are in your database, but are not in this grid yet. The middle section will be the items that you want to actually display in the grid. And then the last but not least is that you'll be able to edit those field properties. So let's go ahead and make this fairly simple. Click Customer ID and click the right arrow. That moves that field into our view or into our selected items. So now this will display in our grid. You'll also notice that the items that have been selected for display are highlighted in a bold, so you know exactly which of these fields are already in your grid. And that can become important when you have a bunch of fields. To shortcut this, you could do a couple different things. First, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to shift-click first name through fax. So I'm highlighting those fields. And I'm going to click the right arrow, and you'll notice that it inserted those fields behind there, so the ones that were selected here. A shortcut, by the way, is the double arrow, which would basically take everything in here and put it over here. Now, I do want to add one more thing here. Let's go ahead and add the email address in there. And you know what? I want the email address to be a little bit more visible. So what I'd like you to do is select company, go here to email, and click write. And you'll notice that A, it's highlighted email. 2, it's put the email after the company. So where my insertion point is, it's going to insert that after it. So that's pretty handy there. So now I have all this information here. You'll notice that on the right-hand side, when I select a field, here are the different field properties, and we'll cover a lot of those in detail here. But let's go ahead and save this control now. So go out here to the left-hand corner, click Save, and I'm going to call this customer_grid. Customer being the type of data, _grid the type of control. And you don't have to use this naming convention, but I find it's convenient, especially when you start seeing things on the file system. It makes things a little easier. So go ahead and click Save, and now we have saved our first grid. Now let's see it in action. Go ahead and click on Working Preview here. And when you click on Working Preview, the system will render the grid, make a call to the database, and show you that information. And this is a fully active, ready-to-go grid. You'll see that it's showing the different columns that I added to the grid. They are read-only at this time. You can use the navigation. If I can click Next, you'll notice it goes to the next page, shows the next set of records. If I click First, back to First, you also notice that I can just change the number of records per page done, 25. These are all default settings that are available in the system that you'll be able to modify, and we'll show you how to modify the most commonly used ones here. But a couple other really nice things is that if I were to click on last name, you'll see that it already has pre-built-in sorting built into the click event for the headers of these pieces here. Everything you see here is customizable within the grid system, and we'll go through a fair number of those through our design and development process. Now that we have our basic grid in place, we can go in and start cleaning it up and making it look exactly how our users would like it to see. So I can see a couple things right off the bat. One, over here you'll notice that we're showing the customer ID number. That may not be necessary since that's kind of an under the covers database item. Also, you'll notice that it used the database field name or column name for these, so we can clean those up there. The other, you'll notice that the sorting currently is kind of all over the board, so maybe we want to change some of the ordering and the sorting there. So now we're going to go in and make those adjustments in the system. So your first step is to return to the design environment. So again, we click here to design. We can now look at the different items here. I'm going to go ahead and just work with the selected items. So the first thing I'd like to do is I don't want customer ID to be shown, but I also kind of want to put it at the end here. So the first thing I'm going to do is take customer ID, and over in this middle area right here, I'm going to use the double down arrow. And you'll notice, well, if I single click it with a single down arrow, it moves it in terms of what column, but I'm going to go ahead and move that all the way to the bottom. So now customer ID is the bottom, but it's still shown. What I'd like to do is actually hide that column so it's not shown in the grid. On the right-hand side, I'm going to go ahead and scroll down. And under Column Properties, I'm going to click Hide Column. And that will hide that column. By the way, a real quick trick, you'll notice that there's a fair number of properties for this field. And over time, that can kind of get like, well, where is something located at? One of the nice features is you'll notice up here in the right-hand corner, and this kind of is available in all the different areas you work with in Alpha, there'll be a search properties capability. So I can click there. This brings up a little pop-up box that shows all the different potential properties, and I'm going to go ahead and type hide. And you'll notice that when I do that, it starts to filter here. And then you'll see I have two options, show hide expression and hide column. The one I want is hide column, and I click find property. That will immediately move my entry point to that location. So that's really handy, especially with certain areas you might have a fair number of properties that are on there, and it's easier just to search and find that than scroll up and down and do it visually. So now I've hidden the column for customer ID, and I placed it at the bottom there. To see the impact, we can immediately go into Working Preview. This will re-render the grid. And you'll see now our column is gone. And now it's really here. It's hidden right here. But it actually, so it's in the grid and the content's available, but it's not shown to the user. So let's do a couple other quick changes. First, I want last name to be the very first column. So let's go ahead and go back in here. And so you'll notice I have first name and last name. I'm going to go ahead and select last name and move it up one using the small up arrow. And now that will be the first column in my grid. But while I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and change the column heading. So on the right-hand side, I'm going to look at the properties for that particular column. I'm already located there, but I might have to scroll down a little bit. You'll notice there is a property called column heading. And I'm going to go ahead and change to last name, putting a little space in between there. And I'm going to do the same thing for first name. So I'm going to go ahead and click first name, scroll down or use the search properties to find the column heading, and I'm going to make that first name so it looks a little better. Now, I highly recommend you save often, and I'll show you a little feature in our next segment why that's so important. But go ahead and click Save. Go back into Working Preview, and now you'll see our last name is the first column, first name is the second column, and now the column heading looks a little nicer. It doesn't have everything kind of blended together from that standpoint there. Now, a couple other little changes I want to make. First, I want to make it so that when I use this grid, it immediately sorts the last name. So it starts from the very first last name back. So I go back into Design. In this case, we're going to return to the Query area. So I click Query. And we click Connect. Yours may already be open. And so you'll see that we can do a couple different things here. We can filter, and we'll cover that in more detail at a future lesson. But we also have the order by capability. So I'm going to go ahead and click the ellipsis button. That's the button with 3 dots. And that opens up a specify order. So now I can go in here and look at my different elements and say, okay, I want last name. So I click the field here, and then I click the right arrow, last name. I can actually put in multiple columns to sort on, but also you'll notice I can say whether they're ascending or descending order. If I click this little descending, you'll notice that it puts in the letters D, E, S, C, and that tells the SQL database that I'd like that to be descending. In our case, I wanted ascending order, so we'll just say last name. So the only thing that should be in this area order should be last name. Click OK. You'll notice then in the order by, it has the order by command. We'll go ahead and save this, and let's go into Working Preview. So now you'll notice that my last names are now sorted alphabetically, A through Z. And since I set it up for ascending order, it starts with the very first name and goes to the top. If I had put in the descending, it would have started from Z and came down to A. So now we're kind of polishing it. As you can see, almost all of your sort of detail work will be done using these kind of point and click behaviors. And so a key part of the tool and why I'm showing this is to show you kind of where those common changes you'll want to make, because 80% of your changes for your grids and UXs and other things will be in the same spot. But as you can see, there's an enormous amount of really easy to change values, so you can customize this any way you want. Next, we're going to change a little bit more about the structure of our grid, and we'll do that in our next section. There are some other adjustments I'd like to make this grid so it's a little easier for people who are using it. First, you'll notice one thing. Up top, it says records 62, which is currently showing me the number of records that are in that data table. I'd really like that to say customers. And also you'll notice down here, we have records per page. In that case, I also want to say our customers per page. Another quick adjustment I'd like to make is that you'll notice in our Navigator drop-down box, we have 1, 2, 5. Well, those aren't very practical. So I'd like to go ahead and just get rid of those on this. And obviously I could add new sequences here. So let's go ahead and go into the design by clicking on the design area. And the way we adjust the overall grid's functionality is through the properties area here on the left-hand side in the grid section. So go ahead and click Properties here. As you can see, there's an enormous number of different adjustments and changes and properties that you can set. The benefit of that is allowing you to make it work any way you would like it to work. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be looking for the records found area. This is where we're showing those total records at the top of the page. I can see them on the first segment, but again, if I were trying to figure out where that was at, I could go to the search properties, type in records, and I can say, oh, records per page selector, etc. Total records message text, and click on that, and it basically takes you here. So either using the search properties or the customize or scrolling down, find the total records message text. Go ahead and click this to open that. And you'll see this is the template that is built into the system. So on the left is just standard HTML. So I'm going to change this from records to customers. You'll notice that we have here total records in kind of curly braces. We don't want to change that. That's a built-in sort of known variable that the system will insert. So we don't want to change that. We just want to change customers here. Now, we also want to change where it was saying records per page. And you'll notice in this case, if you look just up about 10 items here, we have a records per page template. Go ahead and click on records per page template. You'll notice in this case we don't open up. We can just literally edit it right here. So I'm going to select records in that row and type in customers per page. Now you'll also notice right above that is the records per page selector choices. That is that drop down that shows you the different ones. So let's make some changes. First, I'm going to get rid of everything before 10. So we don't need 1, 2, or 5. So we'll delete those out of there. Make sure that 10 is your first one. And 10 is even a little bit tight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my initial one to be 15. So now my choices for records per page are 15, 25, 50, 75, and 100. I want to do one other thing. When the grid first displays, I want to show 15 rows of data right out of the gate. So if you'll notice about 5 or so items up, you'll see the rows of data. This is the default data or number of rows that will show. So let's go ahead and change that from 10 to 15. So now we have our records per page template modified. We have the records per page selector choices, i.e. those items in the dropdown modified, with 15 being the lowest we can use. And then last but not least is our default rows of data is now set up to 15. As we've done before, go ahead and click Save, do a working preview, and you'll see now our changes are showing on the screen. First, you'll notice our customers, instead of saying records, is actually showing customers. You'll also notice down here the customers per page is showing properly. We can click our drop down, and you'll see that we got rid of those other ones, 1, 5, and 10, and now we just have the ones we would like. And last but not least, you're going to see that our default number of records shown are 15. So you can adjust these things so it looks good on the browser and it allows them to see exactly what they would like to see in the situation, and tune it to what the user's experience should be to get the most value out of it. Now that we've finished making these quick adjustments, I want to move on to showing you how you can use a search capability built into the grid to make it easy for your users to search for information in the grid. And there's two methods that we'll be showing during that process. One of the key capabilities that your users have told you at Alpha Sports is their ability to quickly find customers and customer information. This section is going to go through how you can add two different types of find functionality or search functionality to your grid very quickly with zero coding. Before we do that, I want to show you, go back to the workspace and show you a little bit more about that. So if your grid is currently open, and you can see that either it's showing you the working preview or the design, you'll see down here the tab is right here. You can either close this using the close button here, Be careful, don't close the whole workspace. Close here, or you can right-click on Customer Grid and close that specific tab. And then make sure to click on Web Projects Control Panel. So you'll notice now that we've created our first component called Customer_Grid. You'll see now that it's showing up in our File Navigator or Workspace Navigator. Now watch, if I click on A5W page, you'll see it disappears. And the reason why is that that is a component, not an A5W page. So we'll go to Web Components here, Customer Grid, and that's where you're going to see it. So to quickly navigate to the different sections, if you're finding different things, you can just click on the area on the left and you'll be able to see those components on the right. And as I mentioned earlier, I'll demonstrate in a future session, when you have a whole bunch of components, you can use the filter function to limit the ones that are shown here. Let's go ahead and go back into our Customer Grid and start adding our search capability. So to do that, you can click on Customer Grid and click the Edit button here in the Workspace tab bar, or you can just double click on Customer Grid to reopen it. This will reopen it in the Design phase, or Design tab. So the first thing we want to do is we want to add, basically grids have high-level functionality. So our first level of functionality was just basically the display grid we saw before. And even though it's read-only, we will be demonstrating how it can also be a editable grid. But what we want to do is add a different capability to our overall grid. So to do so, click on Component Type up in the left-hand corner. And then you'll notice that there is a checkbox with Grid contains a search part. Go ahead and click that to start, or to enable that. Now you'll notice on the right-hand side, it's showing our grid portion, which existed before. And above that, we have a new area called Search. So this is kind of giving a preview of what it's going to look like. And you'll also notice on the left-hand side, we now have a new area called Search, where we dictate and provide the information on how we want our search to work for this specific grid. So let's go ahead and click on the Fields section right here. You'll notice that it looks very similar to what we had before, which is here are the available fields, here are the fields to search in, and the properties for those searching fields. So it works very much like the Fields section here. And a note of caution, when you start getting all these different pieces together, you have to make sure you remember which area you're on. So if you want to adjust field behavior in the search area, make sure you have it selected here. A common thing I'll do is I'll be here and I go, oh, I'm going to adjust this here and expect it to be in the search area, or vice versa. And it turns out, well, why isn't it doing that? It's because I haven't clicked on the proper set of fields for either the grid portion, the search portion, or the detail view we'll show you very shortly. So anyway, with search fields selected, let's say we want to search on first name. So we can either double click on that or click on it once and hit the right arrow, very much like we did with fields. I also want to be able to search on last name. I'm also going to search on company. And I could also add in here email, so I can search on the email field. And again, I can either double click on it from there. So now I've added these fields to search in. So these are the fields that are available to search within there. So I'm going to click Save. Remember, save often. Now if we go back into the working preview, you'll see now we have a search area up top. So our grid portion is down below. It hasn't changed. It still has all the adjustments we made before. But the system has now added a new capability called Search. So let's test out our search. So I'm going to click here in the last name, and I'm going to search for Adams. So I'm going to type in Adams. Notice there's a little X here, so if I want to clear it out, that's built into it. But I'll go ahead and put in Adams and click Search. And you'll notice that the system does a search and just shows that one record. Let's go ahead and delete this. I can either say Clear Search Criteria, which will clear it out and be good to go from there. Let's try another search. Let's say we want to find anybody who starts with the letters BA. So I'm going to go to last name here, and I'm going to type BA and click Search. And you'll notice that it does a partial search, meaning it's going to search for that text here. And we can change, and we'll show you in a few moments, how you can change all the search behaviors so it works exactly the way you want it to work. And that works the same on each element there. Let's go ahead and adjust a few things to make this a little bit better looking. First, you'll notice we have a sort by and a records per page, but to a large degree that's duplicate with what we already have down below. The other aspect is we want to modify how a couple of these field searches are done, so they're done in a little bit of a different manner. So, click on Design. Over in the left-hand side, you'll see the search area with the fields that are associated with that search. Click on the Properties area of search. This Properties is a little different, and again, what I've mentioned before, you got to be careful where you're at on this, but this Properties is for the grid section. This Properties is for that search section above. So we can go into these properties here. What I'd like you to do is go ahead and scroll down and look for Include Sorting List Box. Now, before, as I mentioned, you can click Search Properties, and let's say I type sorting, you could see, oh, I can just go ahead and look that up here, which could be a speed improver for your development. But let's go ahead and disable this checkbox for Include Sorting, so we don't want that sorting area to be on there. And you'll notice right below it, we also have the Include Records Per Page list box. Again, duplicate, so let's get rid of that there. So now when we go into Working Preview, we have our list area here, but you'll see it's nicer, it's tighter, it's showing more information, and we don't have the redundant elements here. Now let's also look at how we modify this. So you'll notice, much like when we had our headers, first name and last name take basically the name of the column in the database. So let's go into Design. Let's click on the Search field since we want to adjust the fields that are in the search area. Let's click on First Name. And you'll see if we scroll down towards the bottom, we have what's called a row label. And we can modify that by clicking in here and putting a space between first name and last name. I'm going to do the same thing for last name. I'm going to go click on last name, go over to the search properties, find my row label, and click on that. Last thing I want to do is I'd like to actually make the last name the first field in my search area. So I'm just going to click on last name, and much like we did with the grid section, I'm going to use this up arrow, and now we have last name. Go ahead and save this. Go into Working Preview. And now you'll notice last name is the first row. It's looking a little nicer, and we have a much cleaner area here. One other thing I'd like to do is change basically how the search. So if you'll notice, if I go into last names here and I type CA, it does a search of these here. And you'll notice that it's basically looking up CA anywhere it finds it. So it's sort of a contained search. We have Oscar here, CA, McAndrew, CA. Let's say I wanted to change that a little differently. Maybe I have a very large database and all I want to do is look up the first couple letters of a field. So we can adjust that by going into Design, clicking on the field in the search area we would like to adjust, and over on the right-hand side, go up here to the Search Style. So I'm selecting last name, and you'll see I have a search style here. And I'm going to go ahead and expose this. You'll notice that there's some help down here below, and you'll notice Alpha tends to add little help fields wherever it is just to make your life easier. But we're seeing only a portion of that. So let's go ahead and drag that up a little bit, and actually have to drag it up a little bit more. As you can see, there are different search styles that can be applied to this field. And there's a whole list of different ones here. There's actually even cool ones that are available when you do checkboxes or drop downs in your search area. You can adjust those there. But notice I'm going to look down here and you'll see one that says starts with is equal to 3. So if I go in here and I change search style 0 to be 3, then this is now stating that last name is going to be using starts with. So let's give that a try. We'll go back into Working Preview. I'll go to last name. I will type in CA again, as I did before. When I search now, you'll notice that I got a fewer number of items because it's really just searching for the first two letters instead of trying to find CA in the whole piece. Now, one other thing I want to show about that. You'll notice that when I first looked at last name, or I look at first name, the search style is called 0. And I'm going to go ahead and reset search style to be 0 for last name. What search type 0 means is it says use the default settings specified on the search properties tab. So I can actually go over here to my search properties, and here I can find my different search styles right here. And I can set that search style to be right here, and when I have 0 on my specific field, it'll inherit that search style. So you'll notice my default here is contained in. If I wanted all of them to be starts with, I don't have to adjust every field, I can do it here. But I usually leave this alone to is contained with, and then just override these fields as needed. I find that's the best practice and works out really well. Now that we have our searching working the way we would like it, or more importantly, how our users would like to use it, we notice one thing. The search area up here kind of takes up a lot of space. As you can see, it's pushing down the grid here, and we may not always need to be able to see this search area. So there's a very convenient feature built into the grid search area to allow us to dynamically show and hide this information. So following along with me, let's go to Design. Let's go to the Search Properties. And again, make sure it's Search Properties, not Grid Properties. Now you'll notice here that we have a huge amount of different settings, but the one I would like you to focus on is right here. It says Enable Show Hide of the search part. So let's go ahead and enable that. Now you'll see that it has, when I did that, it opened up a couple other elements here. First, it has animation and initial state. So when I first load this grid, it's going to say, hey, do you want the search shown or not shown? And in my case, what I'd like to do is instead of having it open, let's make it hidden so that the user really, if they need search, they're going to ask for it. So, click here on initial state, click closed. So now it'll open up closed. And also, I'd like to add a little animation to make it look a little interesting. So go ahead and select animation, click the ellipsis button on the right-hand side, and you'll see there are different ones: drop down, fade in, slide in. We'll go ahead and select drop down and then click OK. So now we've told it that we want to be able to enable the show hide. We want to show it with a little bit of animation, but most importantly, we want to start with our initial state to be closed. So let's go ahead and go into working preview. You'll notice now when we're seeing the grid, the top portion, we're not seeing the search area, but we have a click here to search link. And if you click on that, you'll notice that it expands this area here to show our search. And then everything else works the same way. If you want, you can click here and it reduces that back to preserve that. And this is very powerful because not everybody needs searching available at all the times. And we're going to actually show you another search method that's very powerful that you can use in conjunction with this to be able to quickly search large sets of data using the grid component. So that's the search show hide capability built into the system. And you can change, for instance, what this text should be. If we go back into design, you'll see we can use an icon for the search button. We can use a search button label from search to something else. Also, the title when hidden, you can also change that to say, for instance, click to show the search area. It's really up to you on how you want to present it. And all of those are tweakable within the system. Before we move to our next section, I just want to highlight a couple other really nice little features built into the search area of the grid component. First, the hide grid part option, specifically hide grid when no search is active. I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to get rid of my enable show hide. And let me show you the working preview here. So we have this search here. I'm going to go back into design and I'm going to click on hide grid when no search is active. Next, I'm going to go back into working preview and you're going to notice something. The search area is visible, but the grid is not. And now I'm going to go ahead and go into my last name, do one of my searches, click search, and you'll notice that the system automatically shows my grid portion when I have an active search. And you'll notice that it performed the search that I requested, and it's showing me those records. If I click Clear Search Criteria, you'll notice the grid goes away. I found there's certain use cases where you want to not necessarily show all the records in the database. Basically, you want the user to put in a search term, do a search, show them the information so then they can act upon it, and then get rid of it when they're not being used. So that's a nice design pattern that I've seen other people use and you might find useful. There's one other area I want to highlight, and that is, if we scroll down here, there is a very powerful capability called Save and Load Searches. Allow users to save search criteria or load search criteria. You'll notice those are available here. Now, these are dependent upon the Alpha security system, so I really can't demonstrate them at this point in time, other than to let you know, when you enable this, what will happen is Alpha will add some buttons to the search area that allows you to take whatever search criteria the person has put in and save those and then restore them at will, which is a very powerful feature because it allows the grid to become essentially self-service, meaning that you don't have to create a whole bunch of pre-canned searches. Basically, your individual users can use this functionality to kind of create their favorite searches, so whenever they need to go back to that grid and search something, like maybe they're looking for customers that have been overpaid or haven't paid in 2 months or some other criteria like that, they can set up their search area and then save and restore it at will, which is a really nice feature for both the users and also for you as a programmer because it allows them to do a lot of the work on their own. We will demonstrate that when we go through the security training session to show you how that's enabled and how that works. But I just wanted to give you a heads up that that is available in the grid and is one of the more powerful features that are available when you have the security system up and running. So in our last series, we showed you how you can add a very powerful search capability to the grid. But even then, there's a second search capability that is really nice to have and actually users really enjoy. And for your Alpha Sports users, they are looking for a quick way to search for items among multiple fields in the grid. And to do that, we use a technique called Quick Search. So click on Design. You would think it would be in the search properties, but this is the full search. What we actually want to do is click on Properties for Grid. Per our technique, let's go ahead and just click Search Properties in the right-hand corner and type the word Quick. And you'll notice it limits or filters the items in the box until we have Has Quick Search, and click Find Property. And it has highlighted our Quick Search property. So let's go ahead and click Has Quick Search. When you do, you'll notice it opens up a large number of different items that are now available since we have Quick Search enabled. The first thing we're going to do is determine which fields we want to search. So you'll notice about 4 items down we have fields to search. Go ahead and click here. Notice we can search on a single field or we can search on multiple fields. So let's click Search Multiple Fields. Now you'll see all of the different available columns. Now notice, this is very important, not only are we seeing the columns that are presented in the grid, but also columns that are not presented in the grid. So this is kind of handy to be able to allow people to search across columns that may not be visible. So I'm going to go ahead and select a number of these: first name, last name, company, phone, and let's go ahead and click bill address and click OK. So now what we've done is we've done fields to search. The next is the search style. Currently it's set to wildcard. And you'll notice down below, per our other experience, you'll see there's some available help that you can look at. So wildcard is going to search for an exact match, ignoring case and length. Exact means exact. And what I'd really like to do, and the one I use the most, is something called contains. But as you can see, we have a number of different things. In fact, I like contains, case, and sensitive. Thus, I have sort of the broadest search capable within there. So let's select contains, case, and sensitive. And that's all we need to do. So again, we enabled quick search, selected the fields we wanted to search, selected the search style, and we're good to go. Go ahead and click Save. Go into Working Preview. And now you'll notice that a new section has been added to my grid, the Search For area. And you'll notice here that I can type in something. Let's say it's DU, and click search. And you'll notice it found that last name there. Click all to return to show all items. Let me go ahead and put in here a number. Let's say I'm trying to search for a person's phone number. So let's put in this 3455. 3455. Click search. And you'll notice that it searched not only the first name, last name, but the phone and found that contains in there. So as you can see, it's very powerful because someone doesn't have to actually figure out which column they're looking for in the case of this. The power of this is we'll show in future trainings that you can change the type of controls, so you can do things like range searches and check boxes and radio buttons and other things like that. So this is kind of a quick and dirty wildcard or keyword search. Really, really powerful there. I do want to change one thing. It says search for and this. So let's go ahead and go back into my design by clicking the design button. Click on properties if not already there. And then down here, you'll notice that the search button label is this, and the a quick search label is this. So I'm going to say search, and I'm going to change that to customers, and click save. And I'm going to do a working preview here. And you'll see that it says search customers. I can now go in there and put in, say, Leonard. Let's say I'm looking for Leonard. And we have that search. So very powerful, very easy to add by merely selecting the quick search functionality, pointing to the fields, and then allowing the other thing. If you need to add a new field, you can click Fields to Search. All you have to do is, let's say we wanted to add ship address. Click Ship Address by first clicking on Fields to Search and then that. Click OK. And now that's added to the search criteria. So when the search is done, it'll do there. One other quick note about performance. Contains works well, but that's a pretty, let's call it compute intensive search on the SQL query that it goes to the database. Starts with, and let me go ahead and open it up here, is actually a very, very powerful one. Again, you lose a little bit of the contains capability where you can find text in between stuff, kind of in the middle there. But if you're looking at something a little bit more, let's say you have a very large database and you're just realize that people are mainly like looking for the first few letters of a person's name or address, etc. You can use the starts with, which will actually produce a much faster search result that comes back to the system. Another powerful tool that is available in the grid component for your users is called the alphabet search capability. You'll often see this in most applications, especially when you're dealing with information about customers or contacts or other areas there. To do that, make sure you have properties selected from the grid section. Click on Search Properties, type the word alphabet, and you'll notice that there is one called Has Alphabet Custom Button Search. Click Find Property. Okay. You'll notice that we have been taken to the Has Alphabet Custom Button Search. I'm going to scroll down a little bit here. I'm going to go ahead and click that to enable it. And now you'll notice that I've enabled a Alphabet Custom Button Search. Your field may not be selected, so what you want to do is make sure that you first select Alphabet Buttons from the search bar type, and then for the search field, you want to select which field you would like to use for the link between the alphabet buttons and the content in your grid. And you can pick anything if you were doing a first name, last name, maybe a company or something along those lines. In our case, let's select last name since we're really sorting everything by last name. Okay. We can also tell the control style is hyperlink. We'll come back and change a few of these in a moment. And also very important is that you can have an all option that will show all records or not, so you can enable those. So let's go ahead and save that by clicking Save. Click Working Preview. Now you'll notice the system below the quick search area has added a new alphabetic or a series of letters. And if I click one of those, let's say M, you'll notice that it immediately filters and shows only the records in the last name column that starts with the letter M. So let me go ahead and click Q. And now you'll see that we only are seeing the items here that have a first letter of type Q. And we also have the all button here. So we can click all, and that will return me to show everything within my grid. So this is really handy, especially for notebook or contact or things along those customer records, because someone can say, I don't really know, I just know they started with the letter W, and it takes you to W, and then you can see the different last names that start with W. Now we can change the look and feel of this a little bit here. So go ahead and click on Design to return to the design area. A couple things is we can say, well, the buttons currently is hyperlink, which is nice. It's a very compact version, but let's go ahead and change that from hyperlink to a drop-down box and do a working preview. So again, change buttons control style from hyperlink to drop-down box by clicking the drop-down box link and changing it. Let's go to working preview. And now you'll notice that instead of letters, you have a drop-down box. Now, the A through Z looks good, but there are ways to use other letters besides just letters. There's other ways you can set that up, and we'll explore that in a future training class. But what's very powerful is that you may have a bunch of pre-made kind of non-alphabetic structures that you want to put in here. And a drop-down box is more compact than saying having a whole bunch of items on the side. Maybe you just have a really large number of those available. We can also select from the buttons control style by clicking on Design. You can go to Buttons Control Type, change it from drop-down box to Buttons, and then click Save and do Working Preview. And you'll now notice that everything is showing as a button. And again, I kind of like the hyperlink for A to Z just since it's so small and compact. But in other scenarios, buttons may make more sense and be clearer to the user of what's going on there. The actual performance and the behaviors is exactly the same. It's just a matter of how we're displaying this information here. So let's go back and make that a hyperlink once again, and let's explore one other thing here. So the first thing I'm going to do is go back into the design, making sure properties is selected, go to the buttons control type, change that to hyperlink here. Now, the search bar type currently is alphabet buttons, but we could also create custom buttons. So I just wanted to make sure you understood that the default is like an alphabet search, which is kind of easy and very simple to add to it. But we also have an ability to create our own custom buttons that have pre-made searches. And we'll come back and explore that in the future here. As you're starting to see, the grid has an enormous amount of built-in capabilities. And actually, that's one of the reasons it's one of my go-to controls, especially when I have web-based versus mobile deployments. It's very easy to put together, and it has a lot of built-in capability. So I can provide a very rich user interface for the users so that they can get a lot of things done, and the development time is very, very short. There's actually a couple other ways to actually add search to the grid. And another one I'd like to show you that right now is something called Query by Example Row, QBE. You'll notice that if you are where we stopped at the last point, it's right above the alphabet buttons. Again, if you have any problems finding it, you can just click the search properties, Query by Example Row here, and click Find. Let's go ahead and enable the Query by Example Row. So I'm going to go ahead and click there to enable that. And let's just go ahead and leave the default parameters as they are and click Save. Now we can go into Working Preview. And you'll notice something. Down below in the lower right-hand corner, we have a new link here called Show High QBE Row. And you'll notice up above we have our standard structure that we have at this point in time. So go ahead and click on the Show Hide QBE row, and you'll notice that above each column, it has now added a little text box for each column. And next to each column is a little filter like icon or funnel icon that represents a filter. So this allows me to do much more powerful search capabilities. So let's give you an example. I'm going to go here to last name, and I'm going to put in Baker, and then I'm going to click the filter icon, and you'll see now I can tell it based on the text in here, what kind of filter should I have? So let's say it's a contains. Actually, let's change this back. I'm sorry. Let's just go ahead and do CA, and let's change that filter to be contains. So notice now it immediately applies the filter, and it's finding anywhere we have CA in here. But let's say I wanted CA here to be starts with. So now I can go ahead and select from the funnel or the search icon starts with, and the moment I select that, you'll notice that it reapplies the filter, and in this case, it's showing me only the records that have CA at the beginning. So the really cool thing about that is you'll notice when we did our search here, we kind of dictated how we wanted to search, whether it was contains or start with, etc. This allows the user to control it to a very fine granular degree. And an area which is really powerful is you'll notice we're not only just doing matching, but we also have things like less than, or equal to, greater than. Also really nice are blank. And we can also set up multiple column queries. So let's take a look at this. Let's say I wanted to create a little bit more fancy filter here where I want to look up all the CAs, but also I only want to find the Ronalds. So now I can go in here and type Ronald, and I'm going to go here and type exact match. And you'll notice now it applies CA and Ronald at the same time. One thing that's important is you'll notice that it's using a AND capability. It's saying, take this search criteria and this search criteria and apply it to the grid. I could say or. I don't think I'll get a different result here. But if you'll have situations where you're going to have like and or, so you can mix and match those together, which is very, very powerful here. And also, which is really cool, is you can say match excluding records. So let's go ahead and clear all this here. Let's go ahead and clear this out. And again, the way I did that was I clicked on any of these and said clear all filters. I could have just said no filter for one here. So let's try this again. Let's go CA and let's find all the contains with. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here and say exclude matching records and watch what happens. Now you'll see that what it's done is it's actually performed a search. It found all those criteria of CA that were contained with, but it removed them from the results. So now I'm showing only records that don't match that criteria. So think of it as an inverse. So as you can see, this is a very, very powerful capability because it allows someone to do very sophisticated kind of search queries against your data, and you could have very large amounts of data. And it's fairly intuitive. Basically, they're just setting up each column. They're setting up what the requirements are, what they want to do from that standpoint here. So that's called query by example. You'll notice that it says show hide QBE row. Well, that can be a little confusing. Most people don't know what QBE is. You will, but most people won't. So we can go back into design. So click design. Go ahead and go to the query by example row area. Click on the query by example hyperlink text. And maybe you want to do this. You want to say show hide advanced search row. This may make a little bit more sense versus QBE. They may not know what that is. Go ahead and save this. And I'll do a working preview. And you notice now it's saying show hide advanced search row. If I click on there, it's still showing my QBE row. So play with QBE. It's really powerful. People really like it. It gives a lot of control to the individual. It's far more flexible than just the keyword search or the full search here. And we find in certain scenarios, especially people who are doing analytical kind of scenarios where they want to find defects that match certain criteria and there's multiple rows of data, this can be very, very useful for them in terms of setting up and finding the data that they need. You'll notice that when we are doing the searching, at this time, what's happening is it's limiting and showing just the rows that we want, either using the click here to search, the quick search, the tabs, or the QBE or advanced searching capabilities. But often, especially if you're doing, say, a keyword search, you not only want to show what rows, but also where that data you've been searching for is in there. So there's a really nice feature built into the grid, into the searching capabilities that allows us to do something along those lines and make it easier for the user to see what the system came back with. So follow along with me. Let's go to design. Let's click on Grid Properties. Again, all of these top-level search capabilities are at the Grid Properties level. When you're detailing that advanced search portion at the top, that's done in this Properties section here. So what we want to do is we want to search for highlighting. So type the word, after you click Search Properties, type highlight, and you'll notice that here we have something called Search Highlighting under the Miscellaneous section. So go ahead and make sure you have Search Highlighting. You could, of course, scroll down. It's about 3/4 of the way down. And you'll notice that we have a function here called Search Highlighting. So let's go ahead and enable that. And that's all there is to it. We just select that checkbox and we're good to go. So let's go ahead and save our grid. Go into Working Preview. And let's go ahead and search for a number. Let's say we want to search for, or actually CA, like we've been doing before. So I'm going to type the letter CA. I'm going to click Search here, and you're going to notice something. A, it does the CA. In this case, my search customer is doing a find the starting point, because that's what I set it to before. But you'll notice something. It's actually highlighting what was found and where. So you'll notice in the first 2 rows, the CA is highlighted. And in the 3rd row, the CA is highlighted in the first name. So now you can tell what did Alpha's grid find and just allow the person a little more visibility of why did this item show up in the list items. In fact, let's change this. Let's go into our search customers keyword search here, make that a contains in search, and then see what the results look like there. So let's go back to design by clicking on the design tab. Let's search properties in the grid properties for quick, because that's under our quick search capability. And you'll notice that my current search style under the quick search area is called starts with. Let's go ahead and modify that to contains. So now your search style should be contains case insensitive. Save our grid and get into Working Preview. Now, let's go to our Search Customers area. Let's type in CA, click Search. Notice we have many more results because we're doing a contains, but you'll also notice now that the search highlighting has a little bit more value to us, because you'll notice that, oh, I see, in this row, the reason this came back was because it found the letter CA in the middle of the last name. Or Oscar, I found the CA in the middle of that name. And it works across all the rows we do. So let's put in a phone number here. Let's say we know the number is 1257. We can do a search. And you'll notice that it found this phone number using the search, and it's highlighting this area here. This is really powerful, especially if you're searching a lot of bulk text. So right now we have kind of very simple columns there. But let's say you had comments or notes or some other text kind of information that's held on each row. Well, when you do this kind of highlighting, it's going to make it easier for you to visually find what Alpha found or what the grid found in its search. So let's say you have comments on each of these customers and you're searching that. You can use a keyword search and then highlight that in there so you'll see within the context of the note where we found that data. And that's powerful because otherwise you have to scan the whole comment to say, well, why did it pick up this row? And in this case, it's going to be very visual for your users. They're going to get instant feedback and they're going to have a much more positive user experience. So as you can see, there are a multitude of different ways in which you can search using the grid component. Each has its own pros and cons, and each has its own particular strengths that you can use to produce the best environment for your users. And it's really going to be dictated on a grid by grid basis by what your users would like to see. What's important to them? How do they normally do their day-to-day tasks? The benefit of the grid component is that there are a number of different ways to do it, and you can mix and match. You'll notice I've added every type of search capability that is in here, but you may not need all of these at one time. They may be overkill. Now, one thing that is important, which I want to highlight, is that when you start using multiple search methodologies, you have a situation where, well, how does the grid know if I put in the last name here of CA and I put the search customers here of BD, what takes precedence in terms of which of these search criteria takes precedence in here? So we kind of have to tell the grid, well, if you have multiple search criteria, how should you process it? How should you handle that? And that's done fairly straightforward within the tool. Go ahead and with me and click the design. Go ahead and go to any of your search areas. I'm going to go ahead and go to my quick search area here. And you'll notice that in each of these search areas, there is a parameter called search rules. So you'll notice there's one under quick search here. There is one under the query by example row. There is also one under the alphabet buttons custom. So I'm going to go back up to our quick search, and I'm going to go ahead and open the search rules section by clicking the ellipsis button here. You'll notice that there's a description up top here that basically says if you enable multiple parts of the search, you can tell if one of the searches is active, then it should clear out one of the others. The idea is you don't want to create a situation where the search areas on your grid conflict with each other and the user doesn't get what they want. So you can dictate saying which search areas take precedence. So if I say I want quick search, then when I put in quick search, or if I put in the quick search, I can tell it which other areas I should clear out. So you can tell it what sort of has precedent in terms of the searching capabilities. So when you have multiple search areas in your grid, you can fine tune how they work. And you can say, hey, if they put in a search criteria here, it's going to clear out the other ones so that they get an experience that they expect, and it makes it natural and not confusing. And that's the most important aspect. You don't want your end users to be confused. And again, the way you access that is in each search area, there is a search rules button, and you set that here, and this specifies the search rules in terms of what basically has priority in your search capabilities. The grid that we've built so far has been a read-only grid. And in fact, it only shows a subset of the data we really want to see. Alpha grids have a very powerful capability called a detail view. And this detail view enables you to basically have both a read-only and also an updatable sort of detailed form that's associated with a record in the grid. This section is going to focus on how to add a detail view and how to configure and structure it to make it look really good. So, first step, let's go back into our design environment. When we're in the design environment, I would like you to select component type. And you'll notice that as we did before, we have an area here where we can tell it what are the different components of this grid. In our case, we enabled the grid area, the search area, and we also are going to go ahead and enable something called the detail view part. So let's go ahead and click that to select that. Now, you can add this as either read-only or updatable. We're going to go ahead and add it as updatable so we can start showing you how you can use grids not only for displaying information, but also for doing editing of information. So after you've selected grid contains a detail view part, click updatable, and you'll notice you'll get a little preview of that right here. Kind of shows you what it's going to look like right there. Now, the moment you selected the grid detail view part, you'll notice on the left-hand side, a new area has appeared, and that area is called the detail view. It looks a lot like the search area, meaning it has a fields area or a submenu and a properties submenu. And it works very much like all three of them. So you're going to see a common design pattern. And as I've warned you before, they look a little bit similar. So remember where you're at when you're going to do edits, because you might find, oh, I edited a field and it's not showing up. Well, I edited it in the wrong location. So let's go ahead and let's go to the detail view fields. This will now open up and show us our detail view fields area. Much like the others, you have the available fields, you have the selected fields, and the properties. What I'd like you to do is go ahead and click on customer ID, and then you can either double click on all of them to bring it over, or easier, you can just go down till you get to email and click the shift button. So again, click on customer ID and then shift click on email. And that will select all of the items between those two fields. Then use the right arrow here to select those fields and place them into your area here. Now, since this detail view is editable, you will notice that it is automatically added in the fields, but they're of type text box. And we can change these in the future if we want. But since it's editable, it already understands how to do that. So once we've done that, let's click Save. And let's click Working Preview. Now you'll notice that by default, you'll see that now in the first column, each of the fields or the names are underlined, so it has essentially a hyperlink structure. So we have Abrams, Adams, etc. And if I scroll down here a little bit, you'll notice that it put my detail view below my content area. And we'll be able to change that in a few minutes. But it automatically did everything like this for me. So notice when I click on Adams, you'll notice that Adams now is displayed in my detail view. So the grid area is automatically linked and tied to the detail view. Let's click Barber, Bernstein, there. Now, another thing that's nice about this is that Alpha has done all the work for you to be able to save, update, change, etc. So you'll notice one thing right out of the bat. You have your detail view, and down below you have a series of navigation and edit buttons. So I can navigate using these. So notice when I click the next, it automatically takes me to the next record. I can go back. And actually what's kind of interesting is when I go to the next record, you may see it on your monitor, but you'll see the highlight will change on the grid. So they're intimately linked together. Now let's say I want to change Mr. Boschetti. So I'm just going to go to last name. I'm going to put in a number 1 after their last name. When I do so, you'll see a couple things. One is that now these buttons down here have become highlighted or icons. And so I'm going to go ahead and click the Save Record. And you'll notice something. Once I've clicked the Save Record, the icons have gone back to dimmed, and this record information has been saved to the database. And that's one of the true powers of the Alpha Anywhere grid. Not only do you have lots of powerful search and other formatting and display items that we'll show, but it takes care of all of that under the cover editing stuff, i.e. how to insert a record into the database, how to update a record, how to delete a record. And as you'll see in future lessons, we'll be able to tune this up. So for instance, if you do not want someone to be able to delete the record, you can disable that from them. And when we get into the security environment, we'll actually show how you can set that permission based upon who they are and what role they have in the system. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Mr. Boschetti, and I'm going to return it back to there. Now you'll notice a couple other things here. You'll see right here, this says save and enter a new record. This is save a record. This is delete a record. And then this one's kind of important, which is cancel the edits to the record. So if I go, oh, you know, I really don't want to save those changes, I can click here and it's going to give me an automatic prompt to say, do you want to undo the edits to the record you've made? And you click OK. And you'll notice that it returned the last name back to the previous state. So again, all that is handled for you. So I'm going to go ahead and change this once and for all because I do want to keep the data the same. And I'm going to save that. And now my record is done from there. Now, there's a couple things about this we want to do. First is you notice that this is on the page here. It's a little awkward to have to go back and forth, so I'm going to show you how you can modify that. And in the next lessons, we're going to go through and tune up the user interface of this to make it a much better and much easier to use and much more user-friendly. As you can see, the placement of this detail view currently is awkward. In order to really use this interface, you're going to have to constantly scroll up and down. And that's not very convenient for your users. So what we're going to do is we're going to explore the different ways you can place the detail view in different places so you can pick the most convenient, the most useful one for your end users. So first, let's go back into the design. Let us click on the properties for detail view. Since we're going to be working on the detail view itself, we click properties. Notice we have a full set of different properties that are available for the detail view. So you'll notice when we scan down about 3/4 of the way, you'll see the detail view window position. This is where we show where we want our detail view to show. So currently it's selected on page, and by default on page will put the detail view below the grid. But we can alter that. So go ahead and use the drop-down box to select split view right. And we're going to explore some of these others in a few moments. So again, change the detail view window position to split view right. Save and go into your working preview. You'll notice that this is a much more comfortable interface. On the left, you can see you have your customer list in the grid. On the right now, we have the detail view. I can go ahead and click on any of these items here, and you'll see that immediately the change is available on the right. So thus, the user has to do less scrolling, less moving to actually get their editing done. And when this is actually shown in a browser, there's even more space than in the working preview, so they're able to change things readily. Now, one thing that's really nice and we had talked about is that the detail view and the grid are linked together. So I'm going to take this record right here. I'm going to go over to Mr. Baker. I'm going to change the last name, and then I'm going to go ahead and click Save. When I click Save, watch the grid on the left. You'll notice that it saved the record and immediately updated the grid to show that modification. Now, I could be changing other records that aren't shown, and those will obviously be updated in the database, but any record field that is shown in the list or in the grid and is updated here will immediately be updated. And Alpha takes care of all that. So the user gets that instant feedback of not only have they changed the record, but also they see it change in both places. So it maintains consistency and gives a sense of structure and solidity to the overall application. Now let's explore a couple other ways we can display this detail view. We're going to come back. This is going to be used for the next few sections, but I want to explore some of the other options that you might have. So let's go into Design. Let's return to the display options, to detail view window position, and now I'm going to do split view left. And I'll do a working preview. And you'll notice now the detail view is presented on the left. And as I select the items, they are updated appropriately. Let's click back on Design. Let's go to Detail View Window Position. And let's select one I really like, which is Pop-Up Window Modal. Okay? And you'll notice there are some other settings, but let's leave those be for right now. Let's go into our working preview. Now, when I do that, it's telling me that there is a setting that I missed. And that's one thing that Alpha will always do. If it understands something's not going to work properly, it's going to do some double checks. So in this case, it's telling me that I need to have the only show detail view on request. And you'll notice that's a setting right down here. So I'm going to click OK. And I'm going to go down here to only show detail view on request. And I'm going to enable that. Now I'm going to go ahead and save this. And I'm going to go into my working preview. Now you'll notice something immediately. First, we're seeing our grid, but our detail view is nowhere to be seen. We still have the links that are in the last name column. So let's go ahead and select one of those and watch what happens. When you do that, Alpha will automatically render a detail view in a modal dialog that opens up. And this works just the same way as the detail view was on the page, but in this case, it's in a modal dialog. And you'll notice I cannot click outside of it until I dismiss this through either hitting the close window or the X window down here. And if I do that, it returns here. I can open up another one here. There we go. Let's make one other quick modification. I'm going to make this pop-up window. I'm going to change the detail view window position from pop-up window modal to pop-up window modeless. Save it, and let's do a quick working preview. So very similar behavior. I'm not seeing the detail view at this time. I select an item. Now I have a detail view that's up on the screen, but I'm still able to click in my background. So you'll notice that as I hover over here, things are changing. You notice the background isn't kind of blue or grayed out. So I can actually click on another item here, and you'll see that it still maintains the linkage between the grid and the detail view, and all the elements that work the same way. So let me go back to Baker. I'm going to make a change to it by adding a 1 to their last name and save it. And as we've done before, it's going to save it, update the grid there. So they're basically the same, but the nice thing is it doesn't lock you out. So if you want the person to take action and only do something here, then that's the way to go. If you want them to have a little bit more flexibility, then you use the mode list so that they're able to continue to do other things on their screen. I'll go ahead and close this out here from that standpoint here. One other thing I want to show you is that notice, let me go back into design. I'm going to change the detail view window position from pop-up window mode list to modal. So we're going to go back to that. Save it and go into our working preview. Go ahead and edit one of the records by clicking on it. In this case, I'm going to click on Baker. And I can click a change. And I'll scroll down a little bit. And I'm going to click Save. Now watch when I click Save. You'll notice that I'm still on the same record. So I can continue to edit this record. There's an option which I find very, very helpful. So let me go ahead and close this out. Let's go into Design. I'm going to keep Pop-Up Window Modal. And what I'm going to do is you'll notice down below there is an option that's below that other option we set a little earlier, which says Close Detail View After Submit. And I'm going to enable that option. Going to go ahead and click Save. And now I'm going to go into my working preview. I'm going to click on a record to edit it, in this case Baker. I'm going to go ahead and modify the last name. And I'm going to go ahead and click the Save button. And you'll notice something. First, it closes the window, so on Submit, close window. And secondly, it updated the grid for me automatically. That's a really nice design pattern because then you don't force the person to make 2 clicks every time they want to change something and close it. But it can depend on how your users want to use this grid, the nature of their editing. Are they opening a record and making multiple changes at one time, or is it usually open the record and make one change and be done with it? What I'm going to do for the next phase is I want to replace and put the screen on here. Mainly because then I don't have to keep opening and closing it for us to see the changes to our modifications, because we're going to spend some time optimizing and cleaning up our detail view so it looks a little sharper. So I'm going to go back into Design, follow along with me, and go to Detail View Window Position and select Split View Right. Oh, before I do that, I wanted to show you there's some other options here in grid, div, etc. You can explore that, but there's a lot of flexibility in terms of how you may want to position your grid or your detail view. But I'm going to click Split View Right and click Save. And let's just go into the working preview real quick just to check to make sure it looks how we want it. Now notice it's not showing the Split View Right on there yet, but if I click on a row, it will automatically show that. So that's also kind of a mix between the two where you don't have to show the detail view out of the gate. Again, for our purposes for the next section, let's go back to Design and let's disable Only Show Detail View on Request. And the reason we do that, and also I'm going to disable the Close Detail View After Submit. So I want both of those off. Only Show Detail View on Request and Close Detail View After Submit. So click Working Preview. Now it's going to show up right there. And that's how we want it for the next section. So we can start modifying things. We don't have to keep opening and closing to be able to see the changes that we're going to make. So now our detail view is showing on the page to the right. And what we want to do is kind of clean it up to make it easier for people to do some data entry. And we're also going to start exploring what are called field or control properties, which is an easy way to update and change and make the system work exactly the way you want to do it. So first, you're going to notice that in my detail view, I'm showing the customer ID. Obviously, that's an internal ID number used by the database to track it, so there's really no need to show that to the person. So let's go into Design by clicking the Design tab. Since we're working on the detail view, it's important that we go to the detail view fields. Now again, don't mean to be redundant, but if you notice, the grid fields look pretty close. You kind of have the same structure, maybe not as many items that are showing, but it looks very familiar. So it's easy to kind of go, oh, wait, that's where I'm at. So I'm going to go to Detail View Fields, and now we're showing this great number there, or greater number of fields that are available. So what I want to do is first, I'm going to take this customer ID, and instead of having it at the top, I'm going to go ahead and put it at the bottom. And I can use either the up or down, or I can use this convenient double arrow to drop it to the bottom there. Now that moves the location, but doesn't necessarily change the visibility. So now what I would like to do is, with customer ID selected, go ahead and go over to the right, and you'll notice that we have a large number of properties that are available. We're going to be exploring a lot of these through our training series because there's so many different ways you can do changes to the system, tweak it to the exact way you would like it to be. In our case, what I would like to do is I want to hide that. So I'm going to go ahead and use the convenient search properties link here. And I can type the word hide. And you'll notice there's a hide row under row properties. So I'm going to click hide row, row properties, click find property. And you'll notice that it automatically takes me down to the row properties. And I'm going to go ahead and enable the hide row. You'll notice when I do that, a whole series of selections go away. And the reason for that is that those selections are only really make sense when the field is visible to the user. Let's go ahead and click Save. And we'll go into Working Preview. And now you'll notice that on the right-hand side, our customer ID is now hidden and not in our detail view. Now, it is still in there. In fact, it needs to be in there, and that's an important aspect. You need to have both the customer ID, i.e. the primary key needs to be in the grid and in the detail view. Otherwise, the system really doesn't have a manner in which to do the editing. In fact, don't do this, but follow along with me. Or, I'm sorry, don't follow along with me. Let me go ahead and move this over there. So now customer ID has been removed from my detail view. And let me try and do a working preview. And you'll notice I get a error. It says the primary key field customer_ID is not included in the detail view. So Alpha kind of knows what it needs to be able to properly put together a grid and a detail view to edit your records. And it's going to let you know if there's a problem. So I'm going to click OK. And it gives me that error. So I'm going to go back here, take customer ID, go ahead and insert that right there by selecting it on the left and clicking the right arrow. And I'm going to go back here and hide the row. Save it. And we'll do a working preview. And now everything worked fine. I didn't get the error I had before, and it's working well. Now, a couple other things I'd like to do. First, this email is all the way at the bottom. Really would like to see that up here towards the top. The other is that you'll notice, much like the grid view, the naming is using the database field naming. So what I want to do is make a couple quick changes of moving this email up, and then I also want to change the naming of the field, what are called labels. This is the field itself, this is the label, to make it look a little nicer. So I'm going to return to the design section. So the first thing I want to do is move my email. So I'm going to go ahead and click there, and I can just go ahead and move them up one at a time, or I could move it all the way to the top and move it down. So let's put the email between company and phone. That will allow us to have a nicer presentation. Next, click first name. And then if you're in this area, you'll notice we're kind of near the hide row. Look for something that says row label. If you do not find it there, feel free to use the search properties to locate that. So I'm going to go to row label, and I'm going to go here, and I'm going to put a little space between the first and name. Then click on the last name and put a space between last and name in the row label. And then I also, for email, I'm going to actually go here to email, and I'm going to add address. So again, click on the email field, and under the row label, click email address, and click save. That will save all of our changes. Go into working preview, and now things are starting to look a little bit nicer. You'll see that our row labeling looks nicer, a little bit nicer, cleaner kind of look, feel. You'll notice we put our phone number in the right location, and our ID is hidden at this point in time. When we asked Alpha to build the detail view, Alpha automatically generated the first, say, iteration of the detail view. And it used the text box as the default control. Now, one of the nice things about the detail view for the grid, and also for the grid itself, is that there's a wide range of controls that are available that you can use to build out your user interface. Things like drop-down boxes, radio buttons, images, checkboxes, etc. So what we want to do here is let's make a quick change. You'll notice at the bottom of the detail view, we have the ship same. Basically, this is a Boolean true false that says, is the ship the same as the bill address? In our case right now, because we defaulted to a text box, it's currently showing false. Let me click on Randy Adams, and you'll notice the value for ship same is true. So what we want to do is actually, instead of showing that as a text or text box, let's show that as a checkbox. And also, I would like that to be up under bill country so that it's sort of the top level item there. So let's go back into design. You'll see that we have our ship same button or field. Let's first move that up under bill country. And the way you do that is use the up arrow. The next thing we want to do is modify that from a text box to a checkbox. So you'll notice up on the right-hand side in the field properties, and if you're not there, if you're still down here, you can scroll up to the top. You'll see that we have a control type. And let's click on the ellipsis button. And now we can see all the different types of controls that are available. Label, which is non-editable, text box, text area, if you're going to make and put in notes on someone, a little bit more area. You have link, image, drop-down box, radio button, and a few others custom and hidden, which are very powerful, which we'll talk about later. But the one we're looking for here is checkbox. Standard checkbox has a series of values, and you're good to go. So let's click OK. Now you'll notice when I selected that, the properties changed. And this will happen when you change from one type of control to another. There are many different types of properties that are associated with a checkbox. So I'm going to actually scroll down here just to show you, and I'll come back and show you a little bit more, is that most of these items down here are not going to change very much, maybe a little bit, but up here you'll see that your different checkbox properties are now showing in terms of what's available from there. So let's go ahead and go into our system and check it out. Click on Working Preview. You'll notice now our ship same is in the right location here under Bill Country. You'll notice that currently it is not checked. Now if I go to Adams, you will see that it found that that was true, so Alpha automatically understands that a true should be checked and a unchecked should be false. And in fact, if I click on this and uncheck it, it's going to change the value of that from true to false and save that into the database appropriately. So it's very easy to change the different control types to make them look and act the way you would like them to look, and they'll behave very nicely. Now, a quick note on the implementation of, say, a checkbox. Normally, I've noticed in most database, we are storing those actually not necessarily as true or false text values, but as Booleans, either like a tiny int, 1 or 0. So we're actually using a numeric value of either 1 or 0 to display that. So just to give you a heads up, if you do happen to have that, there's a nice little field here. So it's called treat field as logical value. So if your background database uses a 1 and 0 in that column, all you have to do is enable this. And what will happen is when the grid detail view renders that checkbox, it looks at it and says, oh, this is a logical field. Therefore, if I see a 0, then it's false, unchecked. If it's true, it is checked. And that's, again, how you can use it in case you use a numeric in the back end to track your Boolean true and falses. Now that we have our ship same checkbox working great, want to do some cosmetic items to make this just a little bit more readable for the individual who is using this. Again, it's all about the user experience. If you put in these little small touches, someone who's using it day in, day out is going to have a more enjoyable experience and thus enjoy your application more. So you'll notice right now, I have basically a bill address area and a bill ship, and it kind of runs through. So visually, kind of hard to tell all the pieces, kind of like where it starts, where it begins. The only breakpoint right now is ship same. So what I want to do is put what's called a frame in this to kind of give a visual indicator of the areas of content that are available in the detail view. So let's go into design. Let's click on facts. So let's select facts, so that is highlighted. You'll notice that below the available fields, there is a hyperlink, and that hyperlink is called insert, and it's got a little blue indicator to indicate it's a hyperlink. So let's click insert. This allows you to insert into your detail view and also in your grid and other areas different special controls. And these different special controls are a combination of formatting controls, things like tabs and frames and containers, spacers, etc. But also some other very powerful ones which we'll be revisiting later, which are buttons, hyperlinks, images, etc. So these are non-data source fields, meaning these aren't coming from the database. These are things outside of that. The one we're looking for in this case is called frame. So we're going to add a frame into it. And you'll notice when I selected the frame, down below it had a little descriptor of what it actually is. So I'm going to go ahead and select frame, make sure facts is selected, and click OK. Now it's going to ask me what I would like to have my frame label. In this case, it's going to be billing address. Let me make sure I spell that correctly. And I'm asking it to put in a opening and a closing tag. And it's also asking me, well, where do I want to put it? Well, I want to insert it after this particular control. So now I have a new frame in there. Now what I want to do is I actually want my billing address information to be within that frame. So I could either individually move one of them up by either, or I could shift click by holding down the shift key and the click on the fields I want. And then I can use the up arrow to move them within the beginning and ending tag for the frame. So the tags are essentially the beginning and ending, and whatever's within those two tags is what's going to be displayed in the frame. Let's go ahead and click Save, and let's do a working preview. So you'll notice now, we have something that's a little bit more interesting visually. You'll notice that it put a small line around all of my fields. It also included that text I put in there as the header of the field to kind of give context for what's within this field here. And that's pretty good, but I think we can actually do one step better. This is called a simple frame. So let's go back into design. With frame billing address selected, you'll notice that there is an option called frame type. Currently it is simple. Let's change that using the drop-down box to modern. And then we can go back in and click working preview. This is looking a little nicer. I really wanted to give some kind of visual indicator that this is a set of data. So you'll notice in this case, I have billing address in kind of a gray header area, and then I have my fields down below it. So now I'm starting to segment my detail view into different pieces here. Well, I'd like to do the same thing with shipping address, meaning that I would like this whole shipping address area to have a similar look and feel so that people start to get a feel for what it looks like, and it makes the presentation is consistent across my different fields. So let's return back into the design. In this case, I'm going to take a quick shortcut. First thing I'm going to do is click and drag over these fields. Again, I clicked on the first field and then dragged my mouse down till I highlighted all of the fields I want to be in my new frame. Next, I click Insert from the Insert hyperlink below available fields. I select Frame Begin because I want to put in my frame in our beginning part above these controls. Click OK. You'll notice that it brings up the same dialog box showing the insert and the beginning and end tags. And I'm going to call this shipping address. And so type in shipping address into the frame label. Once you've done that, click OK. And now we have a second frame here. Now I'm going to click on the opening tag for the frame. And I want to go ahead and change the frame type so it matches my frame for the billing address. So we go to Frame Type, change it to Modern, and click Save. Oh, this is giving me an issue. The issue is this customer ID here. And it has to do with the fact that I put this frame as kind of there. So kind of a strange little thing, but all we have to do is move our customer field either into one of my frames or up here. So I'm going to actually move it up behind facts. Again, oops, that's not what I wanted to do there. Notice that it's pretty easy to fix that. So I'll go to customer ID. Let's go ahead and move this all the way up here. I believe it has to deal with the fact that the frame in there, it throws it off. So I'll just go ahead and do that. So follow along with me. And we'll just put customer ID there. Note it's hidden, so it's not actually going to show up for the user. So now we can do a working preview, and I think we'll have no problems with it now. Okay, so now we have our billing address in a nice frame, our shipping address in a nice frame. And you'll notice that it uses a visual indicator to kind of group those pieces together. Now, one other thing I want to look at doing, or actually showing in this case, is that there are some kind of cool little capabilities. Let's go to Design right here. Let me go to my shipping address. And you'll notice since we selected a modern frame, we have an option called Has Show Hide Button. I'm going to go ahead and enable that just to kind of give you an indicator of what it looks like. And you'll notice when I did that, it actually opens up and we have the ability to change the behaviors. You'll notice there's like a little expander icon that allows you to kind of change what the icons look, etc. So let's go into working preview. And you'll notice now under shipping address, we now have a nice little icon next to it, and we can show and hide that area. And this is a nice little feature if you have high density kind of presentations with a lot of data in your detail view, and you don't want to junk it up right out of the gate. You want to make it nice and simple. I'm actually going to take that off because I want to show you another technique in the next section on how we can dynamically show areas of the grid detail view based upon other selections. So before we end this section, let's go back into design. Let's go to the frame shipping address and let's remove that show hide field. We don't need that for our next section. Once you've done that, click Save, go to working preview, and make sure that that is gone from that location right there. Now that we have a much nicer looking environment in terms of the presentation of the field by grouping them using frames, I'd like to do one other really neat capability that's built into Alpha. You'll notice currently we have a billing address and a shipping address. And we have a checkbox that says, is the shipping the same as the billing? But you'll notice whether we are shipping is the same as not true or is true, you'll notice that it's showing the fields in this frame right here. And what a logical kind of make it easy for the person is that if someone has clicked the button ship same, well then we really shouldn't be able to see the shipping address information. because once they've entered in the billing address, we'll know within the system that we can use that same address for shipping the materials that we do with the billing address. So what I'd like to do is tell basically this area of my detail view to not show if the ship same is equal to true. And I can do that with some very simple techniques within the detail view or in the grid in the detail view. And this is an important concept because you'll end up using this a lot when you start doing UXs, which are forms, which we'll cover in the later part of this training. And also when you start doing mobile type implementations, you'll have a lot of situations where you want to show and hide information based on the state of other fields. So with that in mind, follow along with me. Let's go back into design. First thing I want to do is there is a control built into this called the container. And what we want to do is surround this frame with a container. So first step is shift click or click and drag to highlight the frame shipping address and all the fields and the end tag. Make sure all of those are selected. Next, click on the insert hyperlink below the available fields. They'll bring up the different special controls that are available, and you'll notice one about halfway down called Container Begin. And go ahead and click Container Begin. And then click OK. When you click OK, it's going to give you a confirmation and say, would you like me to insert both an opening and closing tag? And the answer is yes. Okay. So now we have a container. It is very similar to the frame because it has an opening tag and a closing tag. And you'll notice that it gives us a visual indicator of a little line to kind of show me what content is in this container. Now, a key concept is the fact that containers are invisible to the user. They're structural components. They're used to give organization to your controls. And they also have special traits and capabilities that we'll find out later that allow you to do some pretty amazing things. So if I were to go ahead and go into working preview and do a working preview, you're going to notice something. Since I put in my container, nothing has changed. It looks exactly the same. And the reason why is that the container is there, but it's invisible and it's actually hidden from me. So it's not going to show up to the user, but now I can use that container to do some pretty cool stuff. So let's go back into design. And I'm going to click on the opening tag for the container. And then I'm going to look at the properties, and about halfway down, I'm going to find a very cool property called Client-Side Properties Show Hide Expression. And you'll see as we go forward, there's many different types of client-side properties that are available depending on the type of control that you're using. So what this allows me to do is set up an expression to tell whether that container should be visible or hidden, i.e. we should show it or hide it. So to edit this expression, we can either double click on Show Hide Expression or click the ellipsis button at the end. This will bring up our Show Hide Expression builder, and you'll use this builder a fair amount. In here, we're going to put our expression that is evaluated by the system at runtime. And what's very important is this is called client-side. So it's actually handled in the browser immediately versus server-side, which has to go back to the server to do things. The other thing that's nice about this is that it has a lot of helpful little features. So for instance, let's go ahead and build our expression. And the idea here is that if ship same is equal to false, then I want to hide this and I don't want to show it. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to say Insert Field. When I click Insert Field, it gives me a list of the fields that are currently in my detail view that are available for my expression. So I don't have to remember about spelling. It gets rid of spelling errors. So I'm going to click Ship Same. And I'm going to go equal to false. That means if that is not checked, go ahead and show this area. If it is true, don't show it. Now, the way I knew it was equals to false is there's a syntax rule to this. First, you'll notice that, let me go back real quick. I wanted to show you real quick. Alpha knows what kind of field this is. So for instance, it knows ship name is L, which is called logical, true, false. But if we had selected another field, it would have known if it was a character or a numeric. Now I'm going to go into the syntax rules. Syntax rules are very handy, and this is available for this. This shows you some examples of how to write the different little expressions to evaluate. So if it was a character, you could do state is equal to, and then in quotes there. You'll notice with ours, since it's a logical one, we're going to be using either a true or a false. And it shows you how you can use and or ors and other aspects that are available there. And there's information on that here. So it's kind of helpful to have this available right in the builder from there. There are more advanced methodologies that aren't covered in our training now, but will be covered down the road in terms of using JavaScript functions instead of simple expressions. But I find that most of the time you really just need a simple expression because you're monitoring other fields in your user interface to either show or hide portions of a container. So in this case, I want to verify that it says ship_same is equal to false. Click OK. Now that showed hide expression is here. I can go into save my grid, go into working preview, and you'll see that it immediately takes effect. So you'll notice in this particular record for Winston Abrams, it's not saying the ship name. Now, they do have the same address here, but that's just data that's in the database. But let me go ahead and click on Randy Adams. Well, Randy Adams has noted that ship is the same. So if that's true, this billing address information can be used for both their billing and their shipping. And you'll notice that it does not show here the shipping data because our container around that frame has automatically evaluated that it is false, and so it's not showing. Now, one thing again, as I mentioned, these are client-side expressions. So therefore, what's really neat is that if you change things on the interface, it's immediately going to take effect. So for instance, watch when I click ship same. So let's say I'm changing Mr. Adams so the shipping address is going to be different. You'll notice the moment I click that, it immediately re-rendered the detail view to show me these fields. And if I click it again, it immediately hides them. And that's very powerful. And you really want to try and use client-side expressions a fair amount because when someone's using it, they don't have to submit the page and wait for it to come back from the server. And it gives them that immediate feedback that, boom, I need to do the ship same. There's no time, there's no waiting. They can immediately start doing the job they need to do. I'm going to go ahead and cancel the edits here since I don't want to save those edits for this particular situation. And that is using a combination of containers. And again, containers are invisible controls that are used to kind of do formatting and grouping, etc. And you'll see containers actually blossom into much more powerful controls later on. But also built into these containers are client-side properties, specifically show hide, you can use to dynamically show and hide parts of your user interface so that it makes it easy for the person who's doing the data entry or the data evaluation to be able to do their job. There's one last modification I'd like to make before we move on to the next module in our training. And that is, if you'll look in the grid currently, you'll see that we're basically displaying customer information. And we used some of the capabilities to make it so that the proper naming is in the search area, etc. But you'll notice that we're still showing down below new record. Now this link works fine. If you click on it, it creates an empty record. You can start typing the information in there. When it's saved, it creates a new ID. All that is done within the system automatically. But new record is kind of generic. So what I want to do is change that to be new customer so that it's much more literal for the person. So I'm going to click on design to return to the design environment. I'm going to go ahead and click to the detail view properties, since that basically has everything to do with how we create, update, and delete, etc., the different customers. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go ahead and scroll down a little bit, and I'll find the Add New Records link label. We could have used the search properties, but this is the one we hear. So I'm just going to change that from new record. I'd like you to double click to select record and type new customer. And that will do that. We can save this. If we go back into our working preview, you'll notice now that I have new customer listed. So just little niceties like this to make the experience for the user very clean and very simple. There's actually one other adjustment. In this situation, you'll notice that if I scroll down here, we can delete customers. And it really depends on how your data model is set up and everything else, but I want to show you quickly how you can get rid of that. If you wanted to have a different way of like maybe inactivating customers, etc., there's other ways you can handle that. But I want to show you how easy it is to modify some of the behaviors of this detail view. So let's go back into design. Again, we're in the detail view, click on properties, and then scroll back up to the top. Now you'll notice here there's a section called permissions, and you'll see the different permissions we have are allow delete, allow update, allow insert. Notice all three are currently checked. If you disable any one of those, it's going to remove the user interface elements that allow you to perform that task. So for instance, if I uncheck delete, it's going to get rid of that X mark. If you do if you disable insert, it's going to get rid of the new customer link. Now you'll notice that next to each permission, there is an update security groups. What's really cool is once we cover the security framework, you can actually dictate what groups or roles in the system are allowed to do this specific task. So maybe you do want certain people to be able to delete items there. So in that case, you'll be able to specifically select certain groups that can perform that result. At this time, the security system is not set up, so I really can't demonstrate that. But in our security module, we'll walk through that in detail and show you how those things work together. So now that I've eliminated the ability currently for anybody to do a delete, I click Save, return to my working preview. And you'll notice now when I scroll to the bottom of my detail view, the delete capability is now gone. So that will eliminate the ability for someone to accidentally delete records in your customer database. And for this particular solution for Alpha Sports, they don't really want to delete customers. They're going to work on different ways to do it, say setting people as inactive or segmenting them in that way. Up to now, we've been focusing purely on the grid component. This is a very powerful component that is useful in many different situations. And as you can tell so far, you can build a lot of functionality with just that single component. And it's a go-to component for me because, again, it's very fast and easy to put together. The other key component built into Alpha is something called the UX, the user experience component. And that's what UX means, is user experience. Originally, it was called the dialogue component because it mimicked sort of a dialogue box jumping up. But given the advent of the web pages, and more importantly, the mobile platforms, the UX kind of grew and took on a whole new kind of nature. And so therefore, it was renamed to the UX component. So in this section, we're going to go ahead and create our first UX component. And what's nice is we're going to have Alpha do most of the work for us. So make sure you are at the Web Projects Control Panel, and you can confirm that by seeing the Web Projects Control Panel tab at the bottom. Notice if you're on the control panel, this is the legacy control panel, you can either click on there, or you'll notice up in the tab bar here, we have a Web Projects, and if I click on there, it takes you over to the Web Projects Control Panel. This is a type of web component, so make sure Web Components is selected, and then click the New button here for the new component. This will open up our file browser where we can select the type of file we would like to create. In our case, it's a web component, which is already selected. So make sure that's selected and click Next. Now we're shown a different type of files, or the different type of files that are web components. The one we like is UX. And then click Next. You'll notice there's actually a far larger number of templates available. These templates cover a wide range of capability, but one of the reasons there's so many different types of templates is with the advent of mobile, there's a lot of different mobile app templates that are available for you to get kickstarted in terms of doing mobile type applications. As we did with the grid component, we're going to start out with a blank one so we can kind of show you everything from the ground up. One other thing that's important here is that you can create your own templates. So I clicked on the button here, how to create your own templates, and it shows how to go through that process. And this is very powerful because what you will find for UXs more than anything else is that you'll tend to reuse kind of the same structure and format. And so you can create your own templates to kind of kickstart your development process. Per mine, I'm going to keep it to start with a blank UX component. Make sure that is selected there. And then click the OK button in the lower right-hand corner. This will then generate a new template and will be at the overview window. Overview window's nice. It gives you a little overview of everything going on, some directions. Very important is you'll notice there's a link right here. If you click on that, it will take you right to where there's some videos where you can get detailed video demonstrations of building UXs. There's tons of them available, and so I value there. Another area which is really not applicable for our training now, but I like to highlight it, is that there's also a very extensive document on creating disconnected mobile applications. And we will be covering that in our mobile application classes. But that is a link that's available right here, and that is one that I'll go to often when I'm building disconnected mobile applications. So a quick walkthrough, you'll see that this looks very similar to the grid builder. We have the design environment, we have the working preview, and the live preview environment here. On the left-hand side, you'll see it looks a little differently because of the structure. First, you have controls, and you have controls on the left, and in the middle, a layout area and properties here. And we'll walk through those there. But you'll also notice there's properties for the UX, there's data binding information there, and then there's a full event model, server side and client side, along with code areas that we'll explore as we go through our training here. So the UX component kind of acts a little sort of like the grid component, but the things on the left are going to be fairly different. And again, we'll wrap those as we go from there. Now, the way this works is over here, you'll notice when I've selected controls, you have all your different data controls. As you can see, you have a multitude of different controls you can build your column forms with the system. You'll notice in the middle, this is our layout area where we're going to define what our form looks like. We're going to spend a huge amount of time here. And then much like the grid component on the right is when you've selected an item, you'll see the properties on the left. So follow along with me, click text box, and it's going to open up a new control. So what I could do is type in the name of the control and the label, a few other parameters, and hit OK, and it will add that control onto my UX component. But we're going to take a shortcut here because we'd like Alpha to do a lot of the work up front for us. So what I'd like you to do is make sure to click Create Multiple New Controls at Once. This will open up a different kind of environment. Here you could type in multiple controls. So let's say you said first name, last name, company, etc. And the benefit of this is it will create multiple controls at once. But that even takes a little work. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and clear all this out here. And I'm going to use a really cool feature. It's called Populate List from a Table. So what I'd like you to do is, with Create Multiple New Controls at Once selected, click Populate List from a Table. This will open up a Select Table and Fields dialog box. You'll notice the table type has been pre-selected to Alpha DAO, which is what we want. By the way, you can build UXs on top of DBFs if you'd like. So we want Alpha DOA, or DAO, excuse me. Now we can select our connection string. So much like a grid, we're going to point this UX to be bound to a specific table and to a specific data source in table and fields. So I'm going to select that. It'll open up our connection string dialog box. You could create a new one here if you wanted, or in our case, we're going to select the existing connection string and click OK. Now that we've done that, we can click and select table name. This will open up our browser and we can see our tables. You can also, by the way, build it off views also, but in our case, we want tables. So with tables selected, let's go ahead and select the customer table from the list that's showing there. And you'll notice here that it's selected, it's told me which table or view I have selected here. Because what we're going to do is build basically a single page form UX that's bound to the customer table. And click OK. Now that you've done that, you'll notice that it's asking me, okay, do you want to include all fields? In our case, we're going to modify that. So go ahead and click the checkbox to disable all fields. And then you'll notice once we do that, there's a new row that's added to our control box here saying field list. And let's go ahead and select that. And that opens up our select fields. So let's go ahead. I want to kind of make it similar to the grid. So we're kind of showing apples to apples. So let's go ahead and go through and let's do a select all so that we select all of the fields. But for now, let's go ahead and get rid of the last 4 fields, which are image, image thumbnail, latitude, and longitude. And again, just to let you know, I will be covering how to handle images in a upcoming training course. So make sure you select all fields and remove the last 4, which is image, image thumbnail, latitude, and longitude, and click OK. Now that we've defined what data source we're coming from, what table and which fields, and we are now able to tell it how we want to do the data binding. For now, we're going to go ahead and keep all of these checked. So we're going to select the default parameters here. But this allows you to kind of fine tune when Alpha builds this UX. It will do it with your direction, and this allows you to kind of fine tune that as you go through it. So click OK. Once you've clicked OK, you'll notice that it automatically created a field for each of the fields, or put the field for each of the fields we've selected in here. It's also denoted what kind of field it is, numeric versus character, etc. And if I scroll down here, you also notice it included some data binding instructions that the system will use when it generates this UX. Once I've done that, I click OK. Give it a moment. What it's doing right now is reviewing the fields. It's generating controls for each one of those fields. And in a moment, it's going to also add the other controls we need to navigate and edit, etc., the data in our UX form. You'll notice that it's automatically created a text box field for each of our fields that we've selected. It's now asking us a question, which is enable expression for submit button. So this is basically telling me when should the submit button be enabled? When any of the controls is dirty, or when a control that is data bound to a table is dirty. And that's kind of a subtle difference between it, because you may have other controls on your user interface that are not data bound, and you may be able to edit those. That's one of the powerful things about a UX control, is you can create very sophisticated user interfaces using both data bound controls and non-data bound. In our case, we're just going to leave it be and accept the when any control on the UX component is dirty, and click OK. And you'll notice that it has gone ahead and not only created fields, but it's also created a series of buttons: submit, reset, new record, delete record, very similar to the detail view on a grid. And it's also added some navigation buttons also in here for navigating through the system. Behind the scenes, it's done a few other things, which I'll cover in a little bit, in terms of wiring this up directly to the database. So let's go ahead and click Save. In this case, I'm going to call it customer_UX for user experience. And click the Save button to save this UX with that file name. Now, it's going to ask you a question. It's called pre-render optimization. We're going to go ahead and select Turn Pre-render On. And this is a performance improvement built into the system most recently that allows the application server to serve up forms and components at a faster speed. So go ahead and click Yes, Turn Pre-render On. And then the last question it's going to ask me is, should I turn pre-render on for this component or for all new UX components? We want to use pre-render. It is a very powerful tool. It improves the speed and operation. So we're going to default that to this component and all new UX components. Thus, we don't have to worry about these dialog boxes going forward. You can always go back in and change your preferences later, and you'll see there's a little instruction on how to do that. But for now, if you don't mind, click this UX component and all new UX components. The last question it's going to ask me is, should it refresh the data binding code? So when we built this, basically how it works is that behind the scenes is connecting these fields to the tables in to the fields in the database. And what we'd like it to do is every time you open this up, you want to check that to make sure something hasn't gotten out of sync with your database. So click Don't Prompt for in the future. It's going to automatically compute that data binding information for me, and click Yes. Makes all the settings, and we're done. Go ahead and click Save, just to make sure it's saved under that customer_UX. And now you can click the Working Preview tab to see our new data-bound UX in action. So you'll notice that it's not pretty yet. We're going to spend a lot of time telling you how to make this look gorgeous and lay things out, use styles, etc. But the default is it's already built all the fields for my database here. And if I scroll down here a little bit, you'll notice that I have a Submit and Reset button. We have a New Record and Delete Record in here. And then we also have navigation. So if I go ahead and click this next box to navigate, you'll notice that it's automatically walking through all of my different records in my database. And I can go back to my first record right here. I can scroll up, and I'm going to go ahead and change last name Graham. I'm going to go ahead and edit that. And I'm going to go ahead and scroll back down, and you'll notice that when I edit it, it automatically it enabled the submit button. So the submit button's watching the other fields and making sure, saying, hey, if this is dirty, i.e. there's a field that's connected to the database that's dirty, then I'm going to. And if I click submit, you'll notice there's a little bit of a pause, and it's now submitted that information back to the database. So much like the grid control in the detail view, it does all of that wiring for you. So now let's go back to Graham. Let's go ahead and keep our data clean by removing that one. I'm going to scroll down here and click Submit. So as you can see, this saves you a lot of time. You don't have to create a whole bunch of controls and then do the data binding. We're going to show you how to do that manually. So in case you want to do it in a manual fashion, you'll be able to do it. But this is a great kickstart to get started with your forms without having to do a lot of extra work on it. The next thing I want to do is make sure I improve the look and feel. As you can see, this is very barren, and it is also really awkward for the person because they have to do a lot of scrolling. So we're going to focus a lot in the next segments on how to structure this so that you get a great customer user experience for your clients. Now that we have an operating UX that's been data bound and connected to our database, in this case the customers table, we can spend some time exploring more the development environment for UXs and also start implementing some cosmetic changes to make this look a lot sharper for the end user who's going to use this during their day-to-day operations. So let's go back to the design area, and now we can explore this environment a little bit more. As I mentioned before, the left-hand side is your navigator. You can go through different areas, server-side events, client-side events, the different code aspects you might be adding to it, the properties for the overall UX itself, and the controls. And where you're going to spend a lot of your time is on the controls. You'll notice with controls, I have an area or a series of expander areas or accordions. First are data controls. Here are all the different types of data controls that are available in the system. And they're called data controls because they're meant to be data bound to a database or to a data source. So I'll scroll down here. You'll notice that there are really powerful ones: charting, tree controls, expanding menus, and more are being added all the time. A combination of data entry, but also data display. So you can display, for instance, star ratings and step indicators, etc. And so they're becoming so great, we have to add them into a select control type right here. Panels, we'll be covering that at a later time, and that is a newer methodology of laying out the structure of your user interface, and becomes super important when we talk about the mobile aspect of it. Containers, which you've seen very similarly with the grid, as we're going to use those next. There are other controls which are more extensive controls, which aren't necessarily data bound, but have a lot of really other powerful capabilities and defined controls here. But we're going to spend most of our time on data controls and containers. That's where we're going to spend the bulk of our time. In the middle is the layout of our system here. So you'll see, as we saw in the working preview, I'll just jump over right there. And you'll see that we have basically one control on top of another. And that's how these are structured here with these controls down below. And this shows us the structure, and this is called declarative structuring, because one of the most powerful aspects about the UX control is the fact that it will lay itself out to look nicely on both small screens, large screens, web browsers, etc. It is responsive in nature, which is very powerful and much different from the grid control. And we'll demonstrate this a little bit later. On the right-hand side, very much like the grid control, you will see we have our properties. And you'll see there's a lot more properties that are enabled in this than in the grid control. But when you select an item in the middle area, you'll see that the properties change. So if I click a text box, you'll see these are the set of properties here. And then if you click on a button, these are the set of the properties here. And you'll notice that they're a little different for each one of them. Very similar to there. Along with that, you'll also notice that much like in the grid control, we have a search function so we can find those properties when we have a fair amount. Now, let's go ahead and do some immediate cleanup stuff. First and foremost, don't want to show the customer ID. So let's do two things. One, I'm going to go ahead and move the customer ID to the bottom. And I do that using a very similar mechanism using these navigation arrows up here. So I can move them down a single row by clicking on that, or I can use this double click or a double arrow to move it all the way to the bottom. There's another really cool feature that I'll show you right now is that if I want to move that to say right in the middle for some reason, you'll notice right next to it there is a little stacked set of boxes, and that's to move to a specified location. So with my customer ID selected, my control, I'll click this. This opens up a list of all my controls. I can say, for instance, go to Bill Country, and I can say, move that control after that. And that saves me from just having to do the up-down arrows a ton. And you can do this on multiple controls at one time, and it really saves you a lot of time. Again, per our request, or per our design, let's take this customer ID and move it to the bottom. So it's there. Now, if I were to do a working preview, you would see the user still sees the customer ID, and I really don't want that to be visible. So I'm going to go ahead and with customer ID selected, I'm going to go over here. You'll notice about 3/4 of the way down, there's a hide function. By the way, if I click properties, type hide, here's the hide field properties, click that find property, it'll take you right there. So I'm going to enable the hide function. Save your UX control, much like the grid control. Every time you save it, it's going to save a version. So if you have any problems, you'll be able to quickly go back in time and recover that work. So now I go to my working preview. You'll notice overall my items are pretty much the same. But if you scroll down to the bottom, you're going to notice you'll no longer see the customer ID, and that's hidden from you. Now, the control and the information it has is still available, which is very powerful because it allows you to do some really powerful user interface techniques with it. If you'll notice in our working preview, the first name and last name, again, use the name of the field in the database. So let's click Design. Let's click on First Name. And then on the right-hand side, let's scroll down to the bottom. You'll notice there's a variable name. That's the specific name of the field that the system uses to identify that field. I'm going to go ahead and scroll down. And you'll notice when I get down to the field label area, this is where we set all the information about the field label. So I'm going to go ahead and change that to first name, so it looks a little nicer. I'm going to go ahead and click on last name. When I do that, you'll see that the properties panel is updated to show me the information about that. And you'll notice the label is last name. Let's go ahead and change that to last name. Save your UX. And let's go down to the working preview. And you'll notice now that we've set the first name and last name labels are looking a little nicer there. One thing you'll notice is that when we created the controls, it defaulted the location of the field label above the control, which you may want. In our case, you'll notice that it tends to take up a lot of space, forcing the user to scroll down to see other parts of it. So let's go ahead and adjust that so that the field label is next to the field itself. Note, when you do create these automatically, you can set an option so that when it does create it, it's in the proper location. So let's go back into design. Let's select first name. And then on the right-hand side, return back to the field label area. That's where we basically changed first name to be two items instead of just one. If you'll notice down a little bit farther, there is the position. This is denoting where the position of the field label should be. So I'm going to click the drop-down arrow. You'll see I have a number of different options, and the one I would like in case is left. By the way, none is an option, so you can hide the field label completely. So click left. We go back into the working preview. And you'll notice now that the first name is to the left of the field. So we're starting to gain more space back in our user interface. Well, I'd like that to be the same for all the fields below this. So I could do it one of two ways. One way is I could go to each field, go to the position, select that, and do that over and over again. But there's a built-in function that makes your life much, much easier. And it's called the copy-paste control property. And it's denoted by this little ink dropper. So the thing you want to do is first select first name. This is the field we want to copy the property from. Next, select the property that you would like to copy. In this case, position. So often what I'll do is set all the properties I need so I can just merely copy them. Next, go up to the UX tab bar right here and click that. And you'll notice that this brings up essentially a list of all the controls that are in my UX, including both the field labels and the buttons. And you'll also notice that it is displaying for that particular property what the current setting is for my other controls are. And this is kind of handy because sometimes you're just kind of setting a mishmash. And in fact, I could select different controls using the select. I could use the control click to select just individual ones. I could also do shift click to select multiple ones. And I can also use the click drag to select a number of different controls at one time. And now I can click the button here, Set Properties. And behind the scenes, the system will go through and adjust that property for all the items that have been selected. Click Save. Let's go into Working Preview. You'll now notice that all of the properties here have been adjusted appropriately. You'll see that the field label is now to the left for all the fields we selected. You will notice that there's a little cropping going on. We're going to address that when we talk a little bit more about field sizing in one of our next lessons. The field labeling has helped us out a lot. It's condensed our overall representation on our user interface so that we have to do less scrolling, but we still are doing a bit of scrolling. And what I'd like to do is go ahead and start laying this out so it looks a little nicer. And the way we do that is through the center section of our interface. So first, let me draw attention to, you'll notice that there are paragraph symbols. These paragraph symbols here are basically what we call breaks. And when you see a paragraph symbol or a break, you will see that the control after that starts on the next row. So for instance, let's look at first name and last name. You'll see that on Working Preview, there's a break and it shows up on the next line. We can go into the design. The first method is selecting the control. On the right-hand side, scroll up through your properties till you find the break. Then from the break here, you'll notice there are two options, none and after. If I select none, you'll see that the paragraph symbol is no longer there and that line break is gone. I'm going to go ahead and reset that because I want to show you a couple other methods. The second method is by using the little mini icon bar that's above your content area, you'll notice that there is the toggle break icon. If I click there, it toggles the break on and off. And what's nice is that if I'm selecting multiple controls, if I select the toggle break, you'll notice that it's going to go through each one of those controls and update those values for the break, whether it's on or off. Very, very handy there. The last method is by right-clicking on the field, and in a moment, it will open up a drop-down box which allows you to change or modify the toggle break here. And in fact, there's some other adjustments you can use very quickly, and we'll cover those a little bit later. So I'm going to go ahead and click toggle break. So now we don't have a break after first name. So you'll notice there's three methods: setting it in the control panel, setting it in the mini icon bar up top, and last but not least is right-clicking on the field there. Now if we go into working preview and show you what it looks there, you'll notice now these two items are next to each other. And so this allows you to go ahead and adjust it and insert line breaks where you need them and remove them when you don't. The powerful aspect about this is that this is responsive in nature. Because we're not setting specific positions on the form, if you have a large browser window, it's going to look great. A small browser window, it's going to scale effectively. And again, that's responsive design. And using this methodology is the easiest way to maintain that and also allow you to build one UX that can be used across all of your different deployment environments without having to rebuild it for every target environment you go to. So let's continue making a few more adjustments. First, I'd like company to be on the same row as my first name and last name. Phone and fax will be on a second row. My bill address and shipping address, I'll come back and cover that a little bit later. But the last thing I want to do is I also want my email to be on that second row. So let's return to the design environment. First thing I'd like to do is have the company be on the first line. So in that case, what I want to do is remove the line break on last name. So now first name, last name, and company will be displayed on the same row. In the case of phone and fax, I want to do the same thing. I want to go to phone and I want to select the toggle break and remove the toggle break on there. So now phone and fax are going to be on the same row. Now, in our case, I have email. I'd like to present those in that same location. So I'm going to go down here to email. And I could use the up-down arrows to move it up near my phone and fax. But in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and use the move to a specified location. Going to click that. That's going to open up our move selected controls too. And I can go ahead and select company because I'd like to put it right after the company name. And then make sure that after is selected and click OK. Now you'll notice I have first name, last name, company on the same row. I have email, phone, and fax, but email had a line break and that was just moved into that location. So if I run it right now, this will be on its own line. So we can get rid of that by clicking the toggle break. So now we'll have email, phone, and fax on the same location. So let's go ahead and click Save. Do working preview. Now we're starting to look a little nicer. We have first name, last name, and company on the top row, email, phone, and fax on there. We still have these vertical, but we're going to cover those in the next few minutes. And then also we have our items down here. So as we make these adjustments, two things are going to happen. One, we're going to be using much better space on our web browser. The user won't have to be doing scrolling and moving around from there. The other benefit is these items right here are going to be easier to read and easier to manipulate, and will make it just much nicer for the individual user. Let's continue cleaning up our user interface. Very similar to the detail view in the grid component, we can use nice frames and containers to kind of structure our interface. So let's go ahead and do that. Click on Design to return to the design area. Find your billing information. Let's go ahead and select and highlight bill address through bill country. so that all of those controls are selected. Once we've done that, on the left-hand side, go over to the Containers section and click the accordion button to show the containers. As you can see, very similar to the grid, you have tab controls, tab panes, frames, etc. So find the frame control and click it. It will open up our Insert Frame dialog box. And let's go Billing for the frame label. Just type in BILLING. Maintain the checkbox for Insert the opening and closing tags and click OK. Now you'll notice that it's inserted my opening and closing tags and surrounded my billing information items in that frame. Let's go over to the right. You'll notice the frame type is currently simple. And let's take a look and see what that looks like. We go to Working Preview, and you'll see that it's put in a nice little frame to sort of group the billing information together. Let's change that to the different type of frame. So go ahead and click Design. With the frame billing selected, go over to the right, locate the frame type, and change that from Simple to Modern. Save your UX. And let's go back into Working Preview. And you'll notice we have a little bit more of a distinguishing factor on that. So let's keep that style there. Let's do the same thing for shipping. Let's go back into Design. Locate the shipping information and either Shift, click, or click and drag the fields that are all part of the shipping information. Locate the frame control on the left-hand side, click that, and let's go ahead and just type in shipping, SHIPPING, into the frame label. Click OK, and on the right-hand side, let's change our frame type from Simple to Modern by selecting the drop-down box and clicking Modern. Go ahead and click Working Preview. And you'll now notice we have nice frames for each of that information. Now, you'll see that the frames are on top of each other. So similar to our other controls, let's go ahead and align those so they are next to each other. So let's go back into Design. And you'll notice that when we inserted the frame, you'll notice that the frame in tag, which is frame in, frame_1, has a line break added to it. So when we added this frame, that defaulted and added that into with the frame along with it. So to change that, we can either click on the toggle break icon here, or you can right click on this and toggle break. And then make sure that little line break has been changed right there. Save your UX. Let's go into Working Preview. And now you'll notice that our frames are next to each other instead of on top of it. And as you can see, our user interface is really starting to come together versus where we started with. When we started, everything was lined up vertically, was very spread out, not very dense, so you had to do a lot of scrolling. Now you have a situation where you have everything kind of organized in a small area. There's some logical organization using the frame capability, and it's starting to come together looking very, very nicely. In our next section, we'll go ahead and modify our shipping to be a checkbox and also show how we can use the same technique we used in the detail view to show and hide our shipping area in a UX control. You'll notice that our ship same is currently displaying the true-false value as a text box. What we would like to do is actually make this a checkbox, very similarly to what we did in the detail view for a grid. And we also want to move that up here above the shipping area. So let's do that. Let's go into Design. Let's select the ship same. First, I'd like to relocate where that is in the user interface. So let's go ahead and with ship same selected, let's click the move to a specified location icon on the icon bar here. This will open up a list of all of our controls, and we can go ahead and place that control here by clicking on the in frame and then selecting after and OK. And that will immediately move that to this location here. Next, we want to modify the control type. So the way we do that is we make sure the control is selected. On the right-hand side in the Properties section, we find the control type property value. Notice that it's currently selected as text box, which is what was the default when we created this UX component. Select the ellipsis button, and you'll notice that we have a very wide range of controls. That's one of the major differences. There's really two major differences between the grid and the detail view and the UX is one, the sheer amount of different controls you can use on the system. As you can see, there's many, many more for UX. And also in our next segment, we will be talking about responsive capabilities, which allows the UX to perform much better in web browsers and on mobile devices. In our case, let's find the checkbox control right here and click OK. Now we have our ship same has been changed to a checkbox and relocated. So let's save our control, our UX, and click Working Preview. And you'll notice now that ship same is now a checkbox value. And if I actually scroll through and go to the next record, you'll see that it automatically detects the true and false situation, i.e. the word true or false in the database, and reflects that as it goes there. But you'll notice we have a minor change we need to do in terms of layout, because when we added this, it put the shipping down here below. So let's go back into design and let's look at that. You'll notice that in ship same, we have it as a it had a line break included in that. So you'll notice that in our frame 1, we don't have a line break, so therefore ship same is going to be next to it. But then after ship same, we're putting it down below. So let's go ahead and remove that line break and preview what the change will be. Now you'll notice that instead of having a line breaking, putting it down on the next level, it now is locating them horizontally across the width. I'd like to make another couple adjustments. First, depending on the state of this ship same, I want this shipping area to be shown or not shown. And then secondly, we'll do a little bit more work to kind of get the alignment looking a little nicer. So the first step is what we need to do is add the container around this shipping area that watches the status of the ship same, very similar to what we did in the detail view for the grid. So let's go back into the design. Select the frame opening tag for shipping. Before, we had to place a container around that frame in the detail view for the grid. But in the case of the UX control actually has a show height expression already built into it. So thus we don't have to add an extra container. So the frame is actually a little bit more powerful in the UX control. So what we want to do is look over here. Now, very important, you'll notice that there's two items here. Show height expression server side and client side. Very important difference between the two of these. When it's show height server side, this will actually be evaluated on the server before the control is built on the web browser on the client's machine. Thus, any changes to, in this case, the visibility show hide has to take place on the server. If you would like it to be taking place completely on the web browser, which is the preferred because you get an instant response from the situation, we want to make sure we use the show height expression for client-side properties. So something to pay attention to when you're doing any kind of adjustments is make sure that you're deciding whether you want the change to be taking place on the server or on the client. So let's go ahead and select the show height expression by clicking the ellipsis button. This will bring up our same expression builder. We can insert a field, and in this case it is going to show us all of the fields for this UX. Select ship same and then type equal to false. Now with this expression, basically we're saying if ship same is equal to false, then we will show this frame, i.e. if ship same is not selected or not checked, then we want to show the shipping information. If it is checked, then it's going to hide it. Click OK. Click Save. And let's go ahead and do a working preview. Now you'll notice that because ship same is false, we are seeing the shipping area. If I select ship same, you'll notice that it immediately hides the shipping information because the shipping and the billing information will be the same. If I deselect it, it will immediately show it. And again, that's the important thing. This is a client-side expression. And when you have a client-side expression, it's evaluated inside the browser on the client's machine without having to talk to the server. Otherwise, you would have to talk to the server and do things there. And especially when we get into mobile, sometimes you don't have a connection to the server. So you want these behaviors to happen when they occur on the client-side system. So again, all we had to do was add an expression. In our case, we didn't have to add the container because the frame in the UX control had a show hide expression associated with it. And these are a lot of the nice nuances that were added to the UX control after all the work that was done on the grid detail view. As you can see at this point, it's a bit of an awkward interface. You have your billing area, then a large gap, and then the shipping area. So we can make a quick cosmetic change to kind of lay out things so they look a little sharper. And specifically what I would like to do is take my ship same checkbox and place it above my billing area here. And with declarative form controls, we basically just need to move the location of that in our form structure. So let's go into Design. Let's select the Ship Same button. And what I'd like to actually do is have it appear after my fax. So go ahead and click the Move to a Specified Location icon. Select Fax, and that will take Ship Same. You'll notice that it is highlighted here. That is the selected control. And if you had actually selected multiple controls, you would see them highlighted. And click OK. Now the Ship Same is located above my frame billing and shipping. Now, the important thing is all of our container expressions our show hide expressions still work. So the location of the control doesn't matter. It's still going to work fine. But we're just mainly working on cosmetically where things should show up. So let's take a look and see what it looks like. Click Show Working Preview. And you'll notice that we have moved our ship same, but now you'll see that billing and shipping are next to each other. And really what I'd like to do is have ship same on its own row and these below it. So all we need to do is go back into Design. Select Ship Same. You'll notice that there is no line break there. So let's go ahead and select and toggle the line break by using the icon here. Save our UX and click Working Preview. Now it's starting to look a little nicer. You'll notice that the Ship Same is on its own row, that the billing and the shipping are below that, and they're tight and close to each other, so that looks visually pleasing. And last thing we want to do is verify that, again, if I click the Ship Same checkbox, you'll see that the behavior works correctly. Up to now, when laying out our UX control, we've been focusing essentially on the location of the items within the UX component, i.e. items that are side by side or above each other using the line break concept and also frames. Now we want to focus on actually how it's laid out from a width standpoint. So as you can tell from our visual right now, the first name, last name, even phone is somewhat clipped, meaning that there really isn't enough space to display both the field and the control and its contents. So what we want to do is show you how you can use the Alpha design environment to adjust those settings. And there's a couple different variables that go into that. We will also be talking about the concept of responsive design. And what responsive design is basically the ability for a form to adjust its layout when it's running on different environments, whether it's running on a mobile phone or a web browser or on a large screen or a small screen. And that's one of the most powerful features of the UX component, is that it is a responsive design by nature. Thus, you can create one form, one representation that will work well on many different environments. So let's first focus on this first name and let's adjust the size of that. So let's go back into design, select the control first name, and on the right hand side you will see under the properties two key properties. One is width, the other is height. In these properties you can set basically the width that you would like this property to be. Now there are different ways you can change this width. You can use CSS units, inches, pixels, etc. And you'll notice that currently it is blank. Therefore, it's going to take the default width of all the controls in the user interface, meaning that the default width is set via the style property. And as you can see, the default width at this time is a bit tight, so we want to adjust this. So let's go ahead and make a change to that. Let's go ahead and click first name, go to width. So let's change the width to 300 px. That's for 300 pixels. Once you've put 300 px in the width, let's go ahead and click Working Preview. And you'll notice that it's rendered and it's starting to look a little nicer. Specifically, your label is the same width, but now it's expanded the control itself. And that's a key concept, is the width, when you set it on a control, includes both the label and the control itself. Thus, if you get rid of the label, then the control itself will expand to consume that whole area there. Now you'll notice that last name and company are both the same. Let's say we want to make them all look the same. So let's go back into design. And we can select width, and we can use our powerful copy property values from one to another. So by clicking on width on the first name, and then clicking on this, we can then highlight the other fields we would like that width to be applied to and click Set Properties. Now when we do a working preview, you'll notice that it copied the width property from the first name to the last name and to the company. Now, a very important aspect is that this is responsive in nature, meaning that you really don't know how big your screen is going to be. So you can absolutely use what are called absolute values. So for instance, 300 pixels or 1 inch, etc., is going to always be the same. But you may want to use a different technique, and that technique is using percentages. So let's use an example. For first name right here, I'm going to leave last name and company to be 300 pixels. But I'm going to change the width from 300 width, or 300 pixels, to 33 and then the percent sign. And that now says that this control should take up 33% of the screen size. So let's go into working preview. And you'll notice now that the control is automatically created a larger size because it's attempting to do 1/3 of the current view. And in fact, if I go ahead and click this little icon up here, which changes the size of my window, you'll notice that as I change the size of the window, it redraws that value to expand it to use more of the width. So the longer the width of the window, the longer this will be. Now you'll notice my last name and company stay the same because that is a fixed width. But the first name is done using a percentage. So therefore the system on the fly calculates what amount of width is available and then applies it appropriately. So let's go ahead and apply that same width to our last name and company. So I'm going to select width. I'm going to click the copy property capability. Notice that since I have already done that before, it automatically remembers my last selection. Kind of a nice feature. And I can click Set Properties. Now when I return to my working preview, let's go ahead and save. I can return to my working preview. You'll notice now that each of the controls is now taking up 1/3 of the width of the screen. And this will lay out as appropriately. So you can kind of pick and choose. If you feel that there's a certain dimensions you want these fields to be, you can fix them using the pixels or inches or CSS measures. Or if you would rather have it be more dynamic, you can use the percentages. Now let's continue adjusting and using the dynamic percentages to adjust some other features of our user interface. First, you'll notice the email, phone, and fax are a little bit tight. I'm going to go ahead and open up this window so it's the maximum amount. And once we've done that, go ahead and click Design. Let's go ahead and use our same technique, which is called Apply Width. And so I'm going to click on the width control. I'm going to click our copy function. I'm going to shift click email through fax, or I can click drag email, phone, and fax, and click Set Properties. So you'll notice now that we've set the width of those to 33%. So as you can see, it's very easy to go in and start adjusting these in a very quick. So it's starting to look a little nicer. Also, I'd like to adjust these buttons so they look a little bit they're larger, easier to see, easier to handle. So let's go ahead and adjust that because the width function works on any control, whether it's a text box, label, but also buttons. So let's go back into Design. Let's find our Submit and Reset button. Now, as you can see, we have 2 buttons on that row. And so what I'd like to do is have each button take 50% of the width of the screen. So it really lays it out easy to see. To do that, I can go over here to the width aspect, which is again one of the properties, and type in 50%. And I can do the same thing for reset. But there's actually a shortcut. So go ahead and delete that if you entered that data there. And what I'd like you to do is with Submit selected, go up to the top and notice in the icon bar here, there's an icon called percentage. And this is a shortcut. If I click on that percentage icon, you'll notice that there's some standard sort of widths that we use all the time. And one is in fact 50%. So I'll select 50%. And when I do that, you'll notice that the width property is set to 50%. So it's just a nice little shortcut. And if I go into my working preview, you'll notice now my Submit button is this width here. Now, you'll notice the Submit button's a little narrow. So let's go ahead and adjust the height of our Submit button. So let's go to Design. With our Submit button set, I'm going to go to the height level here. And again, same instructions. If you use it blank, it's going to use the default width, or I'm sorry, height for a button. But I'm going to go ahead and just experiment by putting in, say, 40px. So in the height, type 40px. And let's go in and do working preview. And now you'll notice that the Submit button has 50%, so it's taking up 50% of the width of the screen that's currently shown. And in this case, it is using a 40 pixels for the height of the button. So it kind of gives it a little bit more larger size, and it does all the rendering for you in that situation. So let's go back into Design, and let's go ahead and select the height for the Submit button, and let's go ahead and copy that to our Reset button. So the way I did that is I selected the property, and then I selected the copy property, and then in my actual pop-up, I selected button Reset. And you'll notice that it's showing me currently what the button Submit is, Set Properties. Now, if I click on button Reset, you'll notice that we set the height properties, but we haven't set the width. Now, one of the limitations of the property function or copy property function is that it will only work on one property at a time. And there's actually certain properties, more complex properties, that they won't work. So it's a very handy tool, especially for doing mass updates, but do realize there's some certain limitations to it. So in our case, since we want this to be 50%, we can just use our icon to click the percent button and then select 50%. So now our reset button has a width of 50% and a height of 40 pixels. And if we save our UX control, go into our working preview, you'll notice now both of the buttons look similar, they're structured the same, and they're looking pretty sharp. So we need to clean up the final ones here. I'm not going to adjust the height of these other buttons here. I mainly focus on just what the width is. So let's go ahead and adjust that the new record, delete record, and make those 50% of the width, and then adjust our navigation buttons first, previous, next, and last. Click on design, select new record, but in this case, either click drag both buttons or shift click both buttons. So make sure that both buttons are highlighted, new record and delete record. On the right hand side, you'll notice that the properties panel has gone away because you really can't set a property on two different controls at the same time. So it's limiting your view of that right now. But with both of those selected, we can go up to our icon bar, click on the percentage button, and select 50%. And what that will do is all of the current highlighted selected controls will have 50% applied to its width factor. So now I go to working preview, and you'll notice I've quickly set up my new record and delete record are both using the 50% width. Last, let's adjust our buttons. So let's go into design here, and let's go ahead and either click drag first through last to select those buttons, or click and shift click to select those buttons so that all four of the navigation buttons are highlighted. Let's go back up to our icon bar and click on the percent budget button. And instead of 50%, we would like it to be 25% because we have four controls and we want them to be evenly divided across our screen. So from the percent drop down, select 25%. The system will go through and adjust that. You may have noticed down here in the lower footer here, it actually tells you what it's doing. So it has a little message. It kind of went by real quick in this case. But so if you're adjusting a lot of controls, it's going to give you an update letting you know what it's doing to adjust those controls. Let's go ahead and save this UX. Let's do a working preview. And now our UX is really starting to look sharp. Well, a matter of opinion, but it's looking sharper than when we started out with. So we have our information up here, nicely laid out, easy to see. We can put in longer numbers, etc. The buttons now are all lined properly up. They're using either 50% of the width or 25% of the width, so they're just a little easier. And you could go in and adjust the height of these to make them a little bigger. And the reality is if this is going to be displayed and used on a mobile device, you may want to adjust the button sizes. Because when you're looking at a mobile phone, you have a very small screen, and you may want to adjust those heights to make it look a little nicer so that you have a bigger spot to click on. And in the case of a mobile phone, it treats the touch on the mobile phone as a click on those buttons here. We need to continue making a few more adjustments to lay out our screen the way we would like it. But before we do that, I'd like to go ahead and demonstrate how this particular UX works in your web browser. And more importantly, to demonstrate a little bit more the impact of the responsive design capability. So to do so, up on the tab bar here, you'll see our icon. Currently my icon is Chrome, yours could be differently. And if I click the little drop down arrow, this is where we can open and preview this in our web browser. So I'm going to go ahead and select Open in Chrome. Per our last time, it needs the development server to be running. So I'll go ahead and click OK. In our case, this is the first time we have presented the UX or used it in our browser, so we want to do a full preview because remember, it basically puts compiles all the different files and support things that are needed for this UX and puts them into a place that can actually display it. If we were just doing quick edits and we'd already done a full preview before, we could use the fast preview. But in our case, go ahead and click Full Preview button. You'll see that it is compiling the information. And you'll notice down in the lower left-hand corner, we have a Chrome icon. I've gone ahead and clicked on that Chrome icon. And now you'll notice here is our UX running in our web browser. I'm going to go ahead and minimize my development environment so you can see the web browser a little bit clearer. So you'll see when I open this up, this was the current web browser size. And you'll notice that the first two rows are 33% each, and then the buttons were laid out with 50%, 50%, and 25%. Now watch when I expand the size of my browser. You'll notice something. Immediately and in real time, the size of those controls are adjusting. And so this allows me to have a responsive design where, depending on the size of the browser environment, whether it's on a laptop such as this or on a mobile phone, in fact, let's go ahead and open that up, you'll notice that it immediately resizes it. So it not only sets the sizing when you open up but if you do any kind of resizing, it will immediately take effect. And this is the true essence of what is called responsive design. Very, very powerful. And as we move into mobile on future training courses, you're going to see it's critical for creating a successful user experience for the user. What I'd like to do now is go ahead and let's go ahead and put in the billing and the shipping here. And we will go ahead and modify that so that it takes up more space. So you can go ahead and close your browser, return to your development environment. In this case, I'm still in the working preview for first name, last name. Let's go ahead and click Design. Now, you'll notice we have our frames. And in my case, what I'd like to do is have the frame take up 50% of the width of the screen. So we can use the same technique as we've used before. We can click on the frame here. And then if you look at the properties, you'll notice there is a frame width property. And we can go ahead and type in 50% here if you'd like to do it that way. Or if you would prefer, you can select the frame opening tag and select the percent icon from the icon bar and select 50%. We can do the same thing for shipping. So click and select the shipping frame. Make sure it's highlighted. Go up to the icon bar and select 50%. So now that we've established that both our billing and our shipping frames are 50%. Click Save to save your UX component, and then do a working preview. Now you'll notice something interesting. First, it did expand, and the frames are taking up 50% of the screen real estate. The billing frame is one half of the user interface, the shipping is the other one. But you'll notice something. The actual controls within the frame are still defaulted to that size. So you'll notice that they didn't take on the size of the container that they were inside of. But all the other features work. The actual controls work. The ship same works great in terms of showing and hiding that. It doesn't matter how big that is, it's going to take effect on that. So let's go back and look at the structure of our user interface. So you'll notice with frame, you have a series of controls that are located within that frame. Now, the frame is just a special type of container, and we'll talk a lot more about containers as we continue through our training process because they're a key concept for how things are structured on the screen. So a frame does two things in this case. It actually creates an enclosing organization of the fields that are in that frame, and it also does some visual representation to show like the name and the other things around it. But the actual fields within them are going to be working the same way. So let's do it a quick example. Let's click on bill address 1, and over in the width component, type 250px. So I want the bill address to be 250px, which is pixels. Once you've established width to be 250px, click Save. Click Working Preview, and you'll notice that that field, of course, now adjusts to take 250px on there. But let's say I wanted it actually to be the width of my frame. Well, let's go back into the design portion. Let's select bill address, and let's change the width from 250px to 100%. Now click Working Preview, and you'll notice now that the width of the bill address field and field label now consume 100% of the width of the billing frame. And if I go ahead and adjust my screen size, and I'm going to do that very quickly by clicking this little icon right here, you'll notice that if I shrink the size of this screen, the billing shrinks to 50% of the size, and then the bill address field within that frame, within that container, readjusts itself. So the important concept here is very important, is that your percentage, and I'm going to go ahead and open up my window here, your percentage is in relationship to the parent of where the control is. So for instance, if you look at the frame, that is essentially its parent is the whole UX. So when I'm running, it's going to look at the whole screen and say, oh, I'm 50% of that width. And therefore, it's going to be 50% of the screen size. But if we look at bill address and we set the width to be 100%, it's not 100% of the width of the screen. Otherwise, that bill address would take up the whole width of the screen. It is in relationship to the control or container that it is in. So the bill address says, oh, okay, I'm 100%. Well, what am I 100% of? Oh, let me look at my parent. My parent is frame. So now within that frame, I say, oh, I'm going to take up 100% of the width of whatever the width of the current size of that frame is. And that's where you get this behavior where you'll see bill address is 100% of the width of the frame. And if I change the actual physical size of the screen, the billing actually, let me go ahead and drag that out a little bit here. The billing is 50% of the whole screen, and then this control is here. And I know I spent a little time on here, but this is a very important concept. You have to think in terms of parent-child, and the children are in relationship to their parents. So let's go ahead and expand our screen out. I'm going to go ahead and finish cleaning this up by basically going to Design. I'm going to go ahead and click drag bill address through bill country, and I'm going to select 100% from the percent icon above. You'll notice it takes a little bit more time because it's running through all the different fields there. And now I'm going to do the same thing for my shipping address. I'm going to shift click, or in this case, I'm click dragging. You can use either method to select all of the items within the shipping frame, and using the percent icon on the control bar, I'm going to set that to 100%. Now I'm going to go ahead and save our UX and click Working Preview. And now you'll notice that the fields within the billing and the shipping are 100%. Now, this is a little bit, it kind of runs up against the edge. Visually, it's a little bit too much. So you may want to adjust that. And let's do one last adjustment to kind of just give it a little more visual indicator. So let's go back into Design, click on Bill Address 1, go over to the Width property on the right-hand side and adjust that from 100% to 90%, because we'd like to use 90% as our width, so it doesn't go all the way to the edge, but pretty darn close to it. Now, you'll notice that 90% is not on my quick drop down. Otherwise, I would use that there. And most of the most common ones are 100%, 50%, 33%, etc. are on there to be used. But I've gone ahead and selected width here. With bill address selected and our width modified to 90%, let's go ahead and click on our copy property icon here. And then what I'd like you to do is the following, is you can control click on all the fields that you would like to apply that amount to. So in my case, what I'm doing is I'm holding down the control key and clicking on the fields to select them and add them to the overall selection. So now I have my original bill address 90% and my rest of them have been highlighted and selected. Now I'm going to click Set Properties. And in a moment, it's set those properties. Let's click Save to save our customer UX. And let's go into Working Preview and check that out. So as you can see, it looks a little nicer. There's a little white space here that is giving a little visual indicator and really just makes it look a little nicer than having everything go right up to the edge. But that's a personal choice and a choice of your users on what they prefer in terms of visually what it would look at. Oh, I've noticed right here there is an issue here. You'll notice that Submit and Reset are not side by side. So somehow in my process, I must have accidentally modified the width of this reset button here. Well, let's go ahead and fix that since we're here. Let's go into the design. Let's find our reset button and look at that. So let's click on button reset. And you'll notice, I must have accidentally selected that button when I was applying a change earlier on. Yours may be different from this. I might have been making some adjustments before recording. So let's go ahead and fix that by just going to %, 50%, and go back into our working preview. And now we should be there. Yours might show that or may not show it. But that's a good way to show you how you can quickly adjust these things using the percentages and adjust it to make it look the way you would like it to look. When we built this UX, we actually had Alpha Anywhere do a lot of the work. It created our controls and did a number of other things behind the scenes to wire everything up so it works properly. So you'll notice that we don't have to worry about any of the update, delete, insert code or anything along those lines. And also in terms of, for instance, when I navigate from item to item, it just happens. And if I say change the first name here, click Submit, you'll notice that it already takes care of doing all of the updates to the database, both loading and updating the database. So what I'd like to do is go through the different elements that were automatically created by Alpha so you can get a feel for what's going on beneath the covers in terms of this specific UX. So to do so, let's go ahead and go over to Design. So the first thing we're going to look at is what's called data binding. Specifically, the fields in our UX are bound to fields in the database. Now, when we created this UX, we actually used and pointed to a table in the database and selected the fields we wanted to be in this interface, and it took care of it there. But let's explore that a little bit more detail. First, let's click on first name. And if you go over to the properties section and scroll to the bottom, you'll notice that there is a data binding section. The data binding section talks about specifically how this particular field is data bound or not data bound, and if it is data bound, where is it data bound to? So you'll see first, this is updatable, because you may have certain fields that you don't want to be updatable in your database. You want to maybe show them, but not necessarily allow them to be updated in the database. You'll notice that we have what's called a table alias, and that's the pointer to our table. We also have a field name. And let me go ahead and click on that. And you'll notice that when I clicked on field name, it actually shows me all of the different fields that are available in that database table. So in case I have to remap a control from one field to another. Now, one thing we don't cover in this training, but Alpha can create very complex user UXs, specifically ones that are bound to multiple tables. So you'll notice that we are bound to the customer table, but we do have scenarios where you have a parent-child kind of relationship between a parent and a child table and be able to edit it all within one UX. So it's extremely powerful and extremely capable. So in this particular situation, we have our first name is bound to the table customer and the specific field first name. You'll notice one other option, and this is a very important one, null if blank. Often in database design, you want to have a null value if someone has not defined what the value should be for that specific field in the database. So maybe you default them to null, etc. If this is not checked, then it's going to save an empty string into the database table field. If this is checked, then if I were to save this record, it will insert a null if the value in this field is blank. And that can be fairly important for your database. If it's designed to support nulls and you need to be inserting nulls into your database, you're going to want to check this on your different fields to make sure that if the user doesn't put anything in that field, it actually inserts into the database a null value versus an empty string. For now, we're going to leave it empty string because that was the default. Now, you'll notice that each of the fields has a different data binding. There's actually a very powerful capability built into Alpha, and that is I can work on these instead of doing them one at a time, I can work on them in a group. So let's go ahead and click on the data binding item over here on the left-hand side. This takes us to the data binding properties sheet, and you'll notice some different items here. You could actually create a component, put some fields on it, and it will actually create tables for you. You can also bind your controls to your UX fields to one or more existing tables, which is essentially what happened here. There's some other elements. You can specify what the primary keys are between the UX and the database, some permissions, and also you can refresh the table information after editing the table schema. Now, if you notice when we created this UX, one of the questions was, does the UX need to double check when it opens up the binding? So before you had to do this manually, but now it's done automatically and it will give you warnings. But if you ever need to, you can go right here and it will basically call back to the database, refresh its understanding of the structure of that database, and come back here to let you know if there's any problems in terms of maybe you deleted a field in the database or something along those lines. But let's go ahead and click on the bind the controls on your UX to fields in one or more existing tables. You'll notice that it brings up a bind UX controls to table fields dialog box. There's two options, specify tables and bind the controls to table fields. First, let's specify tables. In this diagram, we're basically showing what table in the database we are binding our UX to. In our case, we have a single table called customer. The table name in the database is customer. It's given an alias. We can tell a few other things. Is it a read-only table? Also very important is what is the primary key, because it needs to know that to insert new records and also update records, etc. Also, it's going to detect for us whether that primary key is auto-incremented or auto-generated. So as you create new records, if it's automatically creating the new ID sequentially or however it is, the system will take care of that. Now, if you have a more complex situation where you're inserting a sequence in terms of how the auto-increment or auto-generated field, you can specify it here. So basically, any kind of database structure you're going to be able to handle with this. You'll notice that we only have one table, but as I mentioned before, you can actually add multiple tables and create parent-child relationships in here. And we'll be showing that in an advanced training course, how you can create one UX that basically handles a parent-child relationship within a database structure. So this basically tells us what we've bound our UX to, the specific table. The next thing we're going to do is, oh, by the way, I kind of went by there. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me go like that and cancel it. And let me go ahead and show you that message so we don't skip by it. This message is basically saying, and we're going to cover this in a few minutes, but basically Alpha has created auto-generated code to do the updates and the other operations with the database. And so this is basically saying, if you have made any major modifications to your structure of your UX, how it's bound to the database, you need to go into those areas and make sure that they have been refreshed and that they're working properly, because Alpha kind of creates the code that's going to do all the updates, and you want to make sure that that works correctly. So let's go ahead and now look at our second option, which is bind UX component controls to table fields. So I'm going to click on that. And now this opens up our bind controls to field. Now you'll notice that basically you have a set of columns. The first column is the fields are your variables, meaning the fields on the UX. And it's telling you the type, it's telling you what table it is connected to, and then the actual field in the database. Then you'll notice the last one, which is updatable. So in here, you'll see that it has automatically added all of our items and mapped them between the variable and the field name. Now, what was nice is Alpha actually generated all this. If you are building your UXs by hand, I highly recommend that you make your field variable, i.e. the name of the field that's on your UX, equal to the name in the database. And the reason why is that there's a function that says automatically map fields. In fact, let me go ahead and show you this. Let's say I wanted to map bill address. I can double click on that, and this shows me all the fields in my database. I can select the specific field here, and then it's mapped now between my field on my UX and the field in the database. So to demonstrate why you would want to create your variables in your UX, i.e. the name of the fields in your UX, to be the same in your database, let me go and give you a quick example. I'm going to go ahead and clear my existing bindings by clicking this little link down below. And it's going to ask me clear all, or for one row, I'm going to clear all mappings. So now you'll notice that each of the fields in my UX are not connected to either a database or a specific field in that database table, a table and a field. If I click on automatically map fields, you'll notice that it automatically looks up in the database and says, oh, first name, match it for you. So it saves a lot of like the pointing and clicking, and it's really a nice thing to have. Now, a couple other quick things about this is that you can unbind individual fields. So if it turns out you don't really want to bind that field to the database, you can do that. The other is you can toggle the updatable on the selected fields, which is similar to what we did when we were looking at the field itself. And these are just quick and dirty. You can really work on multiple fields at one time. Saves you a lot of time from there. If you have a particularly large database, you can click the filter here. And by typing in a criteria, it will reduce the number of fields. So if you're looking for a particular field, it often is pretty fast there. And then last but not least, there's a little bit of help here. If you click on this, explain why controls are bound to table aliases and fields, this gives you a little bit of background in terms of how Alpha maps UXs to fields in the database. I'm going to go ahead and close that window. I'm going to cancel out of here because I don't want anything I've done to modify it. So make sure you click cancel here. And again, I'm going to click cancel here to return to the data binding screen. I do want to show you the specify primary keys and sequences. You'll notice that this is where we're telling for that database what is the primary key and whether it's auto-generated or auto-incremented. Click cancel. And last but not least, I'm going to go ahead and click this just to show you a demonstration. All it did is made a call to the database, refreshed the information, and clicked OK. We've now covered how we basically bind fields in the UX to the database. And therefore, when we are working with it, you'll see, this field right now, first name, is bound to that field in the database. If I adjust it, click submit, then what will happen is it'll save that information automatically to the database. And if I change that, click submit again, it changes it again. But there's two things I want to demonstrate and highlight. The first is that you'll notice that it automatically loads the records into this UX. And as I click the next button, it basically walks through each of those records and the previous. So it's basically already bound to the database, the different records, so it knows how to navigate from one to the other. The other is obviously if I make a change to a field and hit submit, it will automatically save that change. And if I were to click new record or delete record, again, it will perform the proper transaction against the database to make that occur. So let me show you a little bit about how that happens. Let's go into design. Now, the Alpha Anywhere system, specifically the UX, has what's called a server-side event model. And what a server-side event model is, there are a series of points in the life of a UX. And the key ones are really on dialog initialize and after dialog validate. On dialog initialize is triggered when this UX is first created. So when you initialize this UX, when a person on a browser says, okay, I need that UX, and that UX is going to come down and operate on the web browser, this piece of code or this event is fired, and any code in there is automatically run. The other one that's very important is called after dialog validate. And you'll see there's a little description right here, but after the dialog has been validated on the client side, so if you've added any client validation on the web browser, after that occurs, then this event is triggered when the UX information comes back up to the server. And therefore, you can then do secondary operations. You can do more validation, or in a few minutes, we'll show how you can actually save the data. So let's return to the on dialog initialize. So the sequence is this. So the user requests that UX is requested from the server and comes down to the web browser. During that process, this event is fired. And you'll notice that there's a bunch of things you can do, and we'll be covering this more in future trainings, to initialize and do very interesting things to the UX and add much more extensive functionality to your UX. But you'll notice something. In here is already a pre-made what's called action scripting. And it's called execute server-side action, get primary keys for the parent table. This was automatically inserted by Alpha when we generated this. Now, you can manually insert this, which you may do in the future, but I wanted to kind of highlight it. So the two key things are this piece of code is fired and run when that UX comes down. And the behavior is it gets a list of primary keys for that table. It then loads that locally and inserts the first record into the UX so you see it. And then with that information, those buttons that navigate know how to step from one record to another. And this is all handled for you in this one little statement right here. Now, I'm going to click on it. So follow along with me. Click on this statement here and go to Action Scripting, Edit Action. And what this will do is this opens up a dialog box which gives a little bit more information about how this will work. So you'll see that it's going to load a maximum of 1,000 keys. You could also predefine a filter or set an order, and then there's some other things you can do in terms of connecting this UX to other components. Now what's going on is that behind the scenes, based upon this being here and your settings here, it will automatically write some code to call the database, get a list of the primary keys, load them into a storage area inside the UX, load up the first record, and then show all of this to the user. And that's all handled by this here. So you don't have to do any coding, but this gives you the opportunity to modify and change how that works. So that's what this little piece of code here does for you. And again, Alpha automatically created that. By the way, if you wanted to do this manually, you would just merely click into a blank area, go to Action Scripting, and notice when I clicked Action Scripting, since I wasn't on an existing action, here are all the different pre-made scripts that are available. So for instance, populate a dialog with data from one or more tables. So you could set it up so it automatically populates a dialog from your customer table. You obviously have this one, which is called load primary keys. So the way you create this is, again, you click on an open blank space, click on Action Scripting, and then the available ones are shown here, and then you can select the different one that makes sense. In fact, let's go ahead and look at after dialog validate. So first, let's look at our working preview real quick, just as a reminder. When I make a modification, we have this submit button right here. And when you click on the submit button, it actually submits the information back to the server. And when that happens, the after dialog validate event fires. And so any code that's in here will execute. And you'll notice, much like on dialog initialize, there is a pre-made piece of code that's been added here called save data. And this action will then take any modifications to your user interface, i.e. any field modifications, and do the update against the database, whether that's an insert, a delete, or a update of just changing a field. And again, all that code is generated for you. You just have to make sure in your after dialog validate that this action occurs. So as we did before, I'm going to put my selection point on that row, go up to action scripting, and then edit that action. Now, as you can see, there's a lot more options when it comes to saving the data. In fact, we're going to add a really cool one in the next few moments here. But you can see that basically it allows you to fine-tune how Alpha performs when you want to update data in the database. So the first thing it's going to do is say, hey, after you submit it, what do you want to do? In this case, we're going to edit the record just submitted. You'll notice that your other option is redirecting to another A5W page or entering another record. You can also do things like use transactions. So therefore, when it creates the SQL code to go to the database, it's going to automatically wrap that in a transaction to allow and make sure that you get really good data integrity. You can also display some debugging info. As you can see, there's a ton of different ones. And we'll explore these more, but there's also some really cool server-side events. So let's say after you saved this record, you wanted to do a secondary operation. Let's say after you inserted a record into the system, you wanted to call a little piece of XBasic and do some other things like update a log file or notify someone something has been inserted, etc. So as you can see, there's a lot of flexibility. And we'll explore also one that's really neat is you can automatically geocode records and update location fields, which are really valuable when you're doing mapping type implementations. So let's go ahead and cancel out of here. And so that is what the execute server-side action save data does. So this was automatically put in there, but in this one piece of code right here, or one line, it takes care of figuring out everything it needs to do to talk to your database and update the data accordingly. Now remember, if I need to add this manually, I can go to an empty area, go to action JavaScript, or I'm sorry, action scripting, and you can pick, say, save submitted data to table, and then build this manually versus having the system do it automatically. To show you a little bit how powerful that these action scripting are, what I'd like to do is make a quick modification to give more visual feedback to the user once they've saved a record in the database. And to do so, I'm going to add a new control to the interface and then modify the execute server-side action save data to display a message to the user. So let's go ahead and follow along with me. Go to Controls, scroll down here to your button last, and select button last. So click it so it's highlighted. Then what I'd like you to do is on the left-hand side, go ahead and go to Other Controls and scroll down a little bit until you see a control called Placeholder. And that's again in the Other Controls accordion. You click on the accordion and then you find the control called Placeholder. And Placeholder is basically a invisible little field, but allows you to insert messages into your user interface. So click once, and what that will do is add the placeholder behind the control that was selected. Now, in case it didn't go in the right spot, you can use the up-down arrows to move it to after last, or you can use the move to specified location. But all we want to do is put our placeholder right here at the bottom of our UX. Now that we have our field, we can go in and modify the action scripting to use that. So click on Server-Side Events, click on After Dialog Validate, and then click to make sure your insertion point is on the same line or in here as your server-side action save data. Once your insertion point is there, you can now go up to the Action Scripting button, click on there, and select Edit Action from the drop-down list. This will open up our Save Submitted Data to Tables. Now, about 1/3 of the way down, you're going to see that there's an After Save Confirmation area, and there's one that says Show a Fade Out Message After Record Save. So click to enable that, and you'll notice when you enabled that, it actually opened up a set of other fields that need to be filled out. So the first one is, what is the message? Now, it defaults to record was saved, but let's go ahead and change that to customer was saved. So double click on record and modify that to customer was saved. That way it's a very distinguishable message for the user. Once you've adjusted the message text, we now can tell it what placeholder ID we want to show this message in it. And you might have multiple placeholders in future UXs. So you'll notice there's a drop-down box here. So you select that. And you'll notice in our case, we only have one called placeholder 1. So that's that field we just added to the interface a few moments ago. So let's select that. The next is the duration of the message. You notice it says 2,000, that's about 2 seconds. Let's go ahead and bump that up to 3,000. So modify that from 2,000 to 3,000. So it stays on the screen a little bit because it's going to be a fade out message. Now the messaging style, you can apply your own styles and do some other fancy stuff, which is pretty nice. So you can modify the styles of how you want that message displayed. And that's all there is to it. Click to show it, modify the message, tell where to show it, what placeholder, and the duration of that, and click OK. Now that we've adjusted that, when this piece of code runs, it's now going to perform another step, which is to display the message. And as you notice, there's really no code necessary to write because Alpha will do that for you. Click Save to save your UX. Click Working Preview to go into it. Let's go ahead and change the first name, Michael. So I'm going to click on Michael here. I'm going to modify it. And then I'm going to click the Submit and watch what happens. You'll notice that after I submitted, a little message was shown in my placeholder. And if I go back in, I'm going to modify that one more time. I'm going to click Submit once again. And you'll notice that the message is now shown and then fades back out. So the beauty of that is now the user not only gets an indicator that the submit was successful because this goes gray, but they get a visual indicator that, yeah, the system worked okay. And that's very important because sometimes on the web, you'll click something and you go, well, did it work? Did it happen? And this is a very simple way to give that positive feedback to the user so they know the system is operating correctly. One other thing that Alpha Anywhere did for us when we had it automatically build the UX was not only set up all the fields, the data binding, and the code necessary to load and store the information, but it also created a series of buttons for us. And each of these buttons already had pre-made actions associated with them. So let's cover those real quick. Let me go back into Design. And then I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to click on the Submit button. On the right-hand side, I'm going to scroll down to the JavaScript touch, mouse, and pointer events. These are basically the events that will happen on the web browser when someone, say, clicks or, in the case of a phone, touches on an item. And as you can see, there's a wide range of these that are available depending on the environment that this is running in. But I'm going to go ahead and select the click event for Submit and click the ellipsis button to open up this, which is our Edit Click event. Now you'll notice we have Action, JavaScript, Text Mode, and Server Side. We're going to be covering this in a little bit more detail in the future, but right now you'll notice it's in Text Mode. So basically what we have down here is showing the JavaScript that will be run by the system. That means that this is just a piece of JavaScript, and on the browser, when the person clicks that button, this JavaScript will run. Now you'll notice that it has a very distinct opening kind of phrase. It's curly bracket dialog.object curly bracket dot, and then a command name. This is basically a built-in from Alpha command. So you can run normal JavaScript in here. So you could put like alerts and other things along those lines, whatever you want to. You could include third-party libraries. But in this case, what we're doing here is Alpha has its own preset set of JavaScript commands that are available. Nice is you really don't need to know a lot about them, because once these patterns are in place, you can just reuse them on your own UXs. Now let's go ahead and look at another one here. Let's go to New Record. And let's go ahead and click on New Record, and then go over to the click event and click on that ellipsis button. Now you'll notice we're back into the JavaScript editor. You'll notice that it's running dialog.object, the kind of special command. Also notice it's called dialog. That was the original name of the UX component. That's why it may seem a little different there. But you also see New Record. And you'll see when I clicked on here, it gave you a little bit of help as to what it does. But this one little command will automatically fire off, clear out the user interface and set up the UX for a new record. And then when you go to submit that data, it understands that's a new record and inserts it in the database properly. Let's go ahead and look at one more real quick, which is delete record. Now, instead of doing the on-click event, I'm going to double-click on this button. And the nice thing about that, that is a shortcut to the on-click event in here. So you don't necessarily have to go over and select it from the right-hand side. By double-clicking on a button, it automatically opens it up from here. Saves you a little time. As you can see, there's another one here called delete record. And by the way, if you're interested in terms of what these different methods are, you'll notice down below that there's a little help set of links. And specifically one is Insert UX Component Method. If you click on there, you'll notice that all of the different built-in pre-made Java methods that Alpha supplies are shown here. And you have them here. And on the right-hand side, you have a description and some example. And you can click more information. It'll take you into the online help system from there. So if you're curious a little bit more about how these different things work, that's a great way. And it's right here in the Insert UX Component method. We're going to look at one last one here. So double-click on button first. This will open up, and you'll see there's another example of a pre-built command that will do a navigate record, and in this case to first. The previous, next, and last have different values that get passed into it, which tells the system what you want to do in terms of just stepping through records or jumping to the end. So Alpha has these powerful built-in JavaScript functions, and those JavaScript functions are automatically added to these buttons when we auto-generated the UX, which saved us a lot of like pointing and clicking and, just research to get all that. I'd like to do a real quick recap just to make sure we've covered all the bases in terms of how the UX is operating. Let me go back into the design. Let me go to controls. When we created this UX, we actually had Alpha do a lot of the heavy lifting. Specifically, it did the following. First is we pointed to our connection string and then the specific table and the specific fields we needed. Then Alpha automatically generated a set of fields for us that were linked and data bound to those fields in the database. It also created a series of buttons that are available to the user. If we look at any one of the fields and go to the bottom of their properties, you'll notice there's a data binding area. And this data binding area basically shows two things. One, how is this field connected to the database? And two, whether or not you want it to be null of blank, meaning if it's a empty string, if you don't set this, but if you click on it, it will save a null value in the database versus an empty string. The other thing, and you can also double check this using the data binding. So we can actually click on data binding on the left, go to bind your controls on the UX. You'll notice we have specify fields and components to table fields. Let's click tables. And this tells us what table we're connected to. And then the second one tells you in one spot what fields or controls on your user interface is connected to the database. And this you can make some quick modifications very quickly and double check to make sure everything is linked up properly. In here also we can specify primary keys and things along those lines. Now the other important thing it did was in our server-side events, it created some action scripting code. The first one was called get primary keys. And the get primary keys The first one is called get primary keys. And what that does is it calls the database, gets a list of keys, and then loads up the first record in the UX. And thus, when you start navigating it, understands what are the unique IDs and will walk through them step by step. In the after dialog validate, we have the save data. And in the save data, when this action occurs, it basically looks at any changed fields in the user interface of the UX and then creates the SQL commands necessary to update the backend database. And along with that, as we mentioned, you can do other things such as showing messages and performing other aspects after it has been updated, i.e. you can call other functions to do other things after the successful insert, update, or record or delete. All of this was built automatically by the system. The last aspect is the system went in and for all these different buttons created pre-made action JavaScript, which are small little JavaScript commands that trigger things such as submitting the UX and sending it back to the server, or in the case of new record, calling away, so clear out the user interface and create that record and have it ready to go for a new record so that it's inserted into the database properly. All of this is taken care of by Alpha when we auto-generated this UX. But as you can see, there's no hidden items here so that you can look and see how Alpha has put together this UX and then pick and choose what you need to use for your particular UXs, especially if you're building them from scratch. Alpha Anywhere is a full-featured development system. It not only allows you to build web-based and mobile data management systems using grids and UXs and other components, but it actually has a full-featured report editor built into the system. And more importantly, these reports are tightly integrated with the rest of the development system, so it is very easy for you to create reports and then integrate them into both your web and mobile solutions. This section is going to go over how to create a quick report, which is one of the simpler types of reports, just to give you a feel and a taste for how the reporting capabilities are built into Alpha. So follow along with me. I'm currently at the Web Projects control panel. If you are not there, you can click the tab down below and make sure you're at the Web Projects control panel. Up to now, we've been in the Web Components area, but we actually want to focus on building a report. So let's click on Reports, Project Reports here. And this will take us into the area for Project Reports. Let's click New, and you'll notice it will give us a drop-down box. That drop-down box has 4 options. Create a new report, which is the one we're going to use, a new letter and a label, or create a new letter, create a new label. So if you need to do letter merges or label merges, it's easy to do within the system. And the last one, which is link SQL Server reporting services. A nice feature of the reporting system is that if you already have a set of reports operating within SQL Server reporting services, you can link those directly into the application and into your Alpha solution very readily. But for today, we're going to go ahead and select Create New Report. So you'll see that we click Create New Report. You have 2 options, SQL Data Source and Custom Data Source. A SQL data source is what we're going to be using, which is you go against a connection string and you read the data out of database tables. A custom data source is very, very powerful because it allows you to actually call a XBasic function, which would allow you many different ways to generate the report or the information for your report. And a real neat feature of that is once you've kind of structured that, the actual report layout and other things work just like doing it against a database table. Very, very functional, very helpful. I have 3 options available: Quick Report, Blank Freeform Report, and Layout Table Report. Today we're going to focus on Quick Report, so let's go ahead and select Quick Report and make sure that's highlighted. So yours should be highlighted with SQL Data Source and use Quick Report. Click OK. This will now open up the Configure Data Source dialog box. Basically, it's asking me where do I want to get my data for this report. In our case, we're going to select our existing connection string And I'm going to go ahead and select that from the drop-down box. You could, if you want, create connection strings on the fly here, but most often those are preset. You'll notice that it's giving me the information about where this data is going to come from, so I can confirm it. Once you've selected the connection string name CONN, click Next. Now this shows me the specify SQL select statement. So in here, I can see what are the different data elements that are in the system. So you'll see right there is that by clicking on the drop-down box with tables and views, I can see the different tables that are available within my system. And in my case, I want to select customer. You'll see once I select a table, you'll see the specific columns are located here. Now, like for instance, if I selected salesperson, we would have seen the salesperson information. If I select customer, we see the customer information here. Now you can select all columns, but in our case, let's say we're putting together a quick phone directory of customers to be displayed in the system. So we don't need all this information. All we really need are first name, last name, company, and phone. Let's keep it simple with those 4 elements there. So again, first name, last name, company, and phone, and make sure those are all checked. You'll notice behind the scenes that Alpha is just writing SQL queries that will go against the database, but you really don't have to do that. By the way, if you want, you can create your own custom SQL select statement, or more powerfully, you can actually exercise, if you have stored procedures, you can actually call stored procedures to produce information for reports, which is very, very powerful and very, very effective. Now, to make sure that we're getting the right data we want, you notice down in the left-hand corner, we have a preview data button. Let's go ahead and click on that. The system will call the database and allow us to see the information that's going to be brought back. And you'll notice that we have 4 separate columns: first name, last name, company, and phone. And you'll notice that currently the sorting is whatever's in the database. So it's coming back by when that information was input into the database. Now there are 2 methods. You can actually click order by here and have order by, but I'm going to actually show you how you can actually use the report editor to do some of these filtering and searching and other things, or I'm sorry, sorting and other pieces like that. Once we have those first items selected, let's go ahead and click Finish. You'll see that it brings up the Design Time Properties dialog box. One thing Alpha does is it brings down a sample set of data from the database that is used during the report development process. That way you can see the impact of your changes to the reports immediately. In this case, this is asking me how many of those records you want to bring down. Normally, you would leave this 0, meaning it's going to bring all the records down from that specific query, from that table or stored procedure or whatever you're pointing to. If you happen to have a very large database, you may want to limit that to a certain sample set of records. Thus, you can get faster performance and you're not having to wait for the big reports to be generated. We're going to go ahead and leave this as 0, and we're going to click OK. We are now in our report Genie, and you'll see that it looks a lot like our grid component. So you'll see on the left you have columns, or the available fields that we've selected, and then you'll see up top we have different tabs, and we're going to explore these in more details. But let's go ahead and do the following. You can select individual items by clicking on it, clicking the arrow here, or if you want to add them all at the same time, you can click the double arrows. And you'll notice then it's taken the available fields from your query and put them in here. Now, if I click on an individual field, you'll see that we have, very similar to our grid, you have details or properties associated with each of those fields. And this allows us to do some really cool things here. So let's go ahead and save this report. And we're going to call this Customer Directory. No need to put an extension behind it. So again, Customer Directory, and click Save. And to see the report, we can click Preview. This is the final tab on the right-hand side. So after you've selected those fields, go ahead and click Preview. And you'll see that the system automatically generates a ready-to-go report. And I'm going to go ahead and click on the report. You'll notice there's a magnifying glass with a little plus sign. And by doing that, I can zoom in to see what my report looks like. So you'll see that I have my information coming out for first name, last name, company, and phone. There's no sorting or other things. And so we're going to spend a little time cleaning this up and making this look a lot sharper. But as you can see, within a matter of a few minutes, you can generate quick reports and have them available in the system. And we'll explore more in the future how you can use these reports both in your web and mobile environments. Now that we have our report set up and ready to go, we can do a bunch of cleanup to make it look a lot nicer. So first, you'll notice that the sorting order is off. We'd really like it to be sorted by last name. And in fact, I'd like the last name to be the first column instead of the second column. So let's return back to columns. Select last name from the selected fields. And much like the grid in the UX, you have some controls to move its location. So let's go ahead and click the up arrow once. And that will move the last name to the first column. And to see the immediate response, go to preview, and you'll see now we have our last name in the first column. That's one of the other reasons that it preloads that data, is you can go back and forth quickly between report settings and the preview, and it makes it very responsive to create reports and tweak them and make them look like what you want them to look like. Next, we want to go ahead and look at the last name. You'll notice currently it is not sorted. So let's go ahead and change that. Let's go ahead and go to Filter Order. This is the fourth tab on the top. And then you'll notice that we can filter this or order this report. So let's first do the ordering. I'm going to go to Order here. I've clicked into here, and you'll notice on the right-hand side there's sort of a up arrow location. Let's go ahead and click that. And this opens up our order builder. And this is a point and click. So we can say, oh, okay, let's sort by the first record or first column, which is last name. And you'll notice that I've selected the sort by to be by the last name. And then here we have the options to do from A to Z or Z to A. In our case, we want to do it alphabetically. You can, of course, create secondary sorts if you would like, and we'll look at that in a little bit. Let's go ahead and click OK. And you'll notice now the order is last name. So you can actually type this in once you know the nomenclature and the structure. You can do it yourself. But in this case, it's just easier for me to click on this little arrow here and then set it. Now if we do a preview and we go to first name, last name, you'll see the last name is now sorted alphabetically. The next thing I'd like to do is you'll notice that the naming is using the database field naming. So let's make a couple quick changes to change last name and first name so it looks a little nicer. So to do that, I'll go back to the columns. I'm going to click on last name, and you'll notice on the right-hand side in the field properties, we have the label last name. So I'm going to go ahead and click that and change it to last space N-A-M-E. I'm going to go ahead and do the first name by clicking on first name, going to the label, and again modifying that from first name all together to first name. Let's go ahead and save our report, and we can now go in and do a preview. And you'll notice now that we have much nicer column names, starting to look a little bit sharper in terms of what the user would see when they print this out. And in fact, just to let you know right now, one of the most powerful aspects of the reporting system is that built into the Alpha application server and IDE is full integration with Adobe PDF and Excel and RTF, which is Word. So what this allows you to do is right here in the development environment, I can export this out as a PDF file, as HTML, rich text format, which would be opened up in, say, Microsoft Word, plain text, and also Excel. And this is built into the core of the DNA of the system. So right now I could say, oh, I just wanted to create a quick report and have it available for my team. I could do that using the development environment. Now, in the future, we'll include these reports into the web system so they can do it through the web browser. But this is available here. And when it's working in the web browser, you'll have these options available. It's very neat. So that's just an item that you can do here. You'll notice the next one is create an email. So if you've set up the email, you could actually literally create a report and email it out as a PDF in a matter of a few minutes. Now let's make a couple other changes to this real quick. Let's go ahead and give this report a report name or a title. So to do so, I'm going to go to the report settings. And this is where we set the overall settings for the report. So you'll notice that it's already preset, for instance, the font, the color, the labeling, and things along those lines that are in here. And you can change these. If the font's a little small, you can increase it. You can change those items here. What I'm looking for is report title, and that's under the report title section. And I'm going to go ahead and go in here, and I'm going to change that to customer directory. So I'm going to type in the title, customer directory. You'll notice it's already selected a title font. And let's go ahead and save that and do a preview. So now you'll see our report's really starting to come together. Now we have a nice title up top, and that will be included with the report, and we have our data in here in a alphabetical manner with the correct field titling at top so it looks sharp. I want to do a couple other things to make this report a little bit more effective for my users. The first, you'll notice that this is a pure report based on the last name sorted alphabetically. What I'd like to actually do is, since this is a customer directory, I'd really like to have contacts per customer or company. So what I'd like to do is group this report by the company column so that individuals within a specific company are grouped together. So let's go ahead and change this by clicking on the Groups tab, which is the second tab up top. And you'll notice, very similar to the grid, you have the available fields that could be used for grouping and the current selected fields. So click on the company field, click on the little arrow to move it to the right, and now we've added a grouping to the report based on company. And you'll notice that the name is company and the display expression is company. There's a few other adjustments here. So let's go ahead and do a preview. And now you'll notice that it's grouped by company. Now, my first company, these are people who do not have company names or are not associated with companies, so they're grouped together in one. But if I scroll down to the bottom part of my report, you'll see, here's Alpha. And these are the folks that are in the Alpha company. Now, to go to the second page of the report, I'm going to go ahead and click up here. Here's my navigator. I'm going to go ahead and click here to go to the next page, and I'm going to scroll back up to the top. So now you see a little bit more of the company grouping. You'll see that each company has a specific name, and then the people within that are appropriately set up there. Now, the navigation, you can jump to the first page of the report, last page. Very easy to do that from standpoint. And of course, if you would like to print this or export it, you can do that right within this system right here. So we've added a nice company or a company grouping. I'm actually going to go back down here, and you'll see that we have Alpha and then the different companies that are associated it. So the users are within that from that standpoint there. You'll notice that my last name sort order is maintained so that within a company, it's going to support or sort on those last names, which makes it really, really nice. Now, this is the plain defaulted style for this report. And we can do some other cool little things in terms of styling. There is a style tab here, and go ahead and click the style tab to select it. And you'll notice that currently we're using the minimal style sheet. And this is an example of what it would look like. By the way, reports can get very sophisticated in the system where you have multi-parent child and other kind of reports, and we'll explore those in future trainings. But if I go over here to the left, I can click on Classic, and you'll notice not a big change here. But I could also click on Section Borders, and now you're starting to see it's adding a little bit more flair to your report. And you'll notice that certain reports have themes. So I can say, I want that gray or olive or tan. Let's go ahead and do olive for now. It's kind of bright and interesting there. So let's do a preview of this report and see what it looks like now using this applied style. So I'm going to click Preview, and you'll notice that it's added a border to the top. It's got a nice little background color. If I scroll down to the bottom and look at the company information, Oops, go to the next page. You'll see that each company gives it a little, so it looks a little bit nicer, and you can adjust that. The other style that's pretty nice is you can create your own custom style. You can also do rounded corners, so it looks a little more professional, and you can color alternative rows, so it makes it easier to read for the individuals. So I'm going to go ahead and go back and preview all of these changes, and you'll now notice that we have little rounded corners on it. It's starting to look a little more solid, and each of the rows are alternatively colored, so it's a little easier visually to see what's going on in the report. And as I mentioned, you can create your own custom styles. You can create style sheets, adjust every little element within this report to make it match your current branding or your client's branding or the elements that go with that. So styling is very important, along with some of these other report settings that you can set to be able to add to the system and to make your reports look really, really sharp. One thing I did want to note right now is that currently when I do my preview, you'll notice that the report is in a vertical portrait mode. So it's basically using a vertical orientation. If you need to change a report to be horizontal or landscape, you go to Report Settings, scroll to the bottom, and you'll notice here you can set both the anticipated paper size and the orientation. So I'm going to go ahead and select Landscape Orientation. I'm going to go back in and do a preview, and you'll now notice that it's laying this out in a horizontal direction versus a vertical, which for certain reports, certain data, this may be much more appropriate for what you're looking for in terms of your reports. The Alpha Report Writer has a broad array of capabilities, both to help you format, clean up, and make your reports look great, but also to do some fairly sophisticated data analysis right within your reports. I like to focus on two of them. The first one is in terms of what is called summary values. You'll notice that in my available fields, make sure your columns tab is selected. I'm going to go ahead and select last name. You'll notice in the column field properties, we have a summary here. And that summary can help summarize across that field. These are text fields. If these were numeric fields, you would also see things like min, max, average, etc. But since we have a text field, we have a limited number of summaries. Well, let's go ahead and select count. So with last name selected here, click to select count. Now do a preview, and you'll see, we'll scroll down to the next page, you'll notice that at the end of each group, it's putting in a count of the number of items above it. So all it's doing is counting the number of people. So for instance, Alpha has 1 employee. Let me go to the next page. Leanne 1, etc. If I go back to the previous page, you'll see that for people who are not associated with, you can do a count. And as I mentioned before, this becomes even more powerful when you have numeric values in your report. So for instance, let's say you were doing the average of an orders. Basically, by merely checking that checkbox in your report, you would see a summary field, and that would be displaying, say, the total of that column or the average of that column. And the report writer will take care of calculating all that for you. So within your columns, for each particular field, you can see a number of different summary functions that are available. And if you want to, you can change the summary label so that it displays a little bit more. Instead of just putting the number on there, you can actually put a label saying average of orders or total number of orders or total value of orders. That's all built into the system. Now, another really powerful capability in the Alpha report system is something called calculated fields. So as you can see, I have a set of available fields. These fields are coming back from the database. And if these fields were from views, etc., they would just display on there. But sometimes you want to be able to do what are called calculations on those fields. So let's go ahead and show you an example of how that would work. So I'm going to click on Calculated Fields tab. You'll notice that the way we create a calculated field is by typing in the name of that field you want it to be and then the formula after it. So I'm going to start typing in here full name, because that's going to be the name of the field that I want to put the calculation in. I'm going to go equals to, and notice something. When I do the equals to, it starts giving me some hinters and pointers on how to select information. So you'll notice right here that my second item right here is data source. So I'm going to go ahead and click on data source. And now notice it's saying, okay, you've clicked on data source. What are your options? Let's go ahead and click on first name. So now what that will do is it will take the first name and put it into the full name field. And let's go ahead and see what that looks like. Well, if we go to preview, you will see that my calculated field is not showing up. So we've created the calculated field, but we actually have to tell the system where to display that. So I'm going to go into columns. I am going to go ahead and look in my available fields, and you'll notice that now I have a new available field called calc-full name. So I can go ahead and move that field onto here. And that field now operates like any other field within that. You have properties that are associated. You could actually do summaries across that calculated field, all fairly straightforward. So now when we do our preview, you'll notice that we now have a full name here that is located in the first column. Now let's go ahead and adjust that calculation. So let's go to calculated fields by clicking on the calculated fields tab. You'll notice we have our full name. I'm going to go ahead and click here, and I'm going to go plus, and you'll notice after I put in the plus, it gives me the little helper. I'm going to select SQL data source and last name. Now, since these are both character fields, it's going to basically concatenate the two items together. Now that I have my column already in there, you'll notice the column's already in there, we can go right to preview and see the results of our preview. And you'll see we have a full name, which includes now the first name and the last name. Let's say I would rather have this as last name, comma, first name. So let's go back into calculated fields. To do so, click on the calculated fields tab. Now I can just merely edit this. I'm going to cut this, delete my plus, paste it there. And now you see I have reorganized my calculation to have the last name first and the second name, the first name second. And I did that by just copying and pasting and migrating it there. So now we go to the preview. I'll go ahead and zoom in, and now you see we have the last name with the first name. And we can actually clean this up a little bit more. First, I want to put a comma after the last name. And then the others, notice there's like a gap here. And that's because when the system is doing the calculation, it's a character field which is capturing not only the fields, but the total number of characters in that field. It's just an aspect of how this particular database model was created. So I'll go back to calculated fields. I'm going to modify my calculations to take last name plus, I'm going to open quote, comma, space, close quote, and plus. So again, I'm adding in a comma with a little space to my calculation so that now it's going to append to the last name a comma and put a little space after it. Let's save our report, do a working preview, and we're getting closer. But you'll notice that in this case, we still have this gap here. And the reason why is that data model. So what we want to do is trim this field to show only the text itself. So kind of annoying, but this kind of shows you the power. There's a huge amount of built-in functions in it. So to get rid of that white space around our field, we can use some built-in functions. And one of the neat things about the report editor is that there's a lot of functions you can tap into. So put your selection point in front of SQL data source last name. Down below you'll see functions. Go ahead and click functions here. And you'll see you have a function finder. And there's a wide range of functions that are available. Character, date, manipulation, numeric. You can even create your own XBasic and XBasic classes and call them from here. The one I'm looking for is called Alltrim. So I'm going to go ALLTRIM in the search box and click search. And you'll notice that it's brought up those functions that match that. Now what I can do, and by the way, it tells you right here what that does. It trims the leading and trailing spaces. So I'm going to click Insert. you'll notice that it inserted there, and you'll notice that it's looking for a value of character. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this here. So highlight, drag over so you select SQL data source dash last name, right click on it and cut it. Now go back and highlight everything between the parentheses, which is C space character, and then right click and paste it. So now what we're going to do is feed that data row or value to this function, so it's going to trim off the extra spaces. Click Save, click Preview, and if I now go down and see, now it's starting to look nice. You have a full name field. This is calculated in the report. It's done on the fly, and we've cleaned it up so it has a nice last name, comma, first name, and so I could reduce and eliminate these two fields here. Obviously, you could have done these kind of things in your database with a view or a stored procedure, but sometimes you have more sophisticated items. For instance, in my calculated fields here, if I had some numeric elements, you'll notice, and I'm just going to go here and do a space so we can see what it looks like, we can actually do things over groups. And so with groups, you can actually do group totaling and group manipulations. You can do subtotals. So if you have more complex reports with multiple levels of data, all of these functions are available for you to do those kind of calculations. It's very extensive, very powerful, and you can start simple and move from there. And remember, all of this is built into the system. So by clicking here, you can search those different functions. By the way, also built into here is an expression builder where it actually helps you build the expression with the common and, ors, true, false, things along those lines. So you can actually use this to build your function instead of just typing it into this white area on the page here. Up to you really how you want to do that. So reports have not only very quick and easy ways to present data, but also has a lot of depth in terms of what it can do. And there are other types of reports built into Alpha. As we mentioned before, you also have things called freeform reports and table layouts. Also, you can connect to SQL reporting services. Future training lessons are going to go through the details on how to manipulate and use those other kind of reports to build the most effective system for your end users. Now we would like an easy way to pull all these pieces together into a cohesive whole that could be used by our users as the Alpha Sports dashboard. To do that, we can use a built-in component called the tabbed UI. So click on Web Components, click New. This will open up our new file creator. Make sure Web Component is selected and click Next. This will open up our component type list. And you'll notice the third item is called Tabbed UI Builder. Click once on that, and then click the Next button. This will now open up our Tabbed UI Builder. You'll notice in our Tabbed UI Builder, there's a little bit of help text that gives you a little information about the tool. So this is a pre-built component that acts as a dashboard to tie together the other components. So let's go ahead and build this out. Our first step is to actually tell it which of my other components do I want to be presented. So to do so, click on Tabbed UI Controls, and this will bring up an interface very similar to our UX control builder. Click on Tabbed UI Buttons, and then when you do that, you'll see that you can select from any of the number of different components, including things like PDF documents and external web pages. So let's go ahead and add our customer grid first. Click Component. This will open up our Insert Tabbed UI pane dialog box. You'll notice that since we selected Component, we have a list of different components in my system. And the one we're looking for is Customer Grid. Click on Customer Grid. You'll notice that if we have a lot of components, we can actually use the filter here to filter out and find the component we're looking for. Down below, you'll notice that there are two text entry boxes, one which is the button/hyperlink text, and the other is the pane label. Let's go ahead and modify those so we know that it'll look good. So for button hypertext link, type in customer space grid. And then for pane label, let's make it the same, customer space grid. This is basically what will be displayed to the user. Now click OK. And you'll notice now that a tabbed UI button has been added to our tabbed UI builder. And much like the UX and the grid, there are a large number of properties that are available for each of these buttons. And we'll cover a few of those in a few minutes. Let's go ahead and save this. So let's go ahead and click Save up in the left-hand corner. And let's call this MAIN_TUI for main, MAIN_TUI. Notice that it's going to be stored as a component, so this allows us to distinguish the type of component when it's on a disk file. And click Save. Now we can preview this just like we've done with the UX by clicking the Working Preview tab. The tabbed UI has a pre-made interface. It includes a header area, a footer area, a content area, and then a menu area on the left. You'll notice that we added one tabbed UI button called Customer Grid. If I click on Customer Grid, you'll see that Alpha loads our Customer Grid into a new tab pane in this center section here. And all the features and capabilities of the Customer Grid are available. Searching, sorting, the dynamic search capability, also all of our detail view, and including our navigation and saving, all the things that we build. So really, the tabbed UI is to bring pieces together. You'll notice a couple nice little features. First, on our menu over here, we'll be able to modify that, but you'll notice that there's a little double arrow. If I click that, it will hide that arrow so we can save screen real estate. You can click on it to reopen it. And you can adjust all the different elements of this in order to make it work exactly how you want to for your clients and your customers. Let's continue working on our tabbed UI. You'll notice currently we only have our Customer Grid. Let's go ahead and go back in and add our other buttons for our other controls we've made so far. To do so, click Design. Under Tabbed UI Buttons, click Component. In this case, we want to add one of our components, which is the Customer UX. So I'm going to click once on Customer_UX. You'll notice that the button and pane labels are using the default name. So let's go ahead and modify that. For button, type in Customer UX. And for pane label, Customer UX. For your users, they may not know what UX is, so you could always call this Customer Form or Customer Data Entry Grid or any number of different ways to name that. Click OK. So now we have our two buttons, but let's go ahead and add our report in there. So in this case, instead of clicking Component, I would like you to click Report. Now you'll notice that we have a list of reports. In this case, we only have one. So I'll click Customer Directory. Again, it's using the default name built into the system, which really won't make much sense to your customers. So let's change this to Customer Directory in the button. And then under the pane label, let's change that to Customer Directory. All right. And click OK. Now we have all of our current components added to our grid, to our tabbed UI. So click Save, do a working preview, and now you'll notice that we have all of our different items in the menu on the left. Let's go ahead and click on each one individually. First, I'm going to click on Customer Grid, and you'll notice it opens the Customer Grid. Next, I'm going to click Customer UX, and next you'll notice that it opened up the Customer UX. It opens it in a separate pane. So I have both of them still available at this time. And for especially back-end dashboard applications, this is very powerful. And we'll show in a future training how you can actually dynamically open up tab panes to be editing things and close them. This allows someone who is working on multiple items to have multiple items open at one time and be interacting with those different items in your system. Last, let's go ahead and click on Customer Directory, and this will open up our report. Now notice, it gave me an error. Not an error, but a warning saying that report preview for PDF reports are not supported in working preview. Basically, Alpha, as I mentioned earlier, can auto-generate PDFs, and this button is defaulted to create a PDF. That won't work inside the working preview just because of the way the IDE is set up. So let's make a quick adjustment. Go ahead and click OK. Oh, also notice I made a mistake when I did my pane title. Let's change that too to make sure it looks good. Let's return back into our design. Let's select Customer Directory. And on the right-hand side, you'll see our properties. The first property I'd like to change is the pane title. So let's go ahead and remove that first C so it looks correct. Secondly, let's scroll down a little bit, and you'll notice in the report definition we have a report name and an initial view. And you'll notice there's a little help text down below. And the initial view, depending on the type of report you select, can be either PDF, HTML, or HTML paged. Let's just go ahead and select HTML for right now. Once you've changed the customer directory in the pane title and the initial view, let's go ahead and save, and let's do a working preview. Notice we're back to our original setting spot. Let's go ahead and click Customer Directory. And now, since we have said that we want to display this in HTML, you'll notice that it displays OK. We don't have to be in live preview. Notice another really nice feature of the report builder and the report integration. You'll notice that I have my full report here, so I can review and look at my report right in my web browser. But I also have buttons here that allow me to export this as PDF, Excel, Word, or just print it as an HTML page. And that's automatically added to our area up here. We can adjust that if we don't want people to be able to say export the data as Excel or Word, and we'll adjust that in a few moments here. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go back into Design, select Customer Directory, and let's scroll down a little bit farther until you get to the HTML Report Viewer options. And as you can see, there are a series of checkboxes which will allow us to say how this report can be exported when it's displayed to the user. So I'm going to go ahead and remove Export to Excel. And then I'm also going to remove the Export to Word by clicking on that checkbox. So now your system should show Print as PDF and the print capability. Let's go ahead and go back into Working Preview. Select Customer Directory, and you'll notice now that those other two buttons have disappeared, and all we're showing is the Export to PDF and the Print HTML. One thing that's nice is when we talk about the Alpha security system, you can actually tie these buttons to that security system. So if there are certain individuals that you would like to have be able to export Excel, you can mark the button to say, allow export to Excel if only they have a certain permission level, if they're a member of a group, like an administrator or a manager or someone along those lines. When Alpha auto-generated the tabbed UI component, you'll notice that it put in generic text up top, some generic text down here in the footer, and if I actually click on the Home tab, you'll see that there's some generic text right here. So let's go ahead and go back into the tabbed UI design environment and make modifications to those so they look a little sharper. Let's click on Design. To adjust those, we need to go to the tabbed UI properties. And this is where we define all of our properties. The first area we'd like to look for is our header text. And if you'll notice that it's about 10 items down from the top. Here is the header text here. We can go ahead and modify that. And I'm going to go ahead and put in Alpha Anywhere Web 1. That will be the name there. You notice we're using header tags. This can be using any kind of HTML you would like. You can even include images in this area. In fact, if you click on the ellipsis tab, you'll see that it opens up a HTML editor where you can actually use this to make it look really sharp. And what's kind of fun is you can see it both in source mode, but also what you see is what you get right here, including inserting tables and images, etc. Let's go ahead and click Save and leave it there. Next, select footer text. I'm going to go ahead and just put in here copyright 2018 Alpha Anywhere or Alpha Software. That is the footer text there. So we've changed the header text and the footer text. Now we'd like to go ahead and modify that text on the home page. That is found a little bit farther down. So you can either scroll down until you reach the home page area, or you'll notice there's a convenient search button here where I can click on Properties and type the word Home, and this will take us right here. This is the tab title. So that is that first tab you see is called Home. We're going to leave that alone. But you'll notice down below we have Homepage HTML. So let's go and change that to Welcome to the Dashboard. So I'm just going to type Welcome to the Dashboard in the Homepage HTML. Let's click Save. Go back into our working preview. You'll notice now our headers changed to a little bit nicer little text, something a little more appropriate. Our footer area also has been modified. And on our Home tab, that HTML right here is now showing Welcome to the Dashboard. So you can tweak and modify these. You can use HTML in all of this so that you can really look it sharp and really make it a nice environment for your users. Let's go back into the design environment. And I want to show you one other thing that's kind of really nice. You'll notice under the home page that we're currently using Home as the name of the tab. And it has homepage HTML source is called local. Now, local means that it's defined right here under the homepage HTML. And you can edit it right there. In fact, if you click on the ellipsis button, you can open up a full what you see, what you get editor to be able to edit all that content on that tab. But another option that I'd like you to be aware of is called homepage HTML source URL. And what this allows you to do is if you click URL, it's going to ask you for a URL. And this could be another A5W or HTML page in your project. This could actually be a page on a complete different website. So this allows you to have, instead of static HTML on that home tab, you can now point to a web page that has that information associated. And there's some really neat tricks you can do because within that page you can embed grids or other things so you could show content right there on the home page, maybe dashboards or charts or other nice features there. But I'm going to go ahead and return this back to local and keep my welcome to the dashboard also. Now, one other nice little feature that I'd like to highlight right here is called the homepage auto refresh. And that's really neat. Basically what that means is that when I'm in the working preview or when it's running on the browser, I'm going to click Customer Grid and you'll notice Customer Grid. Now when I click Home, it just quickly goes to Home. But if I have that auto refresh enabled, every time I click on this Home tab, it's going to refresh the content of this area. And that's really handy if you need to refresh dashboards. Let's say someone is editing content and data in your system. And what you want to do is on your home page is have a series of KPIs, key performance indicators. Well, what you can do is when you click Home, the system will automatically refresh this page and update all of that information. So if they made any changes in any of the other components they're working with, it would be reflected here. So that's a nice little feature, and it is called the Homepage Auto Refresh. One of the nice features of the tabbed UI is that it is responsive in nature. And let me go ahead and demonstrate that. I'm going to do that by launching my tabbed UI into a local browser on my development machine. To do so, I make sure I'm on my tabbed UI. I can be in the working preview or design. I'm going to go ahead and select on my tab bar, open in Chrome from my web browser drop-down menu. This will publish to my local live preview and open up the tabbed user interface inside my browser. And everything you've seen in working preview works great. I can shrink and hide this. I can add my customer grid. It will open up that component within here. In fact, I'll go ahead and open up my customer UX and my customer directory. Now this is responsive, so if I go ahead and modify the size of my window, you'll notice a couple things. You'll notice that the header and the footer shrink appropriately. So if I drag this down, it's going to auto resize these so they look nice. And it's going to lay out properly within the environment within it. And all of the responsive kind of features such as show and hide work great. So the tabbed UI is a very powerful control because it allows me to quickly take these different subcomponents, tie them together into a whole, and then users can then use that to interact with your system. And one of the powerful capabilities is you can use an incremental development capability. So as you're starting to develop your system, you can start with a couple components, but over time you can add more and more components and allow it to grow and become more powerful over time. The current user interface uses a set of buttons, but other kind of controls are available over here in terms of hyperlinks and tree controls. So as your system grows in complexity and grows in the number of components that are available, you'll be able to create a very nice, easy to use navigation system to allow people to use the system effectively. Now, I draw your attention to one thing. You'll notice that in my tab for my Chrome browser, it's using the term tabbed user interface. And that's automatically put in there when the tabbed UI is built. I really would like that to say something a little nicer. So I'm going to go and close this. Notice that it automatically gives me a leave site message because I might have multiple items open in the middle of editing. This, by the way, can be enabled or disabled as you see fit. But I'm going to go ahead and click leave and it will close that. Now I'm back in my development environment. I'm at my tabbed UI properties. And what I'm going to do is go ahead and scroll up until I locate page title. This is the title of the page, i.e. that tab that we'll be able to see in the web browser. So I'm going to go ahead and select that and change that to Alpha Anywhere Web 1. So it matches my header text. I'm going to go ahead and save this. Instead of going into working preview, I'm going to go ahead and open in Chrome by selecting Chrome from the drop-down box. And now I'll open up our tabbed UI. And you'll notice that the name in the tab now includes my nicer looking name instead of that generic name that was there before. And that's one of those little nice things you want to do just so that people see and they see a solid based system in there. By the way, if I do something like pinning, I can pin the tab and you'll notice that it looks nicely. It's currently using the Alpha logo, but this favicon is what it's called, can be changed to your own little logo if you see fit in the system. So you can tailor all these little elements so that your customers and clients have a very powerful, stable, and rich interface to work from. I want to note one other thing in regards to the tabbed UI. When we created the tabbed UI actually created an A5W page for us. Let's go ahead and click on A5W pages. And you'll notice there's a page in here that we did not create ourselves. Basically, when the tabbed UI was generated, it generated a page with it. And I'll talk a little bit more in another lesson in regards to what A5W pages and how they're related to components. Now you'll notice that we have a specific name that has been created by the system called tabbed UI _ main _ TUI. And this again was auto-generated by the tabbed UI. If you would like to have a different page name for this, you can go to Web Components, double-click to open up main TUI, which is our tabbed UI component. Make sure that tabbed UI properties are selected. And then if you scroll down to the location container A5W page, you'll see there's a property called A5W page name. And you'll notice there's some instructions at the bottom telling you how it will automatically create that. Now, what I'd like you to do is go and change this to the following, index.a5w. And we do that for two reasons. One is I want to control the page name, so I know exactly what it is in case I need to use that later on. The other is for the purposes of this training and the next trainings, we are going to use this as our basis for the web, so it will be our launch page. So let's go ahead, and after you have changed that to index.a5w, click Save. Now when you click Save, it's going to save the tabbed UI, but at the same time, let's go ahead and go back to Web Projects Control Panel and then click on A5W pages to select that area. You'll notice that it now created a new page called index.a5w. The old page tabbed UI underscore main underscore TUI is still there. So basically when we changed the name in the properties of the tabbed UI, it went ahead and auto-generated that page for us. Let's go ahead and click on the tabbed UI main, right-click on it, and select Delete. By the way, you can also click Delete up here on the icon bar above it. But let's go ahead and right-click, click Delete. It's going to give us a confirmation message. Click Yes to confirm that we would like to delete this. Just remember, when you create a tabbed UI, the system will automatically generate a A5W page to host that component. If you would like, you can go into the tabbed UI, go to the tabbed UI properties, and to the A5W page name, and you can change that so you can control the name of that page when it is generated by the system automatically. Up to this point, whenever we've been using the system, we've been using it from within the development environment. So for instance, let me go ahead and open up the main tabbed UI. And when we're in the main tabbed UI, the two ways we used the system to preview it was with working preview. And this immediately showed the application running within the system here. We also were able to use live preview. And we talked a bit about fast preview and full preview. But all of this is happening essentially within the system here. But one of the neat things about the Alpha development environment is you can actually publish your application to a local folder and run it directly within a web browser without the IDE. Now, the application server needs to be running, which means the IDE needs to be up and running, but you don't actually have to be inside of the IDE in order to exercise and use the application. And as we progress through our training, you'll find there's certain situations when you're using security and other aspects where really you need to be testing within the browser environment. So this segment is going to show you how to go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and close our main tabbed UI here and make sure you are located at the Web Projects Control Panel. Once you're at the Web Projects Control Panel, you'll notice on the icon bar above the content area or the file browser is a button called Publish. Go ahead and click on that, and you'll notice it opens up a Publish Web Project dialog box. The first item in the dialog box is Select Profile. And if you click the down arrow on the drop-down, you'll notice that we have only one profile available. Profiles are very, very powerful. Basically, you can set up a profile to tell the Alpha development environment how to compile and submit this information to either a local folder or maybe to a remote FTP location with a server running there, and or an IaaS server, or even Alpha Cloud. And you can have multiple profiles per application environment or workspace, actually within each project, that allows you to do that very quickly and efficiently. So you can have multiple profiles needed. So you can have as many profiles as needed for your particular environment. With local web root selected, click the little Add Edit Profiles icon to the right. This will actually open up the profile builder. And this is where you actually specify the different profile information. And I can add new profiles in here by clicking on this button, and you'll see we have many different ways to do our publishing and you can set up these different profiles as needed. For our purposes, we're not going to set up a new profile. We're going to use an existing. So click Cancel. So let's make one real quick adjustment. You'll notice that we have a folder in WebRoot. It's called Target Folder, and currently it is empty. What we want to do is change that to Web1. So type the letters WEB1 into Target Folder. And I'll show you in a few minutes of how this impacts the system. But it's very important when you start doing multiple projects to make sure when you have a local WebRoot profile that you set up a different target folder for each one of those projects, so that way you don't step on the different projects. The other thing I'd like you to do is you'll notice that there is a open page after publish default page. Go ahead and click the ellipsis button. This will give us a list of pages in our project. In our case, we only have one, which is our index page, which holds our tabbed UI. So let's go ahead and select that and click OK. So once you're satisfied that target folder is Web1, default page is index.a5w, you can click OK. So now we've edited and modified the local WebRoot profile to have a little bit more of what we're looking for. Now you'll see you have different options. The first is what files to publish. In our case, we want to publish all files. In the future, once you start developing your application, you can actually just publish a single file. That will make it faster and more efficient. Also, Alpha is very smart in terms of the publishing process. It actually remembers what files have been published. So you can actually say all files in project and then say publish new and modified files only, and the system will look through and say, oh, these files haven't been edited, so I won't worry about publishing them. I'll just publish the ones that have changed. And that speeds up the overall publishing process. If you ever do want to do an all files in project and not just do the newer ones, you can click there. That will disable that. That will do a full publish. Please keep that checked for now. You can also clear the publishing history in case you want to kind of start over from scratch. The only other thing we would like to do and adjust here is that you'll notice there is an option for launch browser after files are published. And I'm going to enable that. The benefit of that is after I have published this, it will immediately open up my browser and point that browser to the default page. In our case, you'll notice it's set to index.a5w. If you have multiple pages, you can override those by just selecting which page you would like to open up after you publish there. The other thing we were going to do is show a list of files to publish. In the future, you can disable this to speed up the process. Now, confirm you have local WebRoot, all files in project, publish new and modified files only, launch browser after files are published, and we're going to show index.a5w and click Publish. You'll notice the system reviews your current project and workspace. It identifies a list of files that need to be published. This includes both your components and pages, but also CSS files, JavaScript, all the other things that it needs to actually run when it's operating in the browser. Note, if you would like to skip this in the future, you can click Don't Show This List Again, and it will bypass this list. Go ahead and click the OK button. Now, this is the first time we've published with this profile. And it's saying, hey, I don't actually have that Web1 folder that you specified available. Would you like me to create it? In our case, the answer is yes. In the future, you won't be shown this because that folder will already exist. So just merely click yes on this dialog box. You'll notice that it gives you a prompt showing you the process of publishing those files. Once that is done, you'll see a confirmation dialog which says publishing files complete. And again, you can turn this message on and off if you like in the future. Go ahead and click OK. Now that all the files have been published, the system now is launching your default browser, and it's launching the index.a5w page in your folder with the current local server. And now we're running this within our browser as a standalone application on my local machine. And that's very powerful and easy to do, and also very useful in terms of doing testing. In fact, a full limited version of the Alpha application server, it's limited by the number of connections, is built into it. So you could literally go to another machine and access this development machine over the network with the proper server address and actually use it as a baby application server to have other people in your office, say, test it. Let's go ahead and continue discussing a little bit more about the local publishing process. First, let's go ahead and close our web browser, return to the Alpha development environment, and make sure you're at the Web Components segment. Let's show you how if we want to make one edit to one of the components and publish it, we can do it very readily. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and go into, say, Customer Grid. In this case, we don't actually need to make an edit. Just click Save. And then click Close. Basically, we're simulating doing an edit to that component. Now we've done that component, but you've noticed we haven't touched the other components. Click on the Publish icon. This will bring up the local WebRoot publishing profile by default. You'll notice now that since I had Customer Grid selected, I have current file. So in this case, it's only going to publish this current file. But go ahead and click All Files in Project. And let's leave the Publish New or Modified Files only, because I want to demonstrate how Alpha is smart enough to understand what has changed since the last time you published and only publish the changes that are necessary. This is a huge time saving. Let's go ahead and launch our browser after files are published by clicking that. You'll notice our page to show is index.a5w. And we're keeping our show list of files to be published. Go ahead and click Publish. You'll notice now it shows us a list of files, and the only file that's going to be published is our customer_grid. And then click OK. You'll notice now that it's confirming that our publish has been completed properly. We can click OK. It will now launch our web browser pointing to it. And our updated customer grid has now been published. And so if I made any change to that grid, it would actually show up here. In fact, let's go ahead and show you a little bit more about the publishing process and how this could work and how you can use some techniques to speed up the overall process. So you'll see my customer grid here. It's showing everything's looking good. Let's say I want to make a small change. Let's say I want to click here to search. Let's change that to click here to filter. So what I need to do is modify my customer grid in the detail view or in the search parameters. So let's return to our development environment. Let's go to our web components, find the customer_grid, and open customer_grid. This will launch us into our grid development environment. Since we're going to be modifying the search area, click on Search Properties. You'll notice over here, and we have our search property area with our title, search, and our title when hidden is click here to search. And that's what we want to change that. So let's go ahead and change that from click here to search to click here to filter. So all we're adjusting is that name of that title. And if we want to check to see if that worked properly, you can click Working Preview. And you'll notice that it's now saying click here to filter. Let's go ahead and click Save to save that item. So now we've saved the change. Now that change is saved within the development environment, but it's actually not been published. So let's return to our Web Projects control panel. Let's go ahead and click the Publish. Again, making sure local WebRoot is selected. Click All Files in Project. Publish New or Modified Files Only. Now, instead of launching the index.a5w page with the launch browser after files, what I'd like you to do is don't touch anything down there. Basically, we're going to do the publish and move the file out of our IDE onto the folder where it's published. And that's all we want it to do. So click Publish. You'll notice that it's identified only one change, which is our grid component, and click OK. And you'll notice our publishing is complete, and you can now click OK. Now, since we didn't select Open the browser didn't pop up and it didn't launch the browser. But since our browser is still open, let's return to our browser here. And let's refresh our browser. So go ahead and click to refresh the browser. Notice it gives us our warning saying, hey, you sure you want to do that? Because I'm going to reload everything. Click OK or reload. And you'll now notice it goes here. Now click on the customer grid and you'll notice our new change is now available. So you don't have to actually launch the browser every time. Basically, you can publish the files out and then do a refresh of the browser. Now, I do want to change that back real quick. And I want to do that because I want to show you two other options for publishing to the local drive. These are little, nice things to help speed up your development process. So let's go ahead and go back into our development environment. Let's return to our customer grid. Now, in this case, my customer grid is still open, so I can merely just click on the tab down below. Let's return to the design environment by clicking Design. Let's get back to our title when hidden. This is not showing, it's in the Search Properties area. And I'm going to change that back to Search. So now I've just modified the title when hidden to click here to search. Click Save to save our item. And now let's go back into our Web Projects control panel. So again, make sure you've changed that and click the Save and go back into the Web Projects control panel. Up to now, we've been going up here to Publish. And so we can click on Publish and go through that same style. But since we know we've only changed one component, but there's another simpler way to publish, specifically when we know we only have one component that we have changed. So what I'd like you to do is go back down into this area here, right-click on the customer_grid, and you'll notice there is a Publish local web root. Now, the reason it says local web root is because it remembers the last time you published. So if you were publishing to another system, you may see another system name there. But in our case, since we only have one profile, that's all it's going to show. So instead of going up to Publish, we can just click Publish Local Web Root. You'll notice it still shows me what files are going to be published. And then you click OK. This will go ahead and publish that component and any other associated needs. And we're done. It doesn't even give us a confirmation message. Now, if we go back into our web browser, so go down to your web browser, go ahead and refresh our web browser, clicking the Reload button to refresh it and reload the tabbed UI in. Click the customer grid, and you'll notice now our change has been made and is available now on my local browser. So you can publish many different ways, and in fact, there's a third way we can publish. So let me go ahead and show you that really quickly. Let's return to the development environment. Our first way was using the Publish button here. Our second way was to right-click on an item and click Publish Local Web Root. The third method is actually within the component editor itself. So let's return to Customer Grid. In our case, we don't really need to change it, so let's just click Save to resave this component. And let's say we made some edits to it. So now what we can do is we can click Publish up here on the icon bar. So built into the component editor is actually a Publish button. And if we click Publish, it's going to run the publishing step, much like right-clicking on it, and it will identify the change, click OK, and that will now publish this specific component to your publishing profile. And now remember, when you click Publish here, it's automatically going to local web root. In the future, when you set up multiple publishing profiles, when you click Publish here, it'll actually give you a drop-down list to select which ones. So again, 3 quick ways to publish. Publish here, right-click, or publish within the component editor itself. To wrap up our lesson regarding local publishing, I want to kind of go behind the scenes a little bit and show you how the system is configured and set up and actually where these files are going. So first, I'd like you to take a look at the URL that's in the browser. This URL was built and launched with the web browser when we did the publish and open a page. You'll notice that there's a server address, in this case localhost :1580. And this is pointing to my local machine on port 1580. And then you'll notice there's a web1, that's the folder it's looking in, and then the specific page. And remember before, this is actually the tabbed UI component, and it's actually living inside of this page. And again, components can't stand on their own, they need to live inside pages. But the nice thing about the tabbed UI is it creates that page for you. So let's go back into Alpha. Let's go to the Web Projects Control Panel. And once you've gone to the Web Projects Control Panel, click on the Web menu. And notice the last item, which is Development Server. This is the menu item you always go to when you want to make any changes to how the local development server that's built into the IDE functions and operates. So let's go ahead and click on that to open it up. And you'll notice we're at the configuration page for that, the settings page. And you'll notice right away that it's licensed with a 5-session limit. And this gives you a little information of what that means. So basically it's the full application server, but it's got certain limitations in terms of how it's supposed to be used on your local machine. Now you'll notice that I've given it a server name here, and that should be automatically set for you. And therefore I can refer to this server either using localhost, which is how it did before, or Alpha Primary, which happens to be the name of my machine right here. Next, you'll notice the server port, 1580. So actually, let's go back in here. I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And I'm going to go back into my web browser. And I'm going to go up here, and instead of localhost, by the way, that always works, I'm going to paste in that server name. But I'm going to keep the :1580 because we're running the server on port 1580 on the local machine. And I'm going to hit enter. It's going to ask me to confirm. And you'll notice that it reopens the page. So this server name and localhost are essentially the same thing. They're referring to the same thing. One is a nice to use name. The other one is just a default. So you can always say localhost and then the port name with the colon, and it will work perfectly. Now let's look at one other quick thing here. You'll notice it's saying document root. And this is important. This is the folder on your local machine where all of these files are being published to, and more importantly, where they're being run out of. So let's go ahead and look at that folder and look at the contents of that folder. So to do so, I'm going to go to my Windows and open my Windows file browser. Mine here is on the Start menu, but yours could be in another location. Go ahead and click File Explorer. I'm going to go ahead and click Local Disk C. So now I'm on the C drive, and you'll notice there's my folder, A5 WebRoot. In fact, let me go down here so I can show you. So I'm going to click on A5 WebRoot, and you'll notice that within the A5 WebRoot, currently I only have one folder, which is called Web1. And this is that folder that was created when we did the initial publish to my local host, and that's the name of the folder in my publishing profile. So now I'm going to double click on that to show you what's inside it. And as you can see, there's a lot of stuff inside it. There's not only our components that we care about, but other metadata and other files that are needed by Alpha to run this as a standalone application using the application server. And you'll notice you don't really need to worry about any of this because Alpha is going to automatically compile those and submit those down along with styles, CSS, and other aspects that are associated to support your application. So you focus on your A5W pages and components, and Alpha will take care of the rest. Now, the reason I found it very, very important to put in our Web1 folder name is that over time you'll be developing multiple applications. And each of these applications has its own set of files and configuration parameters, etc. If you do not set an individual folder, it's just going to publish your project into the A5 WebRoot folder. And you may get into a situation where it kind of overwrites other things. So if you publish multiple projects without a subfolder, i.e. Web 1 or Web 2 or whatever you want to call it, then they could step on each other, and then you could get kind of weird results. So I always make it a process and a plan that when I create a new project, the first thing I do is go to my local publishing spot or my publishing profile and immediately set my local folder so I know those files will be properly stored in the right location there. One last thing in regards to profiles, and I'll go ahead and go back into my development server and click close, is that up to now we clicked publish and clicked this little add edit to modify my profile. But there's a shortcut. I'm going to go ahead and click cancel here and cancel. You'll notice up on the icon bar at the top of the Web Project Control panel, there is a Profiles button. If you click on that, it immediately takes you into the Web Project Profiles. So you don't actually have to go through that Publish button. You can go right here to make any adjustments. Say change the target folder or the default page or any other elements associated with it. And I find that simple because then whenever you need to do a change to any of your publishing profiles, you can just click on the Profiles button and be into the publishing profile editing area in a matter of a few moments. Now that you've completed the Alpha 101 course, you're ready for your next steps. And here are some next steps you can take to really take advantage of everything you've learned in this course. First, there's nothing better than for you to continue to exercise and play with your new skills. Here are some suggestions. First, look at playing more with the formatting in the grid. Change the columns, move them around, change the colors. Really experiment and have fun. You're not going to break anything, especially given the fact you can restore it with the backup capability. Plus, also, I'm providing you the backup of the workspaces so you can go off, play, destroy that, and then be back in where you started before with those module backups. You can also build a second grid on a completely different table. There are a number of different tables in the data model. Feel free to grab one and start building a grid on top of it. Now with the UX, I really suggest that you spend some time playing with control layout. That's where you're going to spend a fair amount of time laying out your UX to show the best form possible for your users. So the better and more comfortable you are with that process, the better off you'll be. So take some time and explore that control layout capability and play with the different containers and enjoy it. Along with that, you can create another report, play with calculated fields, formatting, styling, again, getting just, reaffirming your familiarity with how to do these basic tasks within the system. Then with these new components and capabilities, go ahead and tie them into your tab UI, kind of experiment what it looks on there. And you can see how quickly you can add new functionality and tie it together into an overall dashboard for your users. And don't forget, make sure to publish it to your local system. Get comfortable with that because down the road, you'll be publishing not only to your local system, but upon a server for, say, validation purposes or production. So if you're very comfortable with that, you're going to do great in terms of quickly responding to your needs of your customers and your clients and your stakeholders, building new capabilities and publishing that out for them to be able to use it. And you can also take our course Alpha 102, which is Advanced Web Development. In that course, we're going to focus on a lot of really cool capabilities, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to build on top of the grid capability by showing you how you can link grids together to show parent-child relationships from your database. We're also going to focus on enhanced UX layout techniques. These are techniques to really make your forms look fabulous, and some really neat tricks that you'll learn in terms of how to make dynamic, engaging forms for your clients. We're also going to talk about a number of different form controls, both for the grid and the UX, which will be very powerful to add to your kit of development capabilities. We're also going to talk about how to use grid and UX components together in order to create a very unique user experience for the person. We're also going to show you how to display images in both the grid and UX components. And we're going to go through a number of different new report types and lots more, including a lot of little small lessons that will teach you different tricks within the Alpha development environment. So we look forward to joining you in Alpha 102. To sign up, all you have to do is go to giantkillertraining.com/alpha102, and we'll see you in our next course. Thank you so much for attending the Alpha 101 Introduction to Web Development with Alpha Anywhere. I want to do a quick recap so we cover all the things we went through during the training. First, the course objective. You should feel comfortable now being able to build a basic database-driven web application using the grid, UX, quick report, and tab UI components. The really important thing is you should also feel comfortable about using the overall development environment, because that was the key focus of this course, to get you familiar with these capabilities, how Alpha approaches the development, and most importantly, how you can pull them all together and publish them into a system you can run either on your local machine or, as we'll show in future lessons, onto other servers outside of your local machine. Quick summary of the modules is, first, we went through the development environment. We also focused a lot on the grid component and all of the capabilities built into the grid component to attach and connect to your database and work with your database. We also went through a bunch of searching, because searching is really a critical element with any web deployment system. Your applications are going to need a lot of searching requirements, and those are built into the technology. We then moved on to the UX form component to show you how you can use that to use an alternative to edit data in your database and present that information. Along with that, we did a quick introduction to quick reports, which allow you to build reports off all that data in your database quickly and efficiently. We also talked about using the tabbed UI as a standard way to build a dashboard for all of your different components and display them to the user. And last but not least, we tied all these things together and published them to your local system that allows you then to run it within the web browser without having to be within the development environment itself. Now, some of the other lessons we covered were the Database Explorer, doing module restores, being able to preview your application or your components as they're built in a browser. We were also looking at restoring backups, zipping those workspaces up so you can package them up and send them to other people. The help system, which is very extensive and continues to improve on a daily basis. This is really your go-to resource if you have questions about specific aspects of the Alpha platform. We went through where all the disk files and locations are, so you kind of know where things are tucked away within your system. And last but not least is we covered what was called component pre-rendering, which is used to accelerate and speed up your applications once they're deployed to the application server. The Alpha Anywhere development environment has a lot of really cool built-in utilities, genies, and tools. These are always available for you to help you increase your development productivity. One I'd like to show you right now has to do with databases. Specifically, how do you view the contents of a database? Now, I use external tools such as HeidiSQL, Navicat, etc. to do most of my data work, since those are really optimized for working with SQL-like databases or SQL-type databases. But built into Alpha is some really nice little tools that help you interact with databases and help you be able to do things within the IDE without having to jump out of it. The one I'd like to show you right now is available under the Tools menu under the Web Project Control Panel, and it's called the Database Explorer. So let's go ahead and click the Database Explorer. The Database Explorer opens up a dialog box. You'll notice that currently it's showing local tables, and if I click the little expand icon, you'll see at this time I don't have any local tables. And these would be DBF files that may be in your project, which most likely will be empty. But sometimes people are migrating DBF solutions and they still have those in their solution. What we need to do is I'd like to see what is inside of our Alpha Sports data model. So to do so, follow along with me. Click plus to add a new database to this Explorer. This will open up our connection string. We can select an existing one, or by the way, when we're here, we could create another one on the fly. It's really up to you. But in this case, I'm going to select our current connection string and click OK. So you'll notice that once I've done that, the CONN connection string and database is now added to my tree. And if I click to expand that, you'll see that it is connected to the database. It now has given me the opportunity to look at tables and views. So I'm going to click the little expand icon here for tables. And you'll notice this is showing the different tables that are in my database. And if I expand views, I will see the views that are also available in my database. So therefore, I don't have to go outside of it to kind of check things out in terms of what my database is. Now, beyond that, I can go ahead and select a specific database table, click plus, and you'll notice that it opens up and shows me the files that are available within that table. And it also not only shows me the columns, but or fields or columns, but it also shows you the data type, how big they are, and also things like if it's got a primary key, auto increment, etc. So you really can see the structure of your data right from within this Database Explorer, which is kind of nice to be able to just kind of poke around and see what it looks like from here. Now, one other nice feature within here is that if I go back and click on Customer, and actually once I've selected Customer, I right-click on it, you'll see that there's some built-in commands. First is you can save that as a different table. You can drop that table, which deletes it from the database here. You can show the data table and also count the rows. And you can also open the query builder, which we'll cover in the near future, to actually do some queries and build it based on this table. For now, I just want to show the data in the table. So I'm going to select Show Data in Table. And you'll notice that it just brings up another dialog box, and it's done a query to show me all the columns for that particular table with all the data in it. So there's some nice built-in features there. Again, I tend to use an external tool for most of my heavy lifting as far as databases, but there are times when I just want to be able to inspect something very quickly, and this is always available within the Alpha integrated development environment to be able to do this. I would like to show you a little bit about how Alpha stores all the different information and specifically files that we're generating. Remember when we reviewed the IDE user interface, basically this is a file browser showing us the different types of files that can be in our project. And when we select an area, let's say web components, it then filters it to show us specifically what files match that criteria. And if I go back to reports, it'll show you the reports that are involved with it here. Now, these are all stored on the drive in the folder that we created originally. And a shortcut to find out where those are and what it looks like is easy to find. It's on the Web Projects Control Panel, so make sure you are on the Web Projects Control Panel. You'll notice up here there's a little folder icon. Click on that folder icon. This will then open up the default web project, or specifically the project folder where your files are located at. And you'll notice that in my case, it's within my Web1 folder that we created at the beginning of the training. So you'll notice that there are a set of files in here. There are, and I'm going to go ahead and sort them by type. The key ones we have are obviously our customer directory, our customer grid, and our customer UX that we've created so far. There are other files that are created, which are sort of temporary files that Alpha uses to accelerate and do other things behind the scenes. But the most important things are these key files here. The components are called A5WCMP, and you'll notice also the report is called A5RPT. Now, you'll notice when I name my components, I put the type of component with an underscore. So when we first created our grid, I created customer_grid, and then for customer UX. And the reason is the following. Both of them are A5WCMP. So when I'm in the file system, there's no way for me to identify which is a grid and which is a UX. But by putting that in the file name, it makes it easy for me if I need to find that specific location. You'll also notice that there's a backup folder, and in here are all the different backup files that have been created. And that is a quick overview of the files that are located on your hard drive and the structure in which they're stored. Within the Alpha Anywhere integrated development environment, there's a lot of help resources. As we've seen before, within the actual IDE, when you're located on different items, you can see that there's built-in help right there. So there's a lot of little help text that you'll find as you move through and work through the system. But in order to really get access to the full breadth of documentation and capabilities that are there to support your development efforts, here's your key aspect. When you're in the development environment, go to Help, Open Documentation. And this is available throughout the development environment. But again, Help, Open Documentation. This will open up a web browser and open up the documentation.alphasoftware.com website. And this website is dedicated to consolidating all of the different help information that is available in one location. Specifically, you have getting started guides and how-to guides and detailed user guides for different functions within the environment and within the different products that Alpha software sells. It is fully searchable, so if I want to find out control width, I can merely type in a search test, and you'll see that it comes up with a whole bunch of different width items. You can pick the ones you want, and you can see it has more detail. Included in here too is an enormous amount of examples. So I'm going to put in this is an XBasic command, and I'm going to go ahead and open that up. You'll see that you have detailed documentation in regards to the command, specifically the structure of the command, what the arguments, and most importantly, you'll find lots and lots of examples built into it. Very, very handy, very powerful, and fully searchable within the system here. So let me return back to the top level of the documentation. A couple areas I like to highlight so that you know what's going on is first the video library. The video library is very powerful. There is an enormous amount of video content. And actually you'll find this both on here and also on a YouTube channel on Google. But the one thing to realize is that this information is curated. So over time, any old videos that really don't apply anymore are going to be removed. And as you can see, you can watch the videos right in here. There's help text, there's information about them. Much like the overall site, you will also notice that you can filter these by putting in a search term and hitting the search, and it will limit the number of videos that are associated with that one area in the online documentation system. Another area I would like to highlight in the online documentation system, and I'm going to return back to the top level, is the release notes. In here you're going to find a lot of detailed information regarding the different releases of Alpha, and specifically examples and information about what is in those releases. This includes not only regular releases but also pre-releases. These are releases that are done between major releases for bug fixes or to demonstrate and put out new functionality that is being built into the technology for the next major release. There's a lot of really handy, very good information in here. There's a number of release overviews, but also release videos that show you all the new features and allow you to ramp up on those capabilities as quickly as possible. I'd like to highlight one other area of documentation. So I'm going to return back into the Alpha development environment, and I'm going to go over here to the JavaScript functions area, and this is where you can put your own JavaScript functions or copy JavaScript functions in there. But the important thing I wanted to do was highlight that in all the areas where you can enter in code, whether it's XBasic or JavaScript, there's help that's available. So I'm going to click here, Insert Method, and this will basically open up an online help that shows all the different JavaScript commands that are available to you. And each one of these, you'll notice it has a description of what it can do, little more details on what it is, and examples. And those examples can be copied and pasted right into your code. And if you click more information, it'll actually take you into the more detailed documentation. But this is really handy when you're trying to find that really item that to do the function that you would like. So for instance, let's say I want to do something with a list control. I can go right here and you'll see, oh, okay, I can use the dialog object get list data. You'll see here's the help, and here's a great example that goes through and shows you how to implement this in your code. And that really saves you an enormous amount of time. So the help system is pervasive within the development system. Your go-to location should always be help, open documentation. That is a curated site, and the team continues to work on making sure the best, latest, and greatest help and documentation is available to support your development process. Welcome to Alpha 101, Introduction to Web Development using the Alpha Anywhere platform. I'm DM McCormick, lead trainer at Giant Killer Training. I've developed and deployed a wide range of simple and complex production systems using Alpha Anywhere. By the end of this course, you will be able to develop and deploy to your local machine a data-driven web application with grids, forms, and reports using the Alpha Anywhere development platform. The key topics we are going to cover are connecting Alpha Anywhere to a database system, creating a grid component to be able to display, search, and edit data, create a UX form component to display and edit data, build a quick report to report on your database information, and then tie all these components together using the tabbed UI to make a dashboard environment. Last, you will publish and run the application on your local web browser. Along the way, we will also cover a lot of other topics that will help you build the best Alpha Anywhere development skills. These skills will help you drive success in your development efforts and have been developed after years of my personal development efforts. I designed this course for a person who is eager to develop a data-driven web application but might be struggling with how to get started with the Alpha platform. So click on the Enroll button to sign up now, and you will be well on your way to building your first web application in no time. As we move through our training, there are times when your system may get out of sync in terms of what my project and files look like. So I've gone ahead at the end of each module, I'm going to save a copy of my project. And what I want to do right now is kind of show you how, if you need to, you can quickly restore it and pick it up where it goes. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and close my grid here. And I'm going to go ahead and go to File, Exit to get out of the Alpha development environment. You'll notice that I have a zip file here, and in our lessons you'll notice in each module there will be a file attachment where you can download at any time. I'm going to go ahead and open up my file browser. I'm going to go to my Documents, Alpha Anywhere here, and you'll notice I have my Web 1 project right here. All of my files are located within there, or within that folder. So the next step is when you need to restore it, I highly recommend you copy this just in case anything goes wrong. You could either go ahead and use the built-in compressed zip folder to zip that up for yourself. But once you're ready to go, you can just simply double click on the zip file that is provided. You download this and upload it. You'll notice that this is the contents in here. You merely have to highlight, copy, and drag those back onto your folder on your drive there. It will give you a message, replace this, so you want to go ahead and replace those files. Now the files that are on your system are identical to the module point at which this zip file was. And again, each module I'm going to create a different one of those, so you can quickly, if you get out of sync, you can go, okay, I want to reset there. Now there's one key last thing that I need to show you. So I'm going to go ahead and close this zip file since we're done with it. I'm going to go ahead and go into Alpha Anywhere. You'll notice now that when I'm in there, I've got a pointer to my file on my hard drive where I've been doing my project, where you've been doing your project. I'm going to go ahead and open that up. And I'm now back to that point in that module that I created. Now, very important, because our drives and your drives are a little different, whenever you do this, the first thing I need you to do is go to Tools, Alpha DAO Connection Strings. And what I want you to do is go ahead and click on Connection, click Edit, and test this connection. Make sure that's working. If it's not, that means that the physical location of your access file is different than what was on my system, which is most likely what's going to happen. Then all you need to do is click Build, click File Name, navigate to your folder, find that Alpha Sports, click Open. So now it's pointing to that file on your local system. Click Test Connection, should get succeeded, and then click OK. So super important, whenever you restore one of my backups to your system during your training, most likely this connection string will be broken, meaning that it's pointing to a file location that doesn't exist. So you need to just go in there, edit that, and you're good to go. At that time, all the rest of the files are located in this system. They've all been backed up, they're in line with my module, and you can continue your training from there. Up to this point, we have been previewing and reviewing the work on our grid in the working preview aspect. This is an ability to see it right inside the development environment. It's the quickest and fastest way to see it. But there's a built-in functionality that allows us to actually view this in a full web browser. And that's one of the really cool things about Alpha, is that it's what you see is what you get. In terms of you're seeing all the capabilities here inside the development environment, well, you can rest assured that this capability will work fine within your web browser. So in order to check that out, there's a built-in function. If you look up on the tab bar here, you'll notice about halfway across, there is a drop-down menu with a picture of, in this case, the Chrome browser. And from here, you can select a browser to preview the page or component that you're working on. You have options of either your default browser, whatever you've set for your machine, but also we have Firefox, Chrome, Safari. So you can kind of test it in all the different versions if those browsers are installed on your system. So to see this in action, let's go ahead and select Chrome. I'm going to open in Chrome. When I click there, I'm going to get a message. In this case, my development server is not currently running. There is an option, by the way, to start this when you start the development environment, and I will show you that later. But what's built into the Alpha development environment is the full Alpha development or applications server. So thus, you can not only run applications within the development environment, but also stand alone on your machine in a web browser. And all the capabilities of the development server are there and available for you. So I would like to go ahead and click yes, click OK. You'll see that it's starting up the server. And again, you can start this in the future when you launch the IDE. You'll notice there was a quick message there, but let me go ahead and do this once again. When I click here, you'll see I have two options, fast preview and full preview. When I do this method, I can speed things up by using fast preview. And real quick, I'm going to go through a more detailed discussion of what the preview models are, live preview, etc. Since this is the first time that we have tested this in our browser, we need to use full preview because that's going to publish and put into a temporary area not only the component we're working on, in this case the grid, but also all the other files that are necessary, the CSS, the JavaScript, etc. Once I've done that once, I can then use fast preview, which all it does is take the component I'm working on and publish that. So again, the first time you do it, make sure to do full preview because that's going to have all the files you need to make this run. But after you've done that once, you can speed things up and actually make this process quicker by just selecting fast preview. So I'm going to go ahead and click full preview. You'll see the little mouse icon as it moves the files where it is. It launches the browser that I've selected. And you'll see now my full control our component is now working inside my browser, and I can exercise it as such. I can try the search parameters. I can click on the different fields here and see them actually operate. You'll notice all the things that I've built into it, such as the conditional showing and hiding of things. Actually, if I go in here and change this, it's fully operational because basically it is calling back to the application server and all the connection strings and everything else I've set up are working properly. We'll talk a little bit more in detail as we get into the later parts of our training about some of the different ways you can preview, the limitations of using things internally versus externally, and that way you'll have a feel for what is the best environment for you to do your preview. But the most important thing for you to realize is that the work you do inside the development environment is going to look great inside the browser, meaning that all of those capabilities you build in, once you're actually operating in the browser, whether it's IE, Chrome, Firefox, etc., are going to work great for your solution. Go ahead and close the browser that you've chosen. We'll go back here and we'll move on to our next training topic. You may have noticed while we've been doing our training, I have recommended and requested that you save your grid often. And there's a reason behind this. Alpha has a very powerful built-in capability that really will be the oh no, save yourself kind of functionality you'll find in the future. I use it often myself. So let me show you an example of that. Let's say I had a grid here, the one we've been working on, and what I'd like to do is make a modification to this grid. So let's say I don't want the alphabet anymore. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to locate the alphabet area. So let's go ahead and search the properties, always a good way to do that. Alphabet search, there we go. And I'm going to disable that. I'm going to go ahead and click save. And let's do a working preview. Okay, so you notice that my alphabet is wrong. I go ahead and publish it and everything's good. But it turns out, ruh-roh, someone does not like that. Or I've made a mistake and I need to sort of back that back off and go back to something that I've done before. Or I've added some XBasic code or JavaScript or something in there that causes the problem. I'm going to go ahead and close this grid. that will return me back to the Web Projects control panel. I'm then going to go to make sure I have Web Components selected, and then Customer Grid. I'm going to right-click on the file name in the file browser. Then I'm going to go down here till I see an item almost to the bottom called Restore Backup, and I'll go ahead and select that. Now this will open up a Restore Component from Backup dialog box. In here, you will see a complete history of this component as it was saved. So every time we save the component in the Alpha development environment, you'll notice that it's saving a version of it for me. And this is done automatically and is enabled by default in the system. So you'll see right here, I have this item right here. This is where I left off before. So what I want to do is click on that item, right-click on it, or I'm sorry, just click on that item, and then down below you're going to see in the lower right-hand corner, restore this file. Once you click this restore the file or this file, you'll be presented with a confirmation dialog box. So you'll click yes, and then the system will confirm that your component has been restored. So I click OK. Now when I open up this customer grid, I go into working preview, you will see that my last modification, which was removing my alphabet buttons, is back. So basically I've gone back in time. So think of it as almost a lightweight version control system that basically every time you make a change, or more importantly, every time you save a file, it's going to save that into the system. Now different files in the system work differently, but components, grids, things like that, it always maintains an archive of that for you. By the way, one thing that's really powerful about this, and I'm going to go ahead and close this out here, is that I'm going to go ahead and go back to Customer Grid, right-click on it, and go to Restore Backup. You'll notice that it's showing me, oh, I actually had a previous file I was using. And so I can actually go back and forward in time. It's almost like a time machine. And I've used this sometimes where, for instance, I'm working on a component and maybe a week ago I made some changes, I deleted some capabilities. I'll go back, copy those items out, then come back to the current and paste them in. So it kind of allows you to jump around. So for instance, I can go ahead and select that one that I had sort of backed up from, click Restore this file, click Yes. The component was restored. Now when I go in here, you'll see that indeed my change at that time, which was removing the alphabet buttons, is gone. There's some really powerful things about this also. A couple things I want to show you. If you delete a file, Alpha has the ability to restore deleted files. So let's say you've been working on a grid or a component, you delete it, and then a week later you go, oh, you know, I really shouldn't have deleted it. Alpha actually stores those off to the side. So if you need to restore that, you can do that. After you've been doing this for a while, you'll notice that every time it's saving, it's storing a version of that file in your system, which is just a self-protection system. But there are ways you can go in and clean up and get rid of all those old files. In case your project starts getting really, really large and you don't want to necessarily keep all that, and you're not too concerned about going back in time, then you can clean them up, get rid of them, and it'll make your workspace a much smaller environment. This does not supplant the need to use, say, source control, something like Subversion or Git. In fact, we'll be having a training course that will go through how to set up and use those systems with Alpha. Those have a lot more power, a lot more capability, much better for multi-user kind of development, multi-developer kind of scenarios. But I'll tell you, this has saved me many, many times. And so if you ever get in a situation where you go, uh-oh, I need to kind of go back, all you have to do is go to the workspace, Web Projects Control Panel, right-click, restore the backup, pick the backup, and you're good to go. Notice you can delete them right here. You can also show the file name where it is on the drive, and you can actually open up the backup folder to see where those files are located at. One other thing that's really kind of nice is that when you restore, you can actually put in a text. So this is my best, actually I'm going to go right here and I'm going to go to this one. I'm going to go, this is the best searching version. And I'm going to go ahead and restore that file. It remembers that. And if we go into Customer Grid, go into Working Preview, you'll see we have our alphabet back, and we're going to leave it there. But it records that, so sometimes you may want to have like a little record of what versions are what, and that allows you to kind of tag those different backup files. Pretty handy. But I can tell you, one thing is try it out. Even today, do a restore, return it, because down the road, you're really going to need that feature at one time or another, and it's really handy to have in the system. As I've demonstrated before, during our training, I'm basically taking snapshots of my project and storing those so that at any one time you can restore those and start off where we are at that particular time. What I want to do is go ahead and show you a quick demonstration of how I created that. And this is very valuable because if you need to basically zip up your project and send it to another individual, or you want to zip it up and store it for historical purposes, this is a built-in feature within the technology. So in order to use this technology, we're going to actually move off of the Web Projects Control Panel and move over to our Legacy Control Panel. Once we've navigated to the Legacy Control Panel, we'll go up to the Tools menu, and you'll notice there's a first item in the Tools menu called Zip Workspace. So select Zip Workspace. You'll notice that it has already created essentially a file path to the zip file. You'll see that it's showing the different files that are available to zip. I compact the files because I want to have the smallest size zip file possible. The other thing I want to do is, you'll notice in this list right here, it's not showing the database, in this case, the Alpha Sports database. So what we can do is down below, you click on the Add Additional Files checkbox. Once that's done, I can click Additional Files. This will open up a file browser. I can select the files, and I can then navigate to my directory. So this is where my current project is at on my drive, in my Alpha Anywhere V12. And there is the extra file I want to include in there. So I click Open. You'll notice that it grabs that and puts in the file path to its current location. Click OK. Now that I've done that, it's actually added the additional file to my list. So I'm not only getting the files that are referenced in my workspace, but also that extra file, which could be documentation, everything else. So if you really wanted to create an all-in-one archive, you could do that by including not only the project files, but any other kind of files that make sense for your situation. So once you've done that, you also want to tell where it's going to zip this. So I'm going to go ahead and click the folder button. I'm going to navigate to my desktop for now, and I'm going to go ahead and just call this Web 1. Just for that's the name of the zip file. And you can call it anything you want. And then click Open. So you'll notice now that we have our file path to where we're going to store our zip file. For instance, you could store that on a Dropbox or a Google Drive or something like that. And then you click the button up in the right-hand corner, Zip Files. Once the zip has occurred, you'll see that it's confirmed that it's been successful in that zip application. You can click OK, and you have now zipped your files. If we go ahead and go to our desktop, you'll notice that we have a new zip file here called Web1, and I'll go ahead and double click on that. This will show me the contents of that, and you'll see that it includes not only the core Alpha contents, including the web projects folder, etc., but it also included my Alpha Sports database that is usable in that situation. So that can be included in there. And then if you had added any other files, such as documents, etc., they would show up there. Now, one other thing that's kind of nice, and I'll go ahead and close this here and go back into the development environment, I'm going to go back to the Tools Zip Workspace. Once I've set up all of these specific settings, and I'll go ahead and reset it so we have exactly what we had before, I can now go over here to the right. You'll notice there is a Save Settings and Load Settings. So I'm going to click Save Settings, and I'm going to go Web 1, call it anything you want, and click OK. Now if I go out of this and I go back into the Zip Workspace, you'll notice that this is back to what I had when I started out. I can click Load Settings, select that, click OK, And you'll notice that it resets this and it added my additional files. So that's a nice feature if you're doing this fairly often, and you can kind of set up a settings file so that you don't have to keep clicking on this every time you want to archive this. And this is what I basically use is after each module, I basically go in here, zip it, make sure everything's included on it, and I include it in the training content so that at any time you can restore it and go from there.